Coming on up, we've only got 2 days left of the Ashes and we are on. Hey guys, how you going? So BK Sport. We are live as day 4 of the fit test gets underway, and look, Australia's in a pretty good position right now. They're in a pretty dominant position. A draw is still absolutely on the cards, as that is for sure. But look, Australia would be pretty happy with where they situate themselves with leading by 134 runs at stumps yesterday. They are just really putting on a score here. You know, they're 518 for 7 after 124 overs. England were all out for 384, so that's why Australia lead by 134 runs. But in regards to the percentages, Australia's 80%, draw is 16%, and England is 4%. So, look, England, it's pretty much impossible. It's not impossible, it's pretty much impossible for them to win this game from here. It would take the utmost of utmost miracles for them to find a way to get over the line when there is only 2 days left of play. The only thing they realistically are fighting for right now is that draw, which would mean that they'd lose the series 3-1 rather than lose the series 4-1. It's not good going for them. You know, it's crazy to me that this deck has been so flat. It's so, you know, good to bat on, and yet you see Ben Stokes get out for a duck and then have the ability to lip it off to Marn. But you know, this is a very flat deck, which Australia have killed it with. And, you know, yesterday was a very, very good day for Australia where, you know, they tried to claim that England won the second session, but really it still wasn't enough. It was fine. It made it okay for England, but you know, there was nothing that it definitively won them any kind of part of yesterday, really, when you look across the entirety of the day. It just pretty much was all Australia. Now, as I did say, I would shave if Travis Head got to 100, and then if it was 150, I think it was a goatee. But I thought I'm going to go with the Mo for the Travis Head Mo. Because just in solidarity with him for the rest of this test, I wanted to freshen up a little bit. That's the first ball. That's going to be a dot ball. I'm going to freshen up in a bit, and it's an awful Mo. It's absolutely awful. It's not going to stay for long. But for the rest of this test, for this next 2 days, we will keep the old Mo. We'll keep the old Mo as we say sayonara to another Ashes series that was... Look, I don't know if there was too many ups and downs. There was some great, exciting moments, and there was some... there's always going to be ups and downs. There definitely was ups and downs. It just wasn't as the most exciting of series that we've ever seen because Australia did go and just win 3-0, right? So, and then the next 2 games are effectively dead rubbers, where England won the MCG, and then obviously we're looking pretty likely to go and win this one here and dominate for the 10th consecutive year, you know? So... yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how today plays out. I'm sure we're going to get through the entirety of the day. I think that Australia will probably try and bat to 600, which would be a 216 lead, and then they'll just try and slap England silly, really. But there is still a really high chance of a draw. There is still a really high chance. I don't think this is an Australian win by any means, but be pretty comfortable and pretty content with the fact that, yeah, we're not going to be seeing England win this game. And that's a good shot there from the smudger, who's not out for 129, but you can make that not out for 132 maybe. No, they're just going to get 2 from that one, so it'll be 131. Steve Smith not out 131, Bo Webster not out for 42. But, you know, the Ashes are always a good time. We've had a good time, had a really good time over the course of this last couple of months, smashing out the cricket. Morning, Blaze. A moustache and a beard. What'd you do? Well, I said I had to do it. You know, we said we'd shave if we get to 100, and 150 was the goatee, but I go the Mo. Where'd the Mo? Where'd the little Mo for Travie Head? Where'd the little Mo? That's going to be a dot ball. Going to go to Mo. You know, really fire up behind the Travis Head machine, who I cannot believe you've got Joe Root there equal with Mitchell Starc. Like, the English are real circle jerking in that poll over there, because that for mine is ridiculous that Joe Root is above Alex Carey and equal with Mitchell Starc. I only put Joe Root in there just to like try to put someone in from England, but Joe Root's you're not putting above any of those three. Realistically. Sean's good morning, mate. Look at that face, mate. Flying, son. Absolutely flying. That's a dot ball. Absolutely flying right now. Evelyn says, yeah, going to be awesome to watch us notch 600. Yeah, it will be. You know, I do think that we probably get there. Steve Smith hasn't gotten out in his last 2 innings. The second innings of the MCG didn't get out for like 23, and now he's not out for over 130. It's he's really come on in this match, and it's not been the most like he's got an average of 80 or so throughout this series, but he actually hasn't had that great of a series. This has been a really good game, and this is absolutely upping his average. But it's not been his best of series, so it's really good to see that he's just absolutely dominating. And we saw yesterday he was the character that he was. That's what Stevie Smith does, and that's also what he does there with a nice little 4. Oh, beautiful, Stevie. He's on 135. Could you imagine that you put a bet on Travis Head, highest run scorer in the first innings or something like that, or even Joe Root, and then Joe Root gets 160, you're like, okay, I'm pretty clean here. And then Travis Head comes out and whacks 163, and then not only that, you then see Steve Smith come out and knock what he's doing and knocking on the door of getting past those two guys as well. So it'd be super funny because you'd feel so content when you see a play get 160. But this pitch is so good for batting that it's a sorry, it's a surprise, but it's not a surprise. It's understandable. And it's funny how one of some of the media have said like, oh, you've gotten out for 170 so many times, Travis said. Do you get frustrated? Like, do you want to hit the 200? It's like, who gives a shit, man? Like, and he basically said this. Like, who gives a shit? 170 is massive. Massive. Wymie says, think Oz can win in 2 years' time? Yeah, I think Oz can win in 2 years' time. I think it'll be an interesting series. Well, that's going to be 2 there, I think, for Webster. Cass is bowling right now. There'll be a 2 there for the old Bo Webster. Yeah, of course I think. Why would I not think? I think England's best chance is to win in 2 years' time, but why would I not think? Carl says he is beautiful. I didn't think I would tune in today and find any joy how wrong I was. Carl, I was saying yesterday, where were you? I think it was the first time. I think that was the first time that throughout this series that you weren't here for a day of Ashes. Where were you? Next bowl. Yesterday wasn't a good day for you to tune in, to be honest with you. It really wasn't. It was not at all. I wish I could grow a moustache, but at my best I can only grow an Abraham Lincoln-like beard. Dude, the best that I could do with a beard was like yesterday, and this is kind of like the best mo you're going to get, which is just, it's not great. So, yeah, no, I'm not a big beard grower. I'm not a massive beard grower, but yeah, it pretty much gets to like what it was yesterday. And maybe a little bit crazier. Maybe I'll do a thing like Titans. If I won't shave until the Titans win 5 games in a row. I'll never shave it. That might be for the rest of my life. But it'll come down here. I'll do that. If England are batting by lunch, I don't think a draw is really possible. Not true. Especially not true. But I get where you come from. You got to remember, like, if England can bat through, like, based off of their history, then sure, I will agree with you. But if England can do what Australia did, Australia sat in they've been here for a day and a half now. Our very own mate tuned in for a bit, but no chat. Look, fair enough, man. Get well soon. Unfortunately, England are not going to be able to help you with your with your sickness right now. They're going to make it worse as you sit in and watch Matthew Potts get absolutely pots and panned all over the field yesterday. Got absolutely potted and panned all over the damn well field yesterday. Jeez, Potts was awful. Like, he was one of Australia's best yesterday. And that is going to be a single for Bo Webster against the 49. So yes, for people who don't really understand, you're probably going to be looking at Australia trying to deliver a 600 total and then sending England in. I would assume that would be where they're going to. Stevie Smith obviously still out there. He is the captain. He's going to be the one to decide. But I don't think anything, unless they go to unless they can get to, which would be crazy, but if they could get to 650 and then you'd send England in for the third session plus a full day tomorrow, then that would be a potential. You're not going to see Australia bat again, folks. Like this will be probably the last time you see Australia bat for this Ashes series. I doubt we'll see Australia in the second innings. We'll either win it in the England second innings or it'll be a draw. I've got cast bowling. What more can I need? You can't have much more, you know. Beggars can't be choosers, mate. Like this is the goat right here. Like this is where the real big boppers are. This is the big boppers right here. Yeah, Carl, you would have been picking out a tattoo. No bets made a good thing. Yeah, you probably would have, to be honest. Yeah, because yesterday was just brutal. Brutal viewing. Bo Webster and Steve Smith were just taking the piss at one stage. Game on. Game's definitely on, mate. Game is definitely on. Game is definitely on. So Stokes, this next bowl, Australia lead by 147 runs. And first bowl will be a single. 50 minutes, folks. 50 minutes. I saw Harrison chirping, but didn't have the energy to put him back in his box. You guys seem to handle the situation very well. Yeah, it's kind of... Bo Webster hits the 40-50 bomb, by the way. It's the 50 bomb, 50 bomb, 50 bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. 50 bomb, 50 bomb. 50 bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Bo Webster, I didn't even notice with the two. Didn't even notice. But no, with Harrison, it's kind of like everyone just jumps in. Like, sometimes I'll reply to him normally. Sometimes he'll tick me off, because it's consistent. But there was some good chat about, like, Sean made a good joke yesterday. I can't remember what it was. Something about Harrison. Oh yes, yes. Melanie or something came in and said, "Oh, I'm a female," and then Sean says, "Yeah, we believe Harrison is too," or something. That was funny. Bo Webster averages over 100 at the SCG. How many times he played the SCG? Did he get a ton against... Did he play India? Did he play against India? He didn't get 100, did he? I feel like India was his first series, no? Or am I crazy? I might be crazy. Australia leads by 148. He got 50 and then a not out last year at the SCG. Yeah, fair. He's unbelievable, yo, Bowie. Can't believe he hasn't been in all series. Cameron Green, wash your back, son. But I think that Bo Webster will replace Usman. I think they'll keep Cameron Green and they'll replace Usman with Bo Webster. Who says wrong? Who says otherwise? Next bowl from Stokes. And that's going to be a single for Smith. We'll get to 136. Just too easy for these Australian boys right now. They're just not looking anywhere close to getting out. If they get out, like, it's kind of a bit of whoop-de-doo, really. It's kind of a whoop-de-doo because we're not getting out in less than a day a full 10 wickets. So, like, we have no worries in regards to losing. It's just a draw. I don't think Webster did too much with the ball. I'll go and have a look at the... I'll go have a look at his economy. I don't think he did too much. He didn't get a wicket. I think he got a catch. But he had 5 overs for 20 runs, so an economy of 4. Not terrible. Actually, it was around the big time bowlers, you know, like obviously the big time bowlers got the wickets. Mitchell Starc 2 wickets for 4.04 economy. Michael Neser 4 wickets for a 3.24 economy. Scott Boland 2 wickets for a 3.27 economy. Bo Webster 0 wickets for a 4.4 economy. So you're not complaining with that. And then like Cameron Green does get a wicket, but 4.72 economy. It's a tough pill to swallow, but this will be good for us in the long run. Change it to be made, surely. Well, I said this before this test started. The worst thing for England could be to win this game. The worst thing, because then they'd think that it's like doable. Compared to Potts, oh my gosh. Ben Stokes has got off the field here, by the way. God bless him. I hope he's okay. Even though he's a knob, I hope he's okay. Yeah, Potts. Let's have a look at his economy from yesterday. Or from now, sorry. From now. Matthew Potts, 141 runs given up through 25 overs, so 5.64 economy. That's huge for that amount of balls. That amount of overs. 25 overs. Like 24 overs for Bryden Cast, 4.79. Still a lot. Josh Tongue, 89 runs given up for 3.30 economy. At least Bryden Cast got the 3 wickets. Josh Tongue, 1 wicket. Ben Stokes, 2 wickets at 3.43. Will Jacks, 3.88. No wickets. And Jacob Bethel, 1 wicket, 3.33. Funnily enough, Bethel through 15 overs is probably the best one you're looking at there. Probably is the best one you're looking at. Only 5 overs going great with the bat. No, he is. He's going really good with the bat. Which is what I've said all series. I think Bo Webster is more of a consistent fighter with the bat than Cameron Green. I think Cameron Green is show and go, and Bo Webster, you know what you're going to get with him, and you got to hope that he obviously turns up and puts in a show like we would expect. But Bo Webster is a solid batter. I think that he's someone who can hold his own in the middle of the order. Whilst Cameron Green is obviously very, very 50-50. Not even 50-50. You know, you're more likely to see him throw his wicket away than to be consistent and stick in there. So they're very different players. Very different players. But I think that, the selectors just want Cameron Green's potential to shine, which hasn't yet. And Bo Webster, maybe they just don't see enough of the vision long term. I don't know. Alright, so Cast is 3 for 115. Yeah, his fielding's been good too, Lachlan. His fielding has been good. Everyone's fielding has been great except for England. That's a single there for Smithy. So he'll be on 137 and the partnership is on 99. Partnership at 99 between these two. Now, all of Australia's fielding's been great. The only fielding that's not been great is England. Multiple drop catches again, especially the one on the boundary. 121, Travis Head dropped by Will Jacks. It's a routine catch, that. It's a routine catch. You know, you might lose the game based off of that drop because he ends up going and getting another extra 50, 60 runs. You take off that 50, 60 runs right now from this total. So he was dropping 121, sorry. So he got an extra 42. Take off the 42 from this total right now, and Australia's only just gotten past the 100. And also, you don't know how that impacts the rest of the team at that time. You don't know what happens in regards to the guys around him. I feel like it was maybe Uzi at the time. No, I think Uzi was coming in next. Did Uzi come in next? Yeah. I notice Green has a bit of battle in the mind at this stage. Webster is in his own centre. Yeah, Webster is just confident. He's comfortable. Watching the clips of the English commentary when Oldbo dropped the catch was golden. It would have been... Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Webster for a 4. It's a nice touch out behind for a boundary. And there's the partnership of 103. They knock up the cheeky little hunch. They knock up the cheeky hunch. I just realised I think Bretton's son's been born today. Wasn't it today that he said that he'd be in hospital watching while his son's been born? He said that there's no way he'd call his boy Harrison. No, the English would have been going off about it. How were you reacting to it, Carl? When you saw Will Jacks drop that absolute sitter on the boundary. But to be fair, we did get a bunch of likes on that comment that I told you guys about yesterday, where on the Australia post and the day on Osman Cricket, I put something like, "Oh, when you knew when." I'll read it out to you. Hold on. Cast is bowling right now. What all right. Oh, as soon as they burnt 2 reviews on Night Watchman Nisa, you New England pants were falling down in this test. Got a lot of likes. It's true. So Webster on 56. England have officially been pansed in this test match. That's going to be 2 runs here. 2 runs for Webster. He'll be on 58. Coach is saying, I think that Will Jacks bowled quite dangerous yesterday, late in the day. Don't know if I would agree. Ah, there we go. This is the first time I've seen Brendan McCullum all series. Well, great to see you, Brendan. Hopefully this is the last time. Carl says, unfortunately, it sums up the series for us. It took his eyes off the ball. Took his eyes off the ball, but also burning 2 reviews on a night watchman is just crazy stuff. Double. Harrison says, wicket ball now, boys. Yeah, I don't think it's going to change shit. Even if you had a wicket right now, what does it do for you? What does it do? Root was so sure about that Nisa review as well. Well, Bryden Cast was very, very sure about the Nisa review when he bowled it, and he was right, but it was pitching off. It was right that it hit the toe first, but he's just unfortunate about where it was pitching. Harrison says 540 is horrific. Wow. Harrison, let me take you back to a time. Let's get a seatbelt on and let's click it in, okay? Click. Let's put that seatbelt on. Lock it in nice and tight. I'll take you back 2 days ago to when we had a conversation about 384. I take you back to a conversation where I suggested that 350 may have been par, but it was just solid. But obviously now, contextually, I was actually incorrect. You were so far incorrect, it's not funny, but I was actually incorrect too. Because par on this pitch realistically is looking around the 450. It realistically is. That's what the par is looking like. But I remember you laughed at me. You laughed at me when I suggested 550 as a total. You thought that was funny. That was a great laugh. Look, it was a great laugh, just without the great laugh part, because Australia is currently at 543 with 3 wickets remaining. This is why you listen. It's why you listen sometimes. Sometimes you think, maybe I should listen. Maybe I don't really know what I'm talking about, so maybe I should listen. And that's going to be misfielding for single. I'm still right. You said 550. I laughed, but they still only got 550 because they batted incredible. Oh my gosh, he doesn't get it. He still just doesn't get it. Harrison, what I will say to you is listening is an art. And you haven't mastered it. And unfortunately, you still can't admit that you were wrong. And that tells me a lot about how you can't just simply admit the simple things in life. And it's going to be a deterrent to you in the future. It'll be a deterrent to you in your life. If you can't admit when you're wrong, just like I said before, I was wrong. I was wrong because I underrated the par. You have to be able to admit when you're wrong. You aren't right. I don't think you've made a single comment throughout this series that is right, except for maybe the one comment you said that Bethel will come on and get a wicket, and he got a wicket. I think that's the only comment that has made any reasonable sense throughout any of the 5 test games that we've come through. Let's just clarify here throughout this series so far. You say that you're right. Yet you're the one who's lost the money on betting on England to win first game, and betting on England to win second game, and betting on Duckett to get 100. None of which have happened. And then laughed at a total of 550 that was unattainable when it's now 6 runs away from. I think that maybe if you had a look back at yourself and looked at it, you would understand the stupidity that we see your light in. And we do. Is Smith gone? And Smith is gone on 138. Great knock for Smitty. Great knock. Mark says the denial is strong in Harrison. Yeah, Harrison, I'm going to time you out for a little bit, bro. I get your trolls sometimes, man, but sometimes you just get annoying because, it's like you try to go against what we're discussing, and it's like, well, you're wrong in regards to your response. And then you go on for ages about how you're right and we're wrong. And it just gets annoying sometimes, man. But anyway, Steve Smith, he's gone here. 8 for 554, Australia by 160 runs. Yeah, I'm not even going to reply to that one. All right, so we got Mitchy Star coming in now. Let's go. Okay, if you're timing him out, I'll stay. It just gets sometimes, like you can have fun with it sometimes, you laugh with it sometimes, you enjoy a little bit, but then it just gets a little bit too much, and you're just like, come on, man, like, fuck, just let us enjoy a bit of cricket here without listening to the dribble, and then to, like, to make out still like he was right and I was wrong. It's like, the amount of times you've been wrong throughout the series is a reason why the entirety of this chat, whenever you come and go, there's a reason why. Even the English, Carl is literally English, and does that. Carl was going to leave because of you. That's how poor your takes are. That's how poor they are. Carl doesn't agree with every opinion of mine. I'm sure Mark doesn't agree with every opinion of mine. I'm sure everyone here, Shauno, doesn't agree with every opinion of mine. But we can understand where we're coming from, we can discuss it, we can talk about it, and we can explain about it. This clown can't explain shit. He can't explain a potato to a potato salesman. Dead set. So Starkey comes on, 2 for 91 for Tongue, 27.5 overs bowl for him. I've got to hold on here as there's a change of helmet coming up. Change of helmet coming up, apparently. But on your opinion of Harrison, we can agree. I think we all do. Change of helmet for Joe Root. For Joey Boy Root. It's good to see that he's walking normally again after his... I feel like he may have had like back spasms or something. I don't know. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad, clearly, but he did have to go off the field. Stark this series for 151 runs, average 30.2. Ben Duckett, his average wouldn't be 30.2. What's Ben Duckett's average? He'd be around the 24? 20? I think he had one total of 34 runs and then 29 and Duck, and I think he'd be probably situated around the 20 marker. English sharing a calf is diabolical. I didn't even see that. Doesn't surprise me though. It's a double. 17 average. So I even overrated his average. Mitch Stark also has a duck, mind you. Just want to throw this out there. Mitch Stark also has a duck to his name. I think he might even have 2 ducks to his name. And yet he's still averaging 30, which is higher than Duckett by 13. I'm pretty certain Starkey has 2 ducks. In his last 2, one of which shouldn't have been a duck. One of which was a no ball. Carl says, if over Stark will play this series, he's been immense. Don't get me wrong, Carey and Head have been great too, but Stark has been a class above. So I'm not going to deny what Stark's done. I think he's been incredible. I would make the argument for Travis Head. Before yesterday, I probably would have said Alex Carey. But I think that for mine, Travis Head getting 300s in a series, which ties the most amount of hundreds in a series in history, alongside a few other players, is just incredible scenes. It's just spectacular stuff. So I think that Travis Head, with that 100 that he got yesterday, deserves to get man of the series because that's his 3rd, and plus he's had some, decent enough knocks outside of that, and has filled in the role as that opener really well. I would have said Carey, though, over Stark, and not because I don't think Stark's incredible. Stark had an immense first 2 games. His first 2 games this series won the series for Australia. It really did, so you could go via that if you'd like. But Alex Carey has been incredible with the bat. He's been incredible as a wickie. And unbelievable. He's the best wickie in the game at the moment. across the world. And he just has been so critical in every single game. He's so consistent in every single game. Rather than Stark, who, whilst he's been immense, the first 2 games he was everywhere. Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5 have been very solid. Whilst I think Carey's been elite every single game. Every single game. So I would personally give it to Head. Because I think that 3 100s in a series to tie the record for hundreds in a series is just phenomenal, out of this world. And 2 150 pluses. I think his Perth one was, 123? Or 121, 123? His Adelaide one, I think, was about 170. And then here in Sydney, 163. Carl says, when Stark gets a 5 in the second innings, if that's what happens, and that's what happens, then I'd give it to Stark. Because right now I'm basing it off of the 300s that Travis Head scored. So if Mitchell Stark went and got a 5-er and won us this match here in this game, it's Mitchell Stark. Because currently speaking, Mitchell Stark, well, that's going to be a shot in behind there for Stark to get off the duck. So he'll be on 162. Oh, Australia on 162, leading by Stark on 1. It's obviously, that's the thing a lot of people don't get as well. You can change your mind. It is. You are allowed to change your mind in sport. A lot of the time, content creators, people like myself and other content creators, you get held to this belief where you can't change your mind. You've said that Carey, or you've said that Travis Head is going to win the Man of the Series, so you got to stick by that. Shush. Because things can change. And if Mitchell Stark did come out and get 5 wickets, things have changed. And I would be leaning towards Stark there and saying that, he dominated the first test, he dominated the second test, he was fine in the second test, he was fine in he's fine in the third test, he's fine in the fourth test, and then he's immaculate in the fifth test. Things can change. And we'll see how long for, Harrison. Wizard says, mad respect for Carey and Stark. Stark for a 50 today. If Stark goes for a 50 here, if he does go for a big bopper, even that could put that back into the question. Even that. Avalanche says, remember when David Warner got player of the series for making a 200 and 4 scores under 5? Yeah. Yeah, I do think they'll give it to Travis Head. That's a 4 there for Bo Webster. He's going to get to 64. Beautiful, man. Beautiful, Bowie. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wizard of Oz gets a question from a journo yesterday asking if he's concerned about getting out 7 times between 150 and 170. He was like, no, who cares? It's incredible. It's such a stupid question. It is. It's such a stupid question. It's like when, and I understand what the reporter was trying to do, but it was still stupid when the reporter asked Russell Westbrook in the NBA and said, did you lose this one or did they win this one? And he's just like, what? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Did you lose this one or did they win this one? Again, I get from a media perspective what they're trying to ask, but I also completely understand Russell just going, what? 25 minutes to a coffee, let's go. Get a grip of yourself, Tongue. Harrison says, where's Archer at these days? Does he just not care about cricket? He's sleeping. It's not that he doesn't care about cricket, he just doesn't care about England. Who does them, alright? Who does them, alright? Josh Tongue pulling up from a bowl there. 100% just think Stark won the series for you in their first 2 tests. The only way I can disagree with player of the series is if it isn't one of the 3 mentioned. And I get that it's English fans doing it, but I still find it absolutely ludicrous that Joe Root's on 19% in that chat. I can't believe it. Joe Root is above Mitchell Stark. That'll do me. That will do me. If there's anything that's ever going to do me, it would be that doing me, yeah. So Australia by 166. Well, there's the 550 that I was laughed at for. Double. No, that's going to be a single. Wow. They actually ended up running it. Surprised. Yeah, journos ask some stupid questions that, if you understand from a journo's perspective, you know what they're trying to get at. There's a reason why they hate journos in England, though. They really do. They dislike them massively. They hate journos in England way more than Australians hate journos. Well, I don't want Stark to tire himself out too much here either, Ben, because he is going to come in for a bowl. I don't want him to tire himself out, which is what we saw from Archer earlier on the series. I saw Josh Curran sign with the Perth Bears, by the way. Interesting signing. It's fine. So it's like, I don't want Stark to put too much. We've already got plenty of runs. I don't need Stark to really put too much effort into making a great deal of runs at the moment. Just want him to do what he needs to do, and then we'll be happy days. Happy days. What a beautiful day in Sydney. Be a beautiful sun. Beautiful day. Oh, okay, and not beautiful KO though, because KO has gone down. So let's go to 7+. So I get to see the shot of Sydney again. Beautiful. Be a beautiful sun. But this is the second last day of these cricket streams in regards to the Ashes, though. You know, crazy. We've gone through all 5. Crazy. We've gone through all 5. Time goes fast, man. When you're having fun. Stark has had 130 overs rest. Hopefully he's freshed up. Yeah, no, he should be sweet, mate. He should be fine. It's just like I still don't want him to be too tired from having a bit of a bat here. We got day in Adelaide again. Well, that's why we're not in Adelaide, mate. That's why. Oh yeah, and that's right. I forgot about it with the Ben Stokes injury this morning. He still doesn't come back out. That's rough, man. In regards to the bat, even though he did get out for a duck. Single for Webster. We'll get 65. Harry Brook is the standing captain. Wow, that's bold to put a young player in as his standing captain. Well, you have no reviews left, so does it really matter? Does it really matter too much? You have no reviews left. Okay, sure, he's going to try and sort the field, but bowls. Peter Andrews. They went to quite a few test matches at the SCG in the 80s. It's a great day to cricket. I was there the day David Gower got 100. That would have been awesome, man. Cricket back then would have been so just, that would have been, peak Australian culture, peak Ashes culture, English, Barmy Army getting around it. That would have been so awesome back then to get to the cricket. That would be a double. That would have been, unbelievable. David Gower getting 100 too. Did we win that one? I'm sure we probably would have. Carl says English voting for root is the issue with English cricket. We settle for good enough. We need to take accountability for a poor series. How can losing the first 3 tests be seen as good? Correct. But unfortunately, most English don't agree with you. And a lot of the English are currently celebrating the MCG still. And it's like Australians couldn't give a shit about the MCG. Maybe we gave a shit for 24 hours, but then after that, we couldn't give a shit because we're winning the series 3-1. We already won the series 3-0. Stokes will probably still come out to bat. He plays injured most of the time anyway. Yeah, sure, but he got out for a duck, so I wouldn't be surprised him getting out for another duck. No, maybe he'll turn up for I'll predict a 15. I'll predict 15 for Ben Stokes this time round, if he comes back out. But I've got 20 minutes until a coffee. Jeez. Gee whiz. Oh, what was the word? Wowee. Wowee. That was the word we weren't allowed to say yesterday, wasn't it, Mark? Wowee. Can't believe it. 20 more runs I give him here. Still devastating total, though. Still devastating total, though. Still devastating total, though. 550 odd. Still devastating. But I'll only give him another 20 runs. I'll only give him 20. I think there is still a pretty high chance we get to 600. Pretty high chance is the key word, but I still think there's a pretty high chance we get to 600. So Australia currently lead by 169 runs. 31 runs would get us to a 200 lead. Oh, that was 2 runs, by the way. Oh, there was another bowl for 2 runs, sorry. Both these guys can still bat. And it's going to be double. 31, it's 28 runs now needed to get to a 200 lead. It's like, what, 44 runs needed? Hold on, let me scroll this down so you can see how much Australia are leading by. One moment. There we go. Keep making predictions, mate. Bound to be right eventually. He's not directing that one at me, Harrison. And that's going to be a 4 there for the Aussies. So Webster goes into the sexy 70s and Australia will be 8 for 560. Is that no? Oh, it was leg buys. Oh, it wasn't for Webster. It won't be in the sexy 70s, but yeah, it's leg buys. But it is a boundary regardless. Okay, well, Harrison, you've got 13 runs to survive for your prediction too, right? 13 runs. You said that at 553. They're now at 560. So 13 runs between your prediction and glory. The glory prediction from Harrison. Oh, they're half up for it. Yeah, go on. Review it. Review it, you cats. We sit in the hill and have quite a few beers, good times. Yeah, when it wasn't such an illegal time in life to have fun. Yeah, when you could actually have fun without the Robocops coming down and taking your beer snake and then kicking you out. Or, nowadays where you get kicked out for sculling a beer. Hey, man, I paid for this beer. Fuck off. Like, if I want to scull this beer, I'm going to scull this beer. If you can see that I'm drunk and disorderly, then feel free to kick me out. But, like, just sculling the beer, like, get a grip of yourself. I paid for the beer. If I want to shotgun it in bloody any orifice on the body, you can do that. Do what you want. Not probably in public, but you can do whatever you want. Like, that's the thing. You're not allowed to have fun anymore. Just sit down, shut up, and watch him bat. It's like, oh, okay, I'll sit down and I'll watch him bat, but how about you shut up? How about that? Just a fan with some humility here, not afraid to accept an L. You've accepted plenty, and yes, you are, because you couldn't even admit you were wrong before. You couldn't even admit you were wrong about 10 minutes ago. How's our mate Cam Green feeling right now, seeing Webster knock up a great score? Well, Cam Green still did well, though, on 37. I think that he'd be frustrated that, Bo Webster has come in and killed it. But Cam Green still was. I'm not going to blame him for this innings. I'll blame him for a lot of the series, but I'm not going to blame him for this innings. There's a funny way of showing humility yesterday. Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't understand the word. He knows the word. Yeah, no, he knows the word. Doesn't understand the word, however. No. But he does know that humility is a word. Now, this is very comfortable for the Aussies right now. 15 minutes. I actually genuinely believe I have a coffee addiction. Or maybe it's just an addiction to consumption. Maybe I'm just addicted to consumption because 17 minutes, my brain won't look. I've looked at that clock for the last hour. It's like I'm fine. I'm fine, okay? I'll get through without coffee. I can get through. I'm just doing it because I feel like it. I can get through. There's no problem. No problem. 16 minutes and 20 seconds left. With the thing I do though, you can switch it up. I just don't feel like doing it. Because I feel like when you switch up your diets, when you switch up the time of it, it sets a precedent that you're gonna change. And this does need to happen for people who work in business and who work business jobs, sorry is what I should say. This will happen because they do need to adjust it to fit their lifestyle, and it's doable. I just think that it's a real slippery slope to falling off of the wagon immediately as you change it. Coconut coffee. Well, I can't have a coconut coffee for another 16 days, but I will. Oh my gosh, Instagram is going to be lit up. My Instagram will be lit up with coconut coffee and bun moi. Bun moi. Bit of bun gun gua. Bun moi, bun gun gua. Oh my gosh, my Instagram's going to light up, son. And my stomach's going to light up. But no, I think Cam Green shouldn't be too upset with this match so far. I think bowling-wise, yes, because he did bowl a no-ball wicket. Ben Stokes does not look good right now. I feel for him with his injury, but I don't feel for him with his whinging. BKRtravel, Carl. BKRtravel. Same thing as sport. Just change the sport to travel. There's a few videos on there now. I just wasn't consistent with before, but like I said, I'm experienced now. I'm ready to kind of do it this year. Peter says, Harrison, we might just get to 600. Peter, I was laughed at for saying 550 when Australia was on 0, so he's not going to listen to you. Peter, please, he's a lost cause, mate. He laughed at me for saying 550 when Australia was on 0. He's still gonna laugh at you for saying 600 when they're on 562. I guarantee it. 100%. We know this guy. We know him. We know him, mate. Next fault, and that's gonna be a good. That's gonna be a good slap up. Oh, it just gets through. They'll get 2. Beautiful. So 8 for 564. Are you like a feel-good coffee promoter, Ben? Like I see this get dropped all the time. You must be like a part of the promotion team. Do you work for their socials? But yeah, Carl, it's good, mate. Like there's a couple of videos there. Like we've got one from when we celebrated Holi in Delhi. Holi is a big festival in India, and we've got some discussion videos and music reviews and whatnot. But yeah, I just wasn't ready for it at the time. I needed to travel first to be ready so that I know what to do. And now I do know what to do. And there's a wicket, lads. Mitchy Starr goes down for 5. There is a wicket. 2 for 97 here. 2 for 97 and or 3 for 97 is the wickets he's got, and we will see 9 wickets down. 9 wickets down. Good bowl, very good bowl. I've said Josh Tongue has been their best bowler this series in my opinion, and he's only played the last 2 games. Josh Tongue for mine has been their best bowler this series, above Jofra Archer, above Bryden Cast, even above Gus Atkinson. He has been their best bowler throughout the series. His 600 might not be on anymore. Oh, it's a drinks break. It is a drinks break. To be fair, I could make a coffee in this drinks break and then just not drink it for 10 minutes. No, it'll get cold. Yeah, you got a discount code for us? Feel good. Who is that? Is that Hello Sport? Who runs that? Hold on. I think it is, isn't it? Or is it? It's not. It's not Camp. Who runs it? It's. Oh no. Oh, Grumpy. I think is the Hello Sport boys. I don't know. Hold on. What's it called? What's it called? There's like a I think they've got something, don't they? I've never heard it, but I think they've got something. Gladys Yasu is fresh for getting 7 wickets to Zavo. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, son. He's going to get 10 wickets. He's going to get 10 wickets, and then he's going to go rocking right back into the player of the series. 10 wickets, rocket right on back into it. But for those who don't know, it is currently a drinks break. Oh, well, we'll scroll this little bad boy down. Scroll this down. Let's move that bad boy there. There we go. Oh, that little white thing in the bottom left-hand corner will annoy me if I don't fix that. There we go. Oh, that's because of something else. Hold on. Oh, by the way, guys, Australia lead by 180. 180. Some prediction from me. Well, your prediction hasn't even come off yet. Going to drop a bet on our batting. Any profits will go towards a BKR subscription. Mate, you've been promising this subscription the entire series. It's $5. You've been promising the subscription all series. It's $5. Peter says, Rude has to get another 150 if England are going to save the test and draw. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you. To be fair, I could see England getting to like... Jeez, I don't know. I wonder if England still fancy themselves, because like they're going to need to bat for a full day to get a decent enough score for like they're going to bat for over a day, which would just take they're only going to play for a draw. There's just no point. If they come in playing baseball style, you're an idiot. No sub for you then, yeah. All right, final wicket stand coming on up. Final wicket stand. Australia lead England by 180 runs with 1 wicket remaining. Would be nice to get another 20 runs to get to the 200, but 180 is solid. So Bo Webster will be on strike at the very least. Oh, they're saying that Will Jacks is going to be a threat to Australia in the second innings. Man, shut up, commentary. Australia by 182. 2 runs there. Bo Webster into the sexy 70s. I wonder if he goes off strike. I don't think he will. I think he'll stay on strike, Webster. Yeah, they're not going to run. They just want to look for the 18 runs here. They're not going to run for singles unless it's the end of the over. And that would normally be a single, but I don't know if they run. Yeah, it is an Englishman saying that. Oh, did they take the single? They did. Okay. To be fair, Scotty can do his thing. Especially, it's the end of the over. Yeah, take the single. Take a single. Might take us to tea time to chase that down. Stop it. Stop it. If they chase this down by tea time, they lose this game today. Commentary, don't even suggest that. If they go for the win, if they go to try and chase this down by tea, they are going to lose on day 4. Please, commentary, don't suggest them to do that. Yeah, there is a couple of cracks here and there starting to arrive on the pitch. 7 minutes for coffee. Ooh. Oh, boy, he's gone. Boland is gone on 0. He has been nicked. And 9 for 567. So Australia lead by 183 runs going into the turn of the innings. Now we see England come out to bat. We will see how they get on. We'll see how they move and groove. But look, very, very good score here for Australia. They are in a very dominant position here. And now we see what England are made of. What are you going to do? You're going to try and chase it down by tea and try and go for the win, or are you going to try and sit through 5 sessions of cricket, 5.5 sessions of cricket? Jeez, you are in a tough, sticky little damn well wicket, son. Good job from Webster to hold on. Yeah, Webster, fantastic. Yeah, both still averages 100 at the SCG. No, he's unbelievable. But look, fantastic work here from Australia. I'm actually going to go make my coffee. This is a great time. It's a perfect time. Perfect time to go make myself a cup of 10 well coffee. Give them a little sniff. They will fall. Oh, we know that, Wizard of Oz. They will fall. Guys, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. And I will be back in about 5 minutes' time after I go make a beautiful little coffee. So beautiful. Let's chuck it back on. We are currently waiting for England to bat. They've got to chase 183 with 10 wickets remaining, but don't forget, Australia still have an entire innings. So I don't think, well, I do think now that we do probably see Australia bat again. You probably do, because England will, try and chase this down. They will, knowing them, they'll try and chase this down probably by T, which I don't think they should be doing at all. Oh, I'm going to refresh my VPN because the old VPN seems to have actually screwed up this time. Well, maybe not, actually. Maybe not. I'd love to see this game go down to the last session of day 5, though. It would be great to see. It'd be great to see, but I would struggle to see that happening right this very second, because that would mean that England would be batting basically until like tomorrow, first session, second session tomorrow, and then Australia bat out the rest of the day. Oh, by the way, we're back on, and Crawley's got a run. Okay, geez, I didn't realise we were already back on. That was actually a quick turn of the innings. Okay, first run. Zach Crawley is underway. All right, let's get the English scorecard up here. Here it goes. Okay, so there we go. We've got that up on the screen. Now you can see the scores, and we're all good. Does it seem like the pitch is doing much? A few cracks have opened up. It's a lot. It's very different to what it has been. But with that being said, it's still definitely very, very battable. England right now, I don't really know what their goal is. Do they go to try and get 183 quickly, or do they just try and sit in as long as they can to force, Australia to then have to bat and then to force a draw kind of deal? I can't see a world England win this game. They would need Australia to get bowled out very, very quickly, like in 2 sessions / a session kind of deal, which is just simply not happening. So I just can't see a world where England win this game, but a draw is still definitely likely. If England get through today and the first session of tomorrow, then it would be extremely likely, to be fair. But Mitchell Starc, his next bowl, and that is a bouncer for a dot ball. Carl with a £10 donation. Get around your Carl. Appreciate you, brother. Says, cheers for the laughs and the good discussions. I look forward to the next series and the start times being in my favour. No, we don't look forward to that. We definitely do not look forward to TV. I'll probably be in a time zone that'll be in a decent area for the first ball. But, appreciate you, man. It's been a good fun here on the streams throughout the series, and glad you've enjoyed, despite being English and having a rougher time than us Aussies. It's good to see that you've still enjoyed it. But that'll be the next Ashes series. Well, the next England-Australia game is actually in Australia again next March for the 150-year anniversary game. It's just a one-game thing of the MCG. It's going to be huge to. It's going to be huge to watch, man. Absolutely huge to watch. I'm really looking forward to that. Obviously, we'll be here for the T20 World Cup, and I don't know who Australia play next in the Test, eh? Like, I tried to find it, and I couldn't see it. I'm loving the Mitchell Johnson Ashes. Well, Nathan, we had to do it. It's actually the Travie Head Mo, but we'll go with the Mitchell Johnson one as well. But yeah, thank you very much, Carl. Robert says, last hurrah for England. They won't play defensively. I don't think they will, and if they don't play defensively, they might lose today. For England to win this game, they need to get like 400 runs, and then we still have to bat. So it's not really possible. And that's going to be a single for Ben Duckett. So he will get off the duck. He actually gets a 2. Wow, that's an enormous amount of runs for him. Oh, it's actually probably going to be 3. It's going to be 3 runs for Duckett. Mark says, Carl donated more than Harrison has in the bank. Now, Carl's been great throughout this series. It's always good when you've got someone of the opposite team that doesn't get like offended by everything that you like. Obviously, with the way we do our streams, I will give credit when credit is due. Like, I was very happy for Joe Root when he got his first 100. I will say that I think Paddy Cummins would have got him out if Paddy Cummins was bowling in either of the 100s he got. But with that being said, very happy for Joe Root when he got that, and England gave them their full credit for winning the MCG, despite the fact it was a shit pitch that anyone could win. Oh, that's gone. Come on! Crawley's gone on one. Oh, yeah, they're going to review it immediately. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, let's see. Let's see. There's a player review. They lost their reviews very quickly in the Australian batting innings. Crawley, this is disgraceful if you get out here. If you lose this review, it's disgraceful. I thought it was good. Everyone thought it was good. And that looks... Umpire's call to me. Oh, it's going to be close, actually. That's going to be really close. I think it's still going to be umpire's call. I think it's going to be ump's call, this. Umpire's call! Yes! So the reviewers retained, but Crawley has gone. 9 wickets to go, lads. 9 wickets to go. Yeah, it looked like he was gone from first glance. Well, that is huge. A lot of swing predict on that Hawkeye. I don't know, man. Bro, that is very clearly out. What do you mean plenty of swing? You saw the swing. You saw the swing. There's no prediction of the swing there. If anything, that was predicting it to be... Exactly. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You saw the swing in the bowl. You know what? Cry for me. 1 for 4. Yeah, we got our umpires call our way finally. Yeah, well, it did look very out immediately, AFL Legend. It did straight away look it. So it would have been crazy for him to not call that. I do think actually Australia would have reviewed that, and obviously it would have been retained, but England would have stayed in. And my KO is frozen. That's what happens, Rubbo. I know the feeling. I know it. You know I know the feeling. But you know what? We both know the feeling of an Australian getting a wicket right there. Beautiful, son. Yee-hoo! Yee-hoo! Nate says we won't have to bat again. The Poms will crumble. Oh, look, it looks likely right now, but we've seen 1 wicket. Let's just see a couple. Let's get through Joe Root, and then we can. It's gonna be interesting. Ben Stokes, because he is injured right now. Yeah, it's a first over wicket. I forgot. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, another first over wicket. Same old. What the old Starkmeister. Hits him outside the line, swings back and just clips. It looked out. Yes, no shot. Yeah, well, you saw the swing. Like, you saw it itself. It wasn't based off of prediction. You saw it. Was it going to keep swinging in? Unlikely, but hey. What? What are you even talking about? Did you watch the same bowl that we've just watched? I don't think he watched the same bowl we watched, Carl. Harrison, grow hairs. I don't think he actually watches the game. I think he stays here, watches the stream, and just assumes. What are you talking about? We saw the swing. We saw it. It wasn't a predicted swing. We saw the swing. If it was going to predict a swing, it was going to be more so middle stump. If you're talking about predicting a swing, that was swinging inwards. So that's gone middle stump then, based off of your terminology. But obviously you saw it straightened up, if anything. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? See, this isn't a troll. I know when he's trolling and he gets me going. This one isn't a troll. He actually genuinely believes what he's saying. Next bowl. And it's going to be a dub ball. It's got to be bowling. Talking about after the pad. I know what you're talking about. It's stupid, but I know what you're talking about. What do you think? What else would I think you're talking about? Because the prediction only comes in after the pad. So you're telling me this much of a gap between the leg and you are a character, Harrison. You are a character. You are a Muppet. You're our Muppet. Unfortunately, you're our Muppet, but you are a Muppet. Gosh. God help us, eh? Thank God this is the last 2 days with this bloke talking about Ashes cricket. Oh, dude. Simple is as simple does. Robert says 3 things certain in life: death, taxes, and Harrison having the dumbest take possible. Facts, that is true. That's actually a pinned comment right there. That is the pinned comment for the time being. And then people who've come to these streams throughout the series will appreciate that when they do tune in at some point throughout the day. Remember Dickie Bird didn't offer a shot from more the extra stump outside he would give you out. Can't really, but I back you. Can you please pin one of Harrison's comments again? He will inevitably say something stupid enough to go there. Ooh, dub ball, good bowling, Boland. Well, Zach Crawley, what's he average? So he's gotten like a 70 and I think an 80 and a 70. Outside of that, he's had a couple of ducks. Obviously, the first test he had 2 ducks. I don't know, good delivery though. No. You could have just stopped it. I don't know. You could have just. Harrison, I like the good delivery though. At least that's humility. He's learning, lads. He is learning. But you could have just stopped at the I don't know. You could have just stopped at that, and we would have respected it. Sad reality with Harrison is he's serious. Sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. Got to read between the lines with the old Harrison. Yeah, you had me at I don't know. Yeah, with thinking a lot, Carl. That's a dub ball. Harrison, you are the type, like Carl and Jacko. Well, Jacko is kind of midway, but Jacko is like Carl. But these guys are the ones that go to the cricket you can enjoy a beer with and you can have the banter with and take the piss. You are one of the people in that video that I shared. You are 100% one of the people in that video where where they were saying that England were going to win 5-0. Oh, didn't carry. Just not sure about those wishy-washy decisions. Oh, we're going to have England complaining about umpire's call, are we? Get the fuck out of here. We're going to have England in this series. We're going to have an England fan complaining about umpire's call. That will do me. The amount of times we have complained about umpire's call, the amount of times that it's gone in your favour, and you're going to sit here and say... and you're going to complain about umpire's call. That will officially do me. Oh, you're a character, mate. You really are. You're a character. Oh, dude. Oh, that's got me going. We've got an English fan complaining about umpire's call. Go back. Why don't we just do us a favour? Let's go back to Adelaide and just see how many umpires' calls went in favour of England. Went in favour of England. We still won that test match, by the way. Harrison is the reason we drink more at the cricket. He's the reason we drink more in life. Absolutely. I think that's why Mark gets on the bintangs as early as he does and Shauna gets on the smoker early. Because they know they have to deal with Harrison throughout the streams all day. Wizard Boss, there's a lot of umps back in the... Oh, there's a 4 there. 4 for Duckett. What was it? A lot of the umps back in the day would frown upon batsmen not offering a shot for LBW. Yeah, they did, before technology. Harrison, you speak shit. Top ball. Can't start fire up. He's already fired up, mate. He's already got a wicket. Beautiful first over wicket. I mean, it's pretty definitive. That's some pretty big cope. No, it's not pretty definitive, Tuggy's fan. It is just definitive. And he knows it now. I think he knows it now. He'll stand by himself. He'll stand by his comments. But I think he knows it now. He's rectified with himself now. I feel like these streams are actually great for Harrison. I think they're fantastic because he says something stupid thinking that it may be actually legitimate. And then we'll all just say, that's the most dumb thing I've ever heard. And I've actually lost IQ points just listening to the take. And that's going to be 2 runs, I think, for Duckett. You'll get to 10. It'll just be single, so we get to 9. I think then he understands from the reaction from Australian fans and English fans the stupidity of it, but he will double down on his previous comment regardless. That's kind of what I picture with Harrison. Am I right, Harrison, to assume this? Am I right to assume this? I'm actually giving you a bit of credit here. I'm giving you a little bit of credit by saying you understand. Once it's been said that that's wrong, but you don't care, you just want to reinforce your opinion. You reinforce it even if you realise, oh, maybe I did say something stupid here. Maybe. But again, 1 second. We'll watch this bowl and then I'll say what I'm about to say next. It's going to be a dot ball. Again, you're a character. You're a Muppet. We hate you, but we love you, but we hate you, but we love you. You're a difficult person to watch cricket with, but also you are part of the fun of watching the cricket too. That's the whole purpose of what we do. I wonder if I know if there's going to be someone in the chat, like a Mark or someone's just going to say, I don't enjoy it, or Carl's going to say, I don't enjoy it. Wizard was, I wonder if you're 5 foot tall, Harrison. Well, Ben Duckett is, and that's who his favourite player is in this series is. Oh my gosh, he might be gone. Oh, might have hit the bat. Might have got bat on that. Do you wear thongs on your feet? When you offer no shot, like the ump isn't going to lean your way. Not going to lean your way there. Wyoming says 1 Cricket World Cup is not good enough from England. Is that all they've won? Is that all that England have won? No. That's not just one. How many trophies does England cricket have? No way. 3 major ICC trophies. The 2019 Cricket World Cup, ODI, and the ICC T20 World Cup twice in 2010 and 2022. That's right, they won in 2022. Yeah, so no, they've got the 2 T20s, but still, that's not enough. I do believe they should have more. You know, I think India have more, and India don't have a huge amount for the context of their country. But they do. I'm never going to have an agreement in an Australian live show. That's why I stand by my takes. Harrison, I can agree if you make a good comment about England. Give me a comment about England that you think I'll agree with, and I'll agree with it. If I feel like it's agreeable. Actually, Harrison, and this is not an insult. How old are you? That's a genuine question. I'm not actually insulting you. How old are you? Because when I was, well, really, until I was like 27, 28, I was like that, where I wouldn't give a shit about, well, I would give a shit what people had to say, but I'd still disagree with it for the sake of it in a lot of ways. And then the older you get, the more you realise, like, sometimes you do need to just admit when you're wrong, or just or listen to learn what is right comparatively to what you're thinking. That's going to be a 4 there for Duckett. Great shot. He'll be on 13. And be honest, like, how actually old are you? Because I've done a lot of learning in the last couple of years, especially with the travel aspect, but like I've done a lot of learning in the last couple of years to understand myself better and understand it doesn't actually benefit you by just disagreeing with the sake for disagreeing, or just going with a gun-ho trained approach of this is my way or the highway kind of deal. Peter says, good grief, I'm away from the PC for a few minutes and England already won down. Not a good start. Yeah, it was first wicket over for Starkey, as usual, Peter. As usual. Mitchell Stark goes bang on Zach Crawley. They did retain their review. They did review it. It was umpire's call. 19, just love these streams. Makes the Ashes way more fun. Rolling you lot up. We do roll us up, Harrison. You do. But 19 makes sense. 19 makes sense. Again, not an insult. When I was 19, I would have been I was the exact same as you, dude. I would have gone into streams just to take the piss. But I appreciate you love the streams. Like I said, it's good fun taking the piss out of you. And that's what the Ashes are all about, man. But I do feel like the longer you watch the streams, the longer you do watch these kind of things, you'll understand what I mean. Like, I grew past that point. I think everyone does. You ask any of we got a few of the older lads watching here. I guarantee they would agree with me that the younger you are, the more you are like what you're saying there, and then the older you progress, the more you get to kind of my period. And I'm not even anywhere near as much as they would be in their with their age. Like, when I'm 50, when I'm 60 kind of deal, geez, you'll just have such an unbelievable perspective. So 1 for 15 right now. I've got T-shirts older than Harrison. I think you said that about me. Surely you don't still have T-shirts older than 31 years old, Mark. But 19, I would assume. I think I've probably got T-shirts older than Harrison, and I was like 9 years old at the time. 23, I think. First cousin breeding is a bad thing. I don't even... Oh, geez, good bowl from Boland. I don't even know what that's referring to, but I'm sure it was good. So it says, England won the World Cup after a dodgy boundary deflection from Ben Stokes and a technicality on most boundaries, which they instantly changed the rules. Yeah, I know. Yeah, very frustrating. I felt for the Kiwis, especially because they've never won anything. Wait, have they won? No, they did. Have they won a WTC? No, they lost the WTC to us, didn't they? Have they won a WTC? I don't know if they've won anything. Or have they won a WTC? Can't think. Harrison's age. You were actually overrating it. He's 19. Whereabouts in England are you from, Harrison? He was only 19, going to Panama. Yeah, you have been set up. We have arranged a marriage for you, by the way, Harrison. I know it was referred to a couple of times yesterday, but we have arranged a marriage for you. Loves a good feed too. Loves a good feed, so you're in good hands. Mr. says, so really England has 0 legit World Cups and 1 with an asterisk. They also gave an extra run by error for that dodgy boundary, 6 instead of 5, which was decisive. Yeah, but they won the T20s. ODI World Cup, I agree with you. The T20s, again, admitting... Oh my gosh, it didn't carry. Bethel should have been gone. Oh, Bethel should have been gone. Dot ball. Boland. Jeez, he's good, mate. Scotty Boland. Scotty Boland, what a man. He bowls to the left. He bowls to the right. England's batting. It is all shite. I thought that was out. Yeah, I thought there was a... No, it didn't carry, but it was a good bowl. Harry says, glad Duckett's not gone anyway. He got a couple pounds and he won't say what on exactly. No, we want to hear it. Tell us. Tell us, Harrison. Tell us. Tell us. I've still got a Fatty's Biggest Barbecue shirt from the 90s. Dude, I could go for a big, massive burger right now. You know what I feel like? I don't feel like a Whopper or anything like that. I feel like one of those corner stores, the Works burger. I take the tomato off. Beats him. But it's fine. One of those corner store, the Works burger with just bloody everything on it. Oh my gosh, that would go down a treat right now, dude. Stokes out for a duck game. Well, he's injured, X Factor, so I think he'll probably come back out, but it potentially doesn't. I think he'll come back out, but he got injured. Shame for New Zealand, they never get that close again. So did someone reply in regards to, has New Zealand ever won anything? Wait, they've swapped Green and Bo Webster on positions? That's a sign. That's a telling sign, dude. Yeah, like from a fish and chip shop. Oh, dude. Just one of those real thick burgers made with damn well love from the Asian lady at the corner store. And I say Asian lady because there was an Asian lady who used to own the corner shop next to my dad's place in Doomben in Brisbane. And she was awesome. She was awesome, dude. And she would just chuck everything on it. The thing is that like I'd literally just walk across the road from Dad's place as an 8-year-old, walk across the road and just stock up on massive Works burger and some fries. Beautiful. Now that's Australian culture right there. You know, that's peak Australia. And that will be a dot ball. Oh, you also had one? Yeah. Bloody oath. Yeah, beetroot, pineapple, bacon, egg, the lot. That's the one. Oh, dude. Dude, bacon, egg to me. Oh, my gosh. That gets you going. Jeez, you really do miss that old version of Australia. They still would do that. Surely they'd still do that, but it's not as commonplace anymore. Tigers fans, if Stokes comes back out, you'd think it'd be towards the lower order, surely, yeah. Expat says our corner store shut down near our place and the butcher beside it. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if this is a thing anymore. Is it still a thing anymore? Like these corner stores with the Worksburg kind of deal? They were the days, dude. They were the days you'd go get like one of those, some lollies for like, What are you English like? You don't call it lollies. Sweets. You call it sweets, don't you? You go get one of those lollies / sweets at the corner store for like 50 cents. I remember when I was in primary school, and I know this is going to be even cheaper for older generation, but I remember when I would go to the tuck shop and it would be like 5 cents for one of those red frogs. No, it was one. I think it was 1 cent. So you get 5 for 5 cents. We have one in our small town of far north Queensland. Yeah, that'd be so cool. I'd love to do that, dude. Harrison just with a random comment, but sure, I'll reply to it. Not a bad comment though, like it's a fair comment, Harrison, but it's still just random. Dot ball. Do shark attacks really occur? Sharks are not as bad as you think. They're not as much of a problem. You know what's a problem? Crocodiles. They're a problem. Sharks are not as much of a problem as you really think. Shark attacks don't really happen unless you're an idiot. So be careful, Harrison. So be careful. No, I was a surf lifesaver for most of my young years on the Gold Coast. I've swum and there's been sharks around me. I've been on my my board and there's been sharks out there, but they don't do anything. They don't really do anything. Obviously, you be careful of them, but you're not their target. But you are in their home. So it's just about being sensible, man. Don't swim with a rope tied around you and then like a massive pig meat hanging off you while you're surfing kind of deal. You know, I think that's a pretty sensible option. You know, like there's near Carrara Stadium on the Gold Coast, myself and my mates when we were younger, we used to, the rivers there are infested with bull sharks. But we were so young and stupid, we would just jump off of the jetty into it in the night time and then jump back out and then go back in and then jump back out, making so much noise, which is not a good idea. But nothing ever happened to us because we're not their main target. But dolphins are actually more dangerous as a collective because they're very intelligent. Dolphins are actually more dangerous than sharks. Bull sharks are pretty full on. But again, you're not their target. And also, just don't swim in stupid places. Like, again, if you swim in the... I wouldn't even say the Northern Territory / the north of Queensland at the dot ball. The Northern Territory / the north of Queensland, which is the most dangerous area of Australia for swimming, it's not because of sharks, really. Sharks are there, but it would be because of crocodiles and box jellyfish and all the other shit. It'd be all the other shit, man. Yeah. Yeah, being idiots, so be careful, Harrison. Is the funniest part of all the streams of this series just woke my dogs up laughing. Yeah, Wisdom says, I've skied in that river off the caravan park. I was only 19. What? If you're in Townsville again for a game, it's a 1 hour drive from Townsville's Tosh's Convenience Centre. Well, I'm not even in Australia for the near time future, so but one day I definitely want to get back to it. I do think they still have that corner store at Doomben. I do think it might still be there. Jared Garbo says we use lollies too. Oh, do you say lollies as well? I thought it was all sweets. Because like we say chips for hot chips and we say chips for potato chips as well. And I know you guys have a problem with that. Mental think that's real for you lot. Most you'll see here is a weaver fish if you're really lucky. Well, the thing that as an Australian that you come to terms with so much when you travel overseas, places like here in Fiji or just places in general, New Zealand, we grow up with the innate sense to not walk through long grass because there probably will be snake. 1 second, next bowl, and that will be a dot ball. There probably will be a snake. It will be bad. And there is probably spiders too. So when you go overseas, you've grown up your entire life thinking, I shouldn't walk through long grass. I feel, even if I go to, say, New Zealand or I go to a country that has no snakes and has no spiders in that, it's not bad. Like, I think Ireland is like this, or maybe you guys, where you can just walk through long grass and if you go walking through it and you tell me there's nothing there because there's nothing in the country, I still will feel like something is going to bite me. That's just how it will be. I just can't really walk through long grass. Yeah, Australia's lost, Harrison. Oh, I just can't do it. Actually, I asked the question to Australians: can you walk through long grass without getting that sense like something's going to get you? Even if there's nothing there, and you know in the country there's nothing there. They don't take 5-foot teenagers, you're safe, Harrison. Shark nets and spotters. Yeah, Australia isn't seeing me. What's spotters? Oh, are you saying shark spotters? Shark nets are pointless. Shark nets are actually completely pointless. If anything, they actually draw the sharks in because fish get caught in them. Sharks come there. They can swim underneath them. That's going to be a single there for Jacob Bethel to get to 3. Sharks can swim underneath them. There's a massive gap underneath the shark nets. They go to the top, but they don't go to the bottom. So the sharks can literally just swim underneath it. So realistically, fish get stuck in the shark nets, and the shark will get the fish, and then, or they'll draw them in, and then they can go underneath. Lachlan says, bull shark rammed my rowing boat outside Bond Uni. That was pretty red hot. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I used to live in Varsity Lakes. I lived in Varsity Lakes until last year for like the last 4 years. So I know about those rivers. Is that you're talking about Bond Uni in Gold Coast, yeah? Can't stand how Poms say crisps. That's the right one. Yeah, they say crisps instead of chips. It irks me. Yeah, crisps I can't get around. I can get around sweets, even though I'll just call it lollies, but crisps is a bit weird for mine. But then again, I can see how from another perspective, that's the end of the over, just one run off the over. I can see from another perspective how it's so confusing just to say chips and chips. We get it. Like, we'll go down the road and grab some chips. It's usually actually going to be hot chips, but I can understand the confusion from people who aren't Australian. Oh, people will say hot chips, to be fair. I never walk in long grass. Yeah, I don't think I could ever walk in long grass. I just don't think I could. That many more people down at the beaches because of the rips. Yeah, that's the biggest problem with Australia. It's not the sharks. Gold Coast is amazing. The Gold Coast is the best place in the world. But the problem is that even though the beaches are the most beautiful thing you will ever see, it's not the sharks you have to worry about. It's not really anything you have to worry about in regards to what's in the water, but you've got to worry about the rips. And if you don't know what a rip is the water culminating to push yourself out. So it's like a suction. So if you go in there, if you swim against it to try to get back into the beach, you'll tire yourself out and you'll drown. You have to swim sideways. There's a good tip for anyone who doesn't know that. But Australians should know that. You should have grown up with that knowledge. Michael Neeser coming in for a bowl. If you swim sideways, you will get out. It will still take you back, but you'll get out. Like, if the beach is here and you're here and you're trying to go like that, it will just keep taking you out and you'll tire yourself out and drown. But if you go like that, then it'll take you back like this, but you'll get out of it and then you can swim in. Next bowl, dot ball. But there's this, it's just so strange, this way that people think of Australia. It's like America has coyotes and it has black bears and it has, rattlesnakes and it has all this shit. And it's like we're the ones who have all the dangerous shit. We have all the dangerous shit, but they have heaps of dangerous shit. You have dangerous shit in England that we don't have. Maybe it's not as significant, but that's going to be he's got a bit of his foot behind the line. No, you can't say that was a no ball. Yeah, that's fine. It's close though. And that's going to be a good shot. That should go for a 4. That should go for 4 there for Bethel, who gets a 7. 1 for 22. Long grass is funny. England has the wildlife of Chernobyl. The wildlife of Chernobyl? What? I know what Chernobyl is. The wildlife of Chernobyl? I don't know what that is. Would you be willing to swim in a shark cage? Yeah, but they can get dangerous. I saw a video the other day where a shark actually got caught, like its head got caught in between the cage. So it died because obviously it needs to keep swimming forward. But it tried to get the people inside the cage and it was very aggressive. And it was just like, obviously, we're going to try to get itself out, cut its head off. That's what shark cages can do, though. But it protects you. It does protect you. Rips are also more dangerous on the surface. If you're in a rip, dive onto the surface and there's less force. Yes, but most people won't be able to do that because you'll already be tired because you won't have realised you're in a rip until you've swum a little bit to try and get back in. So that's going to single. So people will tend to swim immediately to try and get back, and then they'll realise, oh, wait a second, I'm actually going further out and I'm tiring myself out. So then you're already tired. You're not going to swim underneath because you're going to be gone. So that's why just swim sideways. Had a brown snake out my backyard this morning, basking up in the morning sun. Oh, you're a great advertisement for Australia, Nath. Well done, mate. Well done. We're quelling the nerves. we're somewhat quelling the nerves. And then we get Nath say, oh, yep, this morning we just had a brown snake out my backyard. Yeah, they're full on. Next bolt. And that's going to be a single for Duckett. He'll be on 15. They're deadly spiders in the cities. Yeah, but not really. I have arachnophobia, so I'm the worst person to ask about spiders, but not really. The dangerous shit is a place that most people won't even go. The dangerous shit is like in the countryside. If you're going to Sydney or Melbourne or the Gold Coast or Brisbane or Perth, you're not going to see as much of the dangerous shit as you think. It's going to be completely fine. If you go to Townsville, you will. Or if you go Alice Springs or you go Darwin, then sure. But you're not really going to see much dangerous shit. You'll see a spider, but usually they'll just be like a daddy longlegs, something like that. Sometimes you'll get maybe a redback or something. And that's going to be 2 runs there for Bethel to get to 10. Deadly spiders everywhere here. There is, but it's overblown in regards to the major cities. So that's the end of the over. So Nisa gives up 6, 7, 8 runs from that over. 8 runs from the over. 1 for 26. They trail by 157 runs, 1 wicket down. Don't let me find out white pointer mean great white shark. Great white sharks are crazy, but they're not. They're full on in Australia, but we don't have too much of a problem with it overall. I think South Australia has a problem with them. I think in South Australia there's quite a few, but I don't think they're not as aggressive as you think. Peter says, in the late 70s, I was fishing with my uncle off the coast of Merimbula. Merimbula, that name rings a bell. Where is that? Is that New South Wales? Is that like southern New South Wales or northern Victoria? I don't know where that is, but I've heard of it. And a 20-foot white pointer swam up to us to have a look around. Yeah, that's full on. A brown snake will kill you in 30 minutes, mate. Yeah, brown snakes are pretty full on, Harrison. You wouldn't want to be touching that. You do get some loose cannons, though, in the Central Australia who just grab shit. They just grab a snake and they twirl it or they throw it away. I'm not going anywhere near it. I'm not going nowhere near it. No, that's a dot ball. Bowling, good economy. Wow, 2 runs from 3 overs. Well, I mean, Steve Irwin is the greatest Australian of all time. I don't know if he'll ever be beaten. I don't think he can be beaten. Steve Irwin is the epitome of Australian culture. He's the epitome of what this country represents. He was an incredible human, and I don't think that there'll ever be anybody who's as impactful as Steve Irwin was for Australian culture. Now, I like Australia's reputation of having the deadliest animals in the world. It makes us tougher by living here. Yeah, look, fair. Big boppers. Can't mess with us. Next bolt. Top ball. Jeez, that was a big swing and a miss, though. I mostly see a lot of huntsmen in my house. Pretty harmless spiders. Yeah, but see, you say they're harmless, and most people say they're harmless, but internationals won't think they're harmless. You can see videos on Instagram of, these internationals coming in, backpackers, saying, wow, look at this spider. It's like daddy long legs. It's a nothing spider. With all due respect to daddy long legs, who apparently are very poisonous, just can't actually bite skin. It could be a myth, but I don't know. That's how we grew up. But in all fairness to them, there's still spiders that are poisonous for other spiders, but they just can't get us. But they're not deadly at all for humans. And there'll be a single for Duckett. He'll be on 16. Nice to see England go on a slow run rate, and they're not just absolutely punching it. This game is 100% not going to be an England win. It is either an England draw or it is an Australian win. 27 runs and 7.3 overs is diabolically slow for England. Just diabolically slow. English dudes in Australia are alright, but not the ones that want to get drunk and fight. Yeah, that does happen. I'd say the Irish are more of a problem in regards to that. I love the Irish. I'm just saying, like, in regards to that specific thing, the Irish are pretty... They don't mind a bit of a biffo. He says, well, it depends where you live in Sydney. We live next to the North Forest, and funnelwebs and red-bellied black snakes were very common. Yeah, that's probably more so out like Mount Druitt way, where Nath is, or more so like where out Western Sydney. Surely it wouldn't be too much inner. But then again, I'm not completely down on the Sydney. Only 9 wickets to go. This could be done in 10 overs. Harren says, what would happen if a great white swim up to you? You just die, or are they just more curious? They'll circle you for a while first, for starters. They'll circle you for a while, but also you want something that will get them away. If you punch them in the nose, they'll go away. They won't attack you. If you punch them in the nose, they'll go away, but you just have to have the balls to put your fist towards their mouth. If you get a punch on their nose, they'll go away from you. But you have to have the balls to actually put your hand towards its mouth and get it in its nose. So 1 between 9, England Trout by 154. It has to be 150 itself because it's a buys for a boundary. No, it wasn't a great white and happened in South Africa, but after what happened to Mick Fanning, legend. That happened on the Gold Coast. That was in Coolangatta. I think that was the Cooley. Or was that Bells Beach? Was that Gold Coast or Bells Beach? I think it was Gold Coast, but it could have been Bells Beach. Seen one on drone cams swim past person. It was like a bullet. Yeah, it happens. They're always around, man. People don't realise it. Whenever you're in the water, they're always around. Always there. They're not far off. Scott Boland. Dot ball. Oh, it was Bells Beach. Okay. I thought it might have been Coolangatta. But probably was Bells. Another word down there, crazy, how most of the animals in Oz are only found in Oz. Yeah, but that's because we're an individual country. Like it's just an island. It's a big island. Whilst you're connected to multiple countries up there. Europe is all connected with each other. Europe is connected to Africa, which is connected to the Middle East. Middle East is Asia and Africa, but Europe is connected to Asia. Technically, Finland is connected to bloody Vietnam, because it's an entire way, it's a lot of countries in between and a lot of continent in between, but I'm just saying, they are connected through land. So, technically speaking, over the history of mankind, it's no surprise that all these different countries have the similar things because of the connection there, and then you go down into the craziness of Africa. It's a single there for Banducky against 17, and then America, technically speaking, is actually connected with Russia, especially when it ices over up the top of, I think it's it's not the Atlantic. What's the sea up there? I can't remember what the sea name is, but America is also connected all the way to South America. And South America's got the Amazon. You're safe if you swim with the box jellyfish. They're safe as, yeah. Box jellyfish, yeah, they're very safe, mate. Yeah, go pat it. Go pat it. Just let it know that you care about it. There's still 40 minutes to go until the lunch break. The Arctic. Is that the Arctic Sea? Hold on. Is that the one I'm talking about? Or it might be the North. No, it's not the North Atlantic, sorry. That's the opposite side. Maybe it's the North. It's not the North Pacific. That's not what I'm talking about. Alright, so Nisa, his next bowl. Oh, good bowl. It's not the one I'm talking about. Most maps cut that section off of the world. And that's why it's annoying right now. It's not like the Dead Sea or something. What is it? Like, it is technically North Atlantic Ocean, but I'm talking no, not North Atlantic Ocean. I think it's probably, well, it's a bit of North Pacific and also Arctic. But there's a different name for it, which is what I'm thinking of. And that's a dot ball. But you might be right. It's either North Pacific or Arctic, where that point is between Alaska and Russia. Sea between Alaska and Siberia. The Bering Sea. That's it. Connected to the Arctic Ocean by the narrow Bering Strait. So it would be more of the Arctic, but I knew it was a different name. Long says, don't let Harrison know about the drop bears will never come. Yeah, drop bears are the ones you've really got to worry about, Harrison. If you're scared about sharks, don't be scared about the sharks, but drop bears, they're really aggressive. Also have chlamydia. So if they get you, not only will you die, but they've got chlamydia as well. Mark says, blue ring octopus are fun to play with. Yeah, they're nice. They're beautiful. Beautiful creatures. Let's give it a nice, rub. Give it a massage. That's the way. That's a top ball. You're talking about the two islands of Russia and America next to each other. Yeah, Alaska to Siberia, and then it freezes over, and you can actually walk technically from America to Russia. Peter says, no, you can't ride emus. Listen, Peter, we had a war with them. We might have lost the war to the emus. But I'm telling you, if we want to ride the emus, we're going to ride the emus. You tell that to the man in Philadelphia. When Philadelphia won, that's the end of the over, by the way. You tell that to the man in Philadelphia who, when the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl in 2017, a man proceeded to steal a ostrich out of the Philadelphia Zoo and then ride it down the middle of the main street of Philadelphia. He decided to ride the ostrich down the center of the Philadelphia Damwell Boulevard. So you tell that to him, son. You tell that to him. Koala bears are dangerous. Koala bears, well, they've got chlamydia. They're not, well, they are actually dangerous to be fair, but they're not really that dangerous. Drop bears, they're the ones you got to worry about. They're the ones. Bering Strait. Yeah, Bering Strait, Bering Sea. Bering Strait is what actually connects the two. I think there's a drinks break right now. Yeah, it is a drinks break. I might quickly run to the bathroom, guys. There's 40 minutes to go. I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom. Thumbs up, subscribe. Keep talking about whatever you want. All right. 1 for 34. First ball of the over from the drinks break was a dot ball. England trail by 149 runs. Duckett on 17, Bethel on 12. They are playing to... I believe they're playing to force a draw right now. Because they're not... Maybe they are just settling because of that one wicket scared them with Zach Crawley. But they are playing a lot less full on than what they would normally do. So I would say what they're doing is they're going to try and just bat through today, and they might just try and bat through, really. They might do their best to bat through. Because there's no world they win this. The question is, can you stand 5 degrees and dark at 3:30? Well, see, Harrison, that's why our ancestors stole the potatoes, because they didn't want to do that shit. But I did live in Lake Louise in Canada, where it was minus 38 or minus 40, which shut down the lifts. So ski lifts are literally for the cold, because that's skiing. But they shut at 38, minus 38. So I remember when I was 18, I was super hungover. It was the only place I could go as an 18-year-old and drink, because Canada has different laws where some states are 19, some states are 21, some states are 18. I was 18, and we would get absolutely blasted drunk. Aussies and English alike, we were all there. And we'd get blasted drunk and then go to work the next day. I was working on one of the lifts, and it was minus 37, so it was still open. And then I got up there, and then it was minus 40, and they had to shut it down. So imagine skiing down on a massive hangover. Watch out for Aussie women too, Harrison. They will snap it off if you're not careful. Aussie women, you've got to be careful of them. Very careful of them. Oh, jeez, that was a great ball from Stark. Yeah, everyone knows how good of a ball that was. Wow, Duckett nearly got done with that. He's even surprised. That was an amazing ball from Stark. Jeez. Wow, that is a beautiful ball from Stark. And great keeping from Carey too. Roosters, if you come to Australia and see scratches in the trees, that means drop bears live in it. They think they're clever, always trying to scratch their names into the bark. Yeah. Now, they are wild work, you know. The tourists just don't get it. They don't understand how dangerous they actually are. You know, they'll get your face off. They will take your face off, those drop bears. They really will. And that's a painful way to go out, having your face taken off. Oh, again, good ball. Yeah, they have to bat through to 3 p.m. tomorrow to draw. Yeah, probably. You're not probably wrong. They do have to bat through until the second session for sure tomorrow. I wonder if I don't think they fancy themselves for a win, because 34 runs in 9.5 overs doesn't look like they fancy themselves for a win. We'd love 5-degree weather. Well, Melbourne gets 5-degree weather. So, to be fair, sometimes the Gold Coast gets 5-degree weather in the winter. And it is cold, because our places aren't prepared for that kind of cold. Next bowl, let's start. Oh, it's going to be a good shot there from Duckett. Goes out for probably 2, I'd say. The same thing with when the English complain about the heat. They say it's so hot. People die. Older people die at in the early 30s, if not 30. That's how hot it is for them. Now that's the equivalent to Australia with the 5 degrees and the 3 degrees. Not people dying, but that kind of cold. We feel that cold like you feel your cold when it's much colder, and you feel your hot like we feel our hot when yours is nowhere near as hot, because of the way the houses are. Because of the way your buildings are structured, comparatively. I like how this is more of a Harrison stream. Well, this is a normal. We can actually have a conversation without him being an idiot. Did the Scots make up, Nessie? Why did they do that? Great tourism. Fantastic tourism. Still getting tourism out of it to this day. Have you made up this drop bear animal? Well, I haven't been laughing like you've seen me laugh, no. Drop bears are real things, man. See, this is the thing. And then tourists then start to believe that it's not real. And it absolutely is, dude. I haven't laughed at one stage when we're talking about it. You get shivers down your spine nearly when you talk about it. No, it's serious business, man. You're not going to see it every day of the week, that's for sure, but if you see it, that's a problem. I'm having a let's get a wicket bintang. Do like that kind of bintang. That's a perfect kind of bintang. Do want to see a wicket. And it's going to be dot ball. Is it a case that they want to take some time out of the game and try and move things on quicker after tea break? Maybe, but like, can you see a world where they win this game? Because Australia has 10 wickets in hand, so it's like England trail by 147 runs. There's still a whole day and a half to go. We've got half an hour till lunch, so we've still got 5.5 sessions to go of this match. I don't think that in any world England can win this game, unless you bowled Australia out for dead set less than 100, which on this pitch just is not happening. And that would then also mean that you're going to get another 245 runs from here. And also you would have to send us in at the perfect time. And it would have to be perfect in regards to bowling. And the bowling has been absolutely dribble. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a world. I don't see it possible. Most dismissals, Australia wicketkeepers in Test series. Carey is number 3 with 27. Rod Marsh is number 2 with 28. And I couldn't see who was number 1 with 29. That'll be a dot ball. Hold on. Yeah, Matty, obviously Haddon, Brad Haddon with 29. So he needs two more wickets, Alex Carey, to tie the all-time for Test series with Australians. And that's going to be a good shot for a 4 there from Bethel. That is a good shot from Bethel. Sean says you can per order a kangaroo feather expensive. It will protect you from the drop bears. You have to show customs it when you get here. That is always the way that you go about it. It's kind of the only way you can go about it. Because there's no way England can win. They have to play for a draw. They have to. Having me on. No one's having you on here, Harrison. You've asked questions. We've given you legitimate answers. He says the Humphrey Bears were bad back in the days, but they're pretty much extinct now. Carl says, no, I can't see us winning, but can't see this English team batting out of draws. It might be the only choice. Yeah, I can't see them batting out draw either, but this pitch is very good for batting. I think the maximum I could see England getting right now without, say, like a declaration would be 300, which would mean that that's 258 more runs. They would only be leading by about 117. How much would they be leading by? 141 runs now. Off of 258. Yeah, 117. And that would be nothing. And that would have to be like a session. And you know what? That'd make it interesting because Australia would fancy themselves for a win still. Getting 117 in a session, they would go pretty gangbusters. And then that would mean that England have a chance to bowl them out from Australia going gangbusters. If you could do that with like a session to go and you lead by like 117, even so much to say 150, Australia could still fancy themselves in a session. It would take a monumental effort, but that would basically ensure a draw. That's the only world I could see. Nate says, if Jay was here, he'd send Harrison a link to a drop bear. Yeah, well, he would. Is that your secret bet you didn't want us to know about? Yeah, he's bet on Ducker for like a bloody 50 bomb or something. One of the landlord's workers have omelette to change a light bulb. I've come to change a light bulb. To change a light bulb. We love that. How good. It's a hard job changing a light bulb. Harrison, have you ever done it before? So, next bolt. And that's going to be knocked out the back of there for a single. You're telling me they eat people's brains. Now, I said they eat people's faces. Carve their names in trees. That's true. And target tourists. Well, they don't target tourists necessarily, but tourists are the ones who don't know about drop bears as much as Australians do. So the tourists are the ones who do get slapped a little bit harder because they're the ones who aren't acknowledging it as a legitimate threat compared to Australians who know it's a legitimate threat, the drop bears. So, no, it's not necessarily that they target tourists, but tourists are the main ones in their sites because they're the ones that aren't acknowledging it for what it is. They do carve their names in trees, that is true. But in regards to the eating their brains, I don't know about that one. I said that they take their faces off because they've got real sharp claws, dude. That's a boundary for Duckett. He's on 23. He would get me an omelette if I asked. Yeah, he probably would. No, in Asia, if you asked for one, they probably would. Probably jump straight in the kitchen for you. That's this territorial thing when they carve their names in trees. Exactly. I know it'd be hard to believe, Harrison, but it's legit. Obviously taking the piss. It's not taking a piss, man. And this is the problem, see? And all the Aussies here will understand why now you should understand why tourists are the ones that basically get targeted because they don't get it. They don't understand. They say we're taking the piss when we're not taking the piss. Peter says tourists are the people who are dumb enough to walk under their trees or stand in the shade of the tree. Absolutely. They are very territorial. Very territorial. Next bolt. Oh, massive inside edge there, but it's going to be single for Duckett. The face is what they start with. The brain is what they're after. They think it makes them smarter the more brains they consume. You see, I didn't even know that. I'm even learning things now too in regards to the brain. I just knew about the face. I wish they would target Brisbane Broncos fans, though. That's what I wish they would do. Lachlan says, where's a good place in South Thailand to holiday that's not full of Indian and Russian tourists? I need to know. Well, I enjoyed Hua Hin, but it's not as beautiful as other places, and that's not South Thailand per se. It's middle of Thailand, central. But Hua Hin is underrated. A lot more for an olderish crowd, but oh, gee whiz, if you're between the age of, realistically, if you're between the age of 30 and 40, you clean up in Hua Hin. But like if you're younger, geez, you're just through the roof. Phuket is very oversaturated for what you're talking about. Koh Samui is probably decent. I don't know. Koh Samui is beautiful though. Ah, sure, no, he's in Thailand. Well, there's a few guys here from Thailand. Harren says, just looked it up and showed a koala with an AK-47. And I guess that's taking the piss. What we're saying is legit, but that's obvious. AK-47 is so funny. Koala with an AK-47 is hilarious. Oh, jeez. I need to see this. That's going to be such a good photo. It's a dot ball there from Stark. Drop bets. Images. Yeah, Google's a snitch. That's what it is. Google's a snitch. Wait, where is it? AK-47. It wouldn't. Oh, yeah. That is so funny. Google's a snitch, mate. Absolute snitch. I did Chiang Mai and Pei. I'm 29 and single. I'm just saying, Hua Hin is underrated. Just you need to figure out where to go for the clubs, though. Clubs are good after 1. All like the girly bars and stuff, they close at 1, and then kind of everyone just filters their way. So if you don't want anything to do with that, you just don't go out until like 1, or you go to a bar and just enjoy until the club's open. But no, it's good vibes. Good vibes. But yeah, for what you're saying, I would say there is a lot less. Most, in regards to the Russians and Indians who are traveling to Thailand, would be like Pattaya, Patong Beach, those kind of places. It wouldn't be surprised Koh Samui. Chiang Mai, you should have gone and said hello to Shauna. Maybe they have already consumed Harrison's brain, Carl. Maybe the drop bear consumed it already. Change the over. 22 minutes to go here of until lunch, and Cameron Green's coming for a bowl. Their run rate is 4.08 right now. Come on, Greenie. Get the wicket. Fire up. Oh, good bowl. Sneaky. $34,500 people here. We aren't even allowed to have AK-47s here, mate. That's a fake photo. That is definitely a fake photo. This is why the English sent convict here for stealing bread. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sending us here. AK-47 with the koala is so good. That's a good shot there from Ben Duckett. He'll get a 4. So he'll get up to, what, 28? Yeah, 28. $20 off some profit. You mean 22? Come on, man. 22. It's gonna now that we know what your bet is, it's gonna be very funny to see how this chat reacts when he's in, if he gets into the 40s. Very funny. Harrison, you can watch this video. It's one of the most famous magpie attacks. They're common where I grew up. Are you talking about the one where it just keeps on swooping at the chick's helmet and she's screaming? Are you talking about that one? Next bowl. Oh, another good bowl. Yeah, the one where she's like riding a bicycle and just starts getting... You know, I've never had as many problems as magpies as I do plovers. Plovers, I hate plovers. Because I got chased all the way from a train station to my school once. It literally in Robina, you guys may know it, may not know it. There's like a tunnel between the train station and the school. And I went to school there for like 2 terms. And there used to be a whole grass patch now. Now it's a building. But there used to be a massive grass patch and they would lay their eggs there. And obviously they're very territorial around their children. So they swoop anyone! Oh, it was a chance for... Well, it wasn't a chance for a catch there. No one was close to it, but it went up in the air. And it's a good, like, 200 metres or so. 200-300 metres to get to the school. And I had to walk, and it just started swooping me and wouldn't go away. And then I got to the tunnel, and I thought I'd go through the tunnel, and it wouldn't be able to come through because obviously it's the tunnel. So it literally stood there and watched me walk through the tunnel from the back of the tunnel. It stood and watched me, and then as soon as I got out the other side, it comes across and starts swooping me again. That's it. Didn't come through the tunnel, goes over the top, and then starts swooping me again. I'm nowhere near the eggs at this point. Piece of shit. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, good fielding, though. Oh, the boy in the scooter is another one, yeah. The magpies are bastards. One of the most dangerous animals here, especially around September. I've never had massive problems with magpies. But I've had massive problems with plovers. Duck at 28, Bethel 18. They still trail by 130 runs. Aaron says, Duckett's so good, man. I'm pretty certain that he's averaging under 20. Actually, maybe he's bringing his average above 20 now. And good shot there for Duckett. He'll get a 4. So he'll be into the thrifty 30s. 50 partnership up here for Bethel and Duckett. Needed. Harris Mercy problem, too much social media feeding his shit. Can't argue it. I have no idea about this Australian TikToker with all the wombats. I don't really watch TikTok though. Well, you get people telling me all the time, I follow your TikTok. I haven't posted. I remember I went to a Titans game and I got called the guy from TikTok. I don't even post on TikTok. Last time I posted on TikTok was like 2 years ago. And it was very sparingly too. People recognizing me from YouTube? Sure. People recognizing me from TikTok? Don't know. I'm just having spiders don't fly. There are some spiders that, buddy, the ones that like jump and fly. Like it's not. I guess that's jumping. It's not flying, but I'm sure in like Amazon or somewhere crazy, there's going to be flying spiders. I'm sure there would be. And oh, edges through. We'll go for A4. Bethel gets to 22. England trail by 126 runs. Growing up without social media and phones was so bloody good. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I was kind of like the last. I was the last generation really before phones seriously impacted it. To be fair though, I did love growing up with the ability to play like Black Ops and Call of Duty and shit. San Andreas. I grew up in Wagga, and in the spring we used to wear plastic ice cream containers on our heads to train running. That makes a lot of sense. So 1 for 61, trailed by 122, and double. Once walking back home from school, I knew there was a nest in one of the trees, and that magpie was infamous for swoops. So I crossed over to the other side of the road and still got swoops. Yep, plovers are the same, man. But how do you watch reels all day and look at Instagram models growing up? Case A, lads. There it is. Case in point. I rest my case. I think I rest all of our cases. Instagram models. Yeah. How long have they been in Dubai for? They're like, oh, when I go to Dubai, I'm just going there for a holiday. Because out of all of the world, out of everywhere in the world, Dubai is you go to. Dubai is the go-to for the old beautiful Instagram holiday. One of 61. You've got the beautiful islands of Greece. You've got, buddy, the Pacific Islands. Beautiful. You've got the Caribbean. You know, even if you want a desert, you'd probably go more like Egypt. But I know Dubai, one is tax-free at the top wall. One is tax-free. And also, Harrison does wear a helmet to bed. He does. Sleeping's dangerous for Harrison. 14 minutes until the lunch break. This has been a pretty 50-50 session, really. If Australia pick up another wicket, they win the session. If England get another 39 runs, which they're not going to do in 14 minutes, but if they did that, then they'd win the session. Double. Yeah, the prime time of FIFA. When FIFA was originally YouTube, when I loved being young and seeing the beginning of all the FIFA YouTubers at the time. I couldn't watch FIFA content now, but back in the day, it was awesome. I remember when I was in the first 8,000 subscribers of KSI, when he was doing his ridiculous content at the start, when he was doing his controversial face. Younger generation won't even know that now. The controversial face he did. I'm not going to say the word, but. And that's going to go through for a 4 for Bethel, so we'll get to 26. This for mine is a draw, lads. I think this is a draw. This pitch is very good for batting. Right this very second, Zach Crawley getting out was pretty poor. Unless they collapse, which they usually do, but this pitch right now is pretty solid. I actually would nearly like to see Australia have a bit of a chase because Travis Head could actually do it. The way Travis Head plays, he could slap. He could go and get his 200. He does need another 100. If he gets one more 100, then he does tie the most hundreds in an Ashes series. So it would actually be awesome to see that. And it's possible. It is definitely possible. Zach Crawley 1 is so funny though. 118 runs. 118 runs is now what is needed. I wonder what England can get up to. Like I said, the par is probably 450 based off of the scores we saw. Probably about 450 or so. You can't ever say a par is 500, surely, but 450 probably seems like par, which shows 384, which is disappointing, which is what I relatively said. I didn't say it was disappointing, but did say relatively it was, considering they were looking at 450 at one stage. They were looking at 550 at one stage. That'll be a single. 1 for 68. Cameron Green, 10 runs in 1.2 overs. Not bowling well here. Not bowling well, unfortunately, Cameron Green. It's just not a great series. Pick up a wicket, please, Greeny. Head is good, but has that real issue of getting out between 150 to 170. Huge issue. Massive issue. Jeez, that's a dangerous issue. Another single. Ben Duckett not out in 38. Well, Harrison's 12 away. 12 away from making some money. Chuck says, just got here tonight, voted for Stark as man of the series, expecting him to easily walk away with it. Turns out 60% of the viewers on here have Head winning it. Your thoughts? I personally, right this very second, have Travis Head. And the reason being is that I don't disagree with any of Alex Carey, Travis Head, or Mitch Stark, but I think that... Oh! How much of what I just said did you hear? Did you hear my response to you, Chuck? Just looked at you and looking like a lot like Mitchell Johnson. I would actually take a lot more of Mitchell Johnson than, say, Daniel Ricciardo, to be fair. I would, especially with the Mo. Even though I've done this for Travis Head, but especially with the Mo. How much of what I just said did you hear, though, Chuck, of my response to your Stark and Head comment? Because I know I was muted. I hate that. Like, it happens at the worst time. The muted happens. The muted happens at the worst time when I go into into a conversation, and then I'm not looking at the chat because I'm really focusing on what I'm saying, and then I'll come back and I'll see that. It doesn't happen when we're talking like this, and I'm going back and forth with the chat. So what I was saying, Chuck, is that right this very second, I don't think you're wrong for thinking Stark. I would say that if Stark gets a fiver in this innings, I've got Stark as man of series, and it would take Travis Head to get a 100 to go back above Stark, because then that would break the record for most hundreds in an Ashes series. I think if Mitchell Stark gets a 4, he gets 4 wickets in this, then I think if you see Travis Head get 50 plus, then you're probably going to be looking back at Travis Head again. But I just think that Travis Head has been so gigantic through this series, and so was Stark. But Stark was predominantly the first 2 games, which was so important because I obviously won us the series. But the first 2 games was real Stark haven, and Travis Head was amazing in the first test in Perth, and then the third test in Adelaide, and the 5th test here in Sydney. But also, don't forget, this is underrated. Travis Head still topped the runs for Australia in the MCG when we lost. So he still got the most amount of runs on a really awful pitch. So right this very second, I am saying Travis Head with the chat. I am saying the same thing as what that poll suggests. But it's a difficult battle between the two. I wouldn't be unhappy with any of the three. I wouldn't be unhappy with any of Travis Head, Mitchell Starc, or Alex Carey. I just think that Alex Carey as a wiki will go underrated. If he gets 2 more wickets here, though, Alex Carey, he will tie the most amount of wickets for a wicketkeeper in Australian series history. Is Harrison going to get timed out for lying about you not being muted? Yeah, we will do that. Yeah, we will do that. We will do that. We'll see you in 5 minutes, Harrison. We'll see you in 5 minutes. No, I cut it when you yelled when Bethel got hit, fair enough. Think more like a young Dave Grohl. Well, I don't have the hair for... Like, I've got decently lengthy hair, but I just put it in a hat. I respect that. I just think that without the other 3 Aussie top bowlers, Starc took his performance to another level. I think it's 50-50 between the two. I think Carey deserves a lot of credit. I don't know if he gets... Because we've seen such phenomenal stuff from Starc and Head, I think he is between those two. I think you can make an argument for both. I think we need to see how this innings and the next innings plays out. You know, what Australia have to do when they come in. And what Travis Head does with that. And how many wickets Mitchell Starc can pick up here. Freddie Mercury without AIDS. And without being a homosexual. You know, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm not. He was very proud gay. Yeah, I'm not. I am not, but free to be you. Free to be you. So Freddie Mercury, maybe with the moustache, that's about as far as it goes. You know what? Also the beautiful singing voice. I'll take that. That's what I'll take. Freddie Mercury without being gay and without the AIDS, and also with a beautiful singing voice. I'll take that. So there is 4 minutes to go this session, by the way. Football Mad says, I know Travis Head has been decent, but Zach Crawley has to be top 15 bat of all time. Football Mad, you're never going to get me to bite on that. You're never going to get anyone to bite on that. We've already got Harrison here, Football Mad. Up in the air! Oh! Duckett's been dropped by... Oh, it's Cameron Green, bro. It's Cameron Green, bro. Oh my gosh, Cameron Green's dropped the sitter. Cameron Green has just dropped the sitter right before lunch. Oh my gosh, Cameron Green's just dropped a sitter right before lunch. Oh my gosh, he's had an awful series, bro. Oh, dude, he's had an awful series. Why has Green jumped across for this? Steve Smith has that, dude. That's Steve Smith all day. Oh my gosh, Green. Oh my gosh, Cameron Green. Why has he jumped across Steve Smith there? Like, that's literally just going to go sit straight in Steve Smith's hands. It was Smith's catch. Oh my gosh, Cameron Green, that is such awful cricket. Dude. Next bowl. And it's going to be a dot ball. I think everyone's just in shock at how bad his series has been. Like, there's no world Cameron Green should have been jumping across for that. That was literally into the breadbasket of Steve Smith. It was going to be an easy catch for Steve Smith too. Let's have a look at the slow-mo here. Oh my gosh, dude. And that's going to be a single. I'm glad I can't see it. Sean, you don't want to see what we just watched, bro. You do not want to see that, mate. That was awful from Cameron Green. It was... It's just a kicker based off of... Oh, it's right in Steve Smith's hands too. He's basically just taken it out of his hands. Smith is pissed. Everyone's pissed, dude. He's had such an awful series. And Cameron Green, usually, this is where he makes up for it with his fielding. And with that being said, Green still should be making that catch, mind you. Just want to put that out there as well. Green dropping it is an extra downer on that because he still should be making that catch. Football says, to be fair, he had a bite like a great white the other day when someone said Stokes is top 15 all the time. That's Harrison. He believes it. He actually believed that. That wasn't a troll. I see a point. Sometimes I'll bite. Sometimes that won't get me to bite though. Zach Crawley's out for one for starters, but the Ben Stokes one, that's legit from Harrison. I think that he went down a path of trying to buy into the delusion of other things, like other players and whatnot, of like this guy's top 10 and this guy's the best ever kind of deal. But no, he was legit with his Ben Stokes top 15 of all time. Chuck says, Freddie was once asked by a journalist, why don't you get your teeth fixed? His response, darling, I live in England. I would not want to stand out. That's funny. That is funny. Skinny says, just constant disappointment coming from Grant. It really is. I thought that was Jacko who said that. No, Jacko never would have said that. No, it was Harrison. He then proceeded to say Alistair Cook was top 10 all time and all this type of stuff. Yeah, Green did save your parlay, actually. Yeah, because Duckett would have been out on 37, I think it was. No ball first innings, caught on boundary second innings, dropped catch third innings. Fantastic stuff here from him under pressure. Well, now he's bowling. Please make up for it with a wicket now, Cameron Green. He's bowling now. This will be the final over before lunch as well, mind you. And that's going to be no run. Harris says, we can't hate Green. If everyone had the other guys closer mindset, everyone would be planted. The thing is that one, I will complain and criticise what Green just did. Because that was Steve Smith's catch. But if we look at it from your perspective, which I wouldn't say is incorrect, he should have been making the catch because it wasn't a difficult catch even for him. Like, it really wasn't. So either way, it's either Steve Smith catches it or Cameron Green catches it, don't care, just catch it. Cameron Green should never have dropped that ball, especially with him being known as the fielder, being known as his prime time in the field. That's going to be a single there for Bethel, 28. What in the Travis head am I looking at? Well, apparently I'm Mitchell Johnson. Like, it's not a difficult catch. It really isn't. It's not a difficult catch at all for a professional cricketer who's making $4.2 million from the Kolkata Knight Riders right now. How injured was Stokes? He did come off. He's got plenty of time to chill out for a bit. He should bat, but it'll be a hard one for him. It'll be hard. Yeah, you can definitely criticise what Green did on multiple levels, but also the mentality isn't a problem, what you just said, Harrison. You're right in regards to the mentality of a player that feels like the ball's catchable, so they're going to make a dive at it. Like, before you had a shave, I thought you looked like Example the rapper. I don't know who that is. Before I had a shave, I don't feel like I look anything like this guy. If anything, surely it would be after you have a shave, because he is pretty much shaven. Yeah, I don't see it. But then again, there's a lot of people who say things that I look like that I don't see. Like, again, Daniel Ricciardo, I'll never see it. I can understand the Mitchell Johnson thing. Take that. Actually, can I? Let me go have a look at him again. Yeah, I could, like, but he had like a full-on dude. Like, he had everything going. Someone said someone before. I could understand Mitchell Johnson if I had more of it kind of going all the way around. So what you're saying is a bad example. I think it's a bad example there. But You know, all 3, 4. Also, the bloke's English, so that's a problem. Great bloke, Green, to be fair. Body on the line type player. I want to time you out. Just get another duck and you won't have to bat Stokes. That's a great point. All right. Well, that's the last ball, and they will get a run from it. So England, they will be at 1 for. They're trailing right now by 103 runs. They'll be at 1 for 80. It's an okay session from obviously a wicket, not great, but it's not like they're going out hard right now trying to bat for a win. They're ultimately just batting so that they can keep this to a draw, realistically, because Australia's not getting out in like one session, which is effectively what they're looking towards. But I feel like the only way for this to be ending in a result of a win or a loss is one, England need to be bowled out today. But you know, ultimately we do need to see Australia having to chase a realistic total in a small session where they think they can win and then they go out and they swing and then they get out kind of deal, and then England win, or obviously Australia just chase it down with Travis Head kind of deal. That's kind of the play that we're at, but this is more than likely ending in a draw. But guys, we are going to, unless England collapse in the second session, third session kind of deal, but we are going to jump off for about 40 minutes. We'll be back at 1:15 p.m. local time for the second session of the day. We've still got today and tomorrow. We definitely are going to be seeing tomorrow with the way this is playing out right now. Definitely will be seeing tomorrow. So obviously hit that like button, subscribe if you are new around here, and I will see you in about 40 minutes time. I'm going to have a great little feed, son. Great little feed. Time to get back underway here for the second session of day 4 of the Ashes test, and we are back. I'll turn this light on so we're rocking, and there we go. Let's do this. So first session, Australia got bowled out for, 567. England now 1 for 80. They still trail by 103 runs. Obviously, we did see a wicket of Zach Crawley earlier on today, which was pretty poor from Zach Crawley, but also we saw a moment of real poor play from Cameron Green just before lunch where Ben Duckett should have been gone. It was an easy catch. It was a routine slips catch for Steve Smith that Cameron Green jumped across and dropped an absolute sitter. So very disappointing there, but at the end of the day, right this very second, if England can keep maintaining through the rest of this day, we're definitely looking at a draw. Or if we can punch through them relatively quickly, then obviously Australia's still a good chance to win here. But I can't see England winning, but I can definitely see a draw on the horizon at the moment. But you know, we'll have to see how it all plays out here in this second session and what England do. Are they going to attack to try and put on some runs and risk their wicket, which is what they're known for, or are they just going to really force to play to the end of the day and really put on a score to be able to draw with? Really, it would take an absolute miracle for them with that to win. But you know, at the moment, it looks pretty okay. That's a no ball to start off from Michael Neser, by the way. So 101 runs there. Wow, a massive no ball too. Like he was out by like that much. Harry Brook definitely the player of the series for Australia. Harry Brook the player of the series for Australia. No, I'd say if anything, Matty Potts. He was incredible yesterday. Incredible yesterday for Australia. And that's going to be a dot ball. Harry Brook he's still got 82 odd in this. I think he got 82 in the first innings of this match, so he did pretty well there. But for a lot of it, yeah, he was throwing away his wicket. I would say Ben Duckett has been great for Australia through this series. Maybe not so much today. He should have got out for 39, but he's still in there for 40. He's doing well today. But Duckett has been awful throughout this series, and obviously Ollie Pope in the early part was really beneficial for the Aussies. But yeah, look, Harry Brook hasn't exactly had the best of series, but it is his first one, so we'll see how he goes in this innings as well. There'll be a single there for Duckett to go to 41. MD Sabis is 550 plus. We're not going to be seeing England get 550 plus, bro. It's just not going to be happening, because then that would guarantee a draw, and it would be super pointless. It'd be pointless for them to do that. They do have to send Australia in at some stage to try and see if they can bowl us out very, very quickly, which I very highly doubt happening. But no, 550 plus is not what we're going to be seeing from England. If this was their first innings, sure, I'd listen to the conversation. But with it being the second innings here, and they're only a day and a half left of play to come, good bowl. With there only being a day and a half of play left to come, I can't see that happening. It's not happening, sorry. Not happening. Not sure about sharing YouTube links, but this dude in the Goldie, this funny character, does takeaway food reviews. This one is a local Works Burgers at Crack Up. Yeah, so straight links don't come through from... links are only available to be sent from myself or from the moderators and stuff like that. Otherwise, it just won't simply come through on the chat. Because otherwise you get people, you know, self-promoting all the time, or you get people sharing links to stupid shit. So that's why we can't do that. But that's going to be a single for Bethel. So he'll be on 29. 29. Partnership is 79 right now. Good partnership since Zach Crawley went down. At least he did get a run. Cameron Green is the one bowling right now. Yeah, this one definitely does look like it's just going to kind of draw out. But things can change very quickly in cricket. And we're all wondering whether Ben Stokes will be back to bat because he was injured. I'm now pretty confident this will go day 5. This will definitely go day 5. Ooh, big swing and a miss. This will definitely go day 5. The pitch is not anything like what we saw in, say, Perth, where we bowled him out very, very quickly, or the MCG and whatnot. Day 4 in Brisbane was similar conditions, and they did still collapse. So, like, the possibility is still there, but no, this is definitely going day 5, mate, because England should be able to chase down this 100, and they should be able to put on, you know, maybe 200 extra runs to force Australia to chase down 200, which should definitely be quite doable for Australia. But then England might say, screw that, we're going to go for 300 and force the draw. Greg's Kitchen, the best burger I've had in a long time. Where is that from on the Gold Coast? Whereabouts? I know they still have some corner stores and stuff like that in Miami. There's one. And down Cooley Way. Unless England play Bazball day 5 months. Yeah, and they're definitely not playing Bazball right now. Partnership of 79 for 104 is good, but it's not Bazball. Bazball would be up. There'd be 3 wickets down already if they were playing that style. They did learn pretty quickly. Well, they did learn after, you know, the first couple of games that Bazball wasn't going to work. So I'll give them that credit. At least they recognise that. But there's like a cult. It's like a cult. Michael Vaughan put it well before. It's like a cult behind Bazball internally, where it's like, it will work. It will. That's why winning this game would have been the worst thing possible for them, because then it would give them a reason to think that Bazball does work, even though this is not Bazball, and they haven't played Bazball in this innings, or in this test. Sorry. So Scott Boland, he's coming back in for a punch. And in the air, but nobody was there. Aaron says, oh, should I cash this out? It's stuck at 50. He's looking so shaky. He's on 41 right now. He's, well, he should have been gone for 39. But you never know with Duckett. You do. You never know. England trail by 99. I still wouldn't be entirely confident as we currently speak. But, you know, he's close to partying. But this is why the Stoke 0 was so disappointing, because this pitch is absolutely there for everyone to get runs on. It's there for everyone to get runs on. So we saw Australia get multiple hundreds. All right, next bowl here from Boland. And that's going to be a single. He's not seeing 50. I reckon he probably will. That's a single there for Duckett. He's on 42. I reckon he probably will, but you never know with him. He's done well, but he does have a lapse in him. Geez, his series so far, 21, 28, 0, 15, 29, 4, 2, 34, 27, 42. Yeah, it could have been 300s if Bo wasn't stranded. It probably would have been 3 100s if Bo wasn't stranded. So 98 runs a difference. And double. The Happy Sailor at Carrara. Never been there. Burger looks pretty sweet. You just said the best burger I've had in a very long time. And then you said you've never been there. Burger looks pretty sweet. He even puts his purchase on the scales. 484 grams. He's pretty happy. Geez, that sounds so good. That does sound really good. Yeah, Carrara is a pretty local area where you could see a couple of those corner stores. I think I know probably where that is. It's probably in between the Nerang train station and Metricon train station and Metricon. Or People's First Stadium, whatever it's called now. Next bowl. Double. Only 7 runs off the first 4.4 overs here for Scotty B. What do you got? I think he got 2 wickets in the first innings. A beautiful day there at the very least, though. $18.4 overs down. Driven past there, the 7-11 looks familiar. I feel like it's, I think it's where I'm talking. Whoa! Little dabble at that one, but doesn't get it. Dot ball. Wow, really mixed up between 131, 135, 139 here from Scott Boland. So he's mixing up those speeds. Yeah, I don't know if he should have been even looking to play that one. But luckily he doesn't connect with it. One more ball left here of the over. And another dot ball. All right, so is it still Nisa bowling or Oh, wait, no, I think this was Nice's over. Tell me it's not Cameron Green still bowling. I hope I'm proven wrong there. He's bowling, he gets a wicket, but right this very second, I hope it's not Cameron Green still bowling. It's just so disappointing and frustrating with Cameron Green, man. You get a little bit of positivity about his 37 that he got, and you're like, oh, well, you know, there's something at the very least, and then he goes and does what he did. Oh, this is Michael Nisa, so that was Cameron Green's bowling over that Boland took over from. Green needs to save face, but I don't think they're taking him on tour. Where is our tour this year? Like, where are we off to? Next bowl. Oh! Got him! Duck it, goal 42! Bang, 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 bang! Got him, son. Inside edge, onto the stumps. Bing, bong. That is gone. Unfortunately, Harrison, your 42 is still later. The 50 bomb not there. And Duckett is out. Duckett is gone. 42 is less than 50, Lachlan says. It is. And the Nice show continues his form with another beautiful wicket. Beautiful. Harrison lol. Oz to go Saffers in October and November. Oh, we go South Africa. Oh, that'll be interesting. That'll be a big series. Wow, that's a big series. I'll stream it. I'll be... Where will I be? I'll probably be around Laos or Nepal at that time. I'm going to go ChatGPT and see if it can tell me. What is the Australian cricket test schedule for 2026? For 2026. Huge though. 2 wickets down. 8 to go. Okay, so we have a 2-match series against Bangladesh in August. In Australia, in Darwin, Mackay or whatever. And then we have a 3-match test series against South Africa in September to October. And then we play New Zealand in 4 tests at home. So yeah, we've got 2 tests against Bangladesh, 3 tests against South Africa, and then 4 tests against New Zealand. So Joe Root comes in. First thing he's got 160. Let's see what he can do. This is great. As soon as I come back, Nisa gets a wicket. Duckett's ducked out of his corn. Calls and everything. I was trying to give you some hope, Harrison. I was trying to give you some hope, but I was saying, like, anything can happen with the old Ben Duckett. Mate, he got 3 extra runs than he should have. He got 3 bonus runs after the greens, right? I actually look forward to that series against South Africa. That'll be a good series. Michael Nisa, next bowl to Joe Root. Oh, dude, we nearly just got him on a golden duck. Enough cricket for me. Good win, you little kangaroo bandits. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You little kangaroo bandits, a good one. Nice. If we get Root quick, will be interesting, mate. We nearly got him on a duck. We nearly just got him for a duck. But yeah, it would be massive. She says, as usual, England fighting for survival after being in a dominant position. What? When was England in a dominant position in this game? That's a single. What's the dominant position? There's no way you think in the last 3 days England have been in any kind of dominant position. Are you thinking that this morning they've been in dominant position? Or after the first session? No way. To Australia, it's still like an 80% chance to win this game. If anything, the draw is just... It was looking likely. A draw was the dominant position. England winning was never a dominant position in this game. If you want to be pedantic about it, then I guess you can speak about when they got their 384 and they set themselves unrealistic expectations about that being an amazing score. After a decent first inning score, England could have dominated from there. Bro, Australia were well in the advantage, even with 81 for 1 or whatever it was. Well in the advantage. There's only a day and a half left, bro. They're still down by 100 runs. When we went into lunch, they were down by 101 runs with 1 wicket down. There's only a day and a half to go. There's no dominant here from England at all. Dominance? Dominance is like England are going to win this game. Like, they're well in advantage to win this game. They have not been in a dominant position since... Oh, big swing, big miss there from Bethel. England will call it draw victory. Yeah, it'll be a moral victory, Jimmy. Young Basil Fawlty. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I have absolutely no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Protagonist of Fawlty Towers. Is this like an English show, is it? 1970s British sitcom, Fawlty Towers. What, just because of the moustache? I don't think I look anything like him, but I guess that I have a... Well, his moustache is a lot more full-on than mine. I don't know if I could ever grow like a full-on moustache. Like, this is a shit moustache, man. This is obvious. This is shit house. But I just did it in solidarity with Travis Head. But yeah, his one's thick as. You know, I don't see the resemblance in the actual like facial structure. But the moustache, I'll get around it. Shatish says Stokes available to bat for the second innings. Not too sure yet. Not too sure. I don't think so, but not too sure. I don't even know why I said I don't think so. I don't know. After 3 for 226 was their best position, but that was slightly ahead, if anything. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Like, they did look like they could go onto a massive score and still only managed 384. England are 5-0 on moral victories. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. What is it with lunch and England fans? It's like at lunch they think they're winning a game. Because we all know Shatish is an English fan. Secret CIA agent, but just not secret anymore. We figured him out. Harrison, you're not rooted yet. No, he had a bet on Ben Duckett to get 50. And obviously Ben Duckett got out for 42. Should have been out for 39, but Ben Duckett got 42. And obviously he lost. So that means that he is winless across the Ashes series in regards to bets. That's a dot ball. Scotty Boland is bowling here. If they came down here and didn't melt in the weather, so that's a moral victory for the Poms. 100%. I wonder if we blood new guys for the Bangladesh series later to come this year. Bangladesh isn't exactly an easy place to play. Bangladesh is an easier team to play, but it's not an easy place to play. You will see Todd Murphy feature. Obviously Nathan Lyon. Don't know how much longer Lyon's got left in him, but our batting order is going to be interesting. It will be interesting to see what we do. Bangladesh as a team is someone you fancy yourself against. Bangladesh is the place to play, though. Like, if we're playing Bangladesh in Australia for a 2-game series, we're winning 2-0. Bangladesh, never easy. Touring is never easy in general. Unless we play the Kiwis. For some reason, we always beat the Kiwis, wherever we are. Oh, it is in Australia. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it'll be in, like, rando places like Darwin and stuff, it said. And that'll be a dot ball. Yeah, so maybe we don't see spinners, then you probably will see like a full-blown attack of Mitchie Stark, Paddy Cummins, and the likes. Josh Hazel would be ready by then too. I wonder if they do go straight with Murph. I do. I wonder if they do take instead line just so we can start to filter in these new guys. Yeah, we last played them in 2017 and they did win a test, so 1-1 in Bangladesh. That's what I'm saying. In Bangladesh, it's not easy. Not that... Oh, good bowl, Scotty. Not that Bangladesh is a difficult team, just the location, but it's always difficult travelling away. Anywhere. I've seen more fuzz on a peach. Again, I can't grow a beard, man. I can't. I don't know if I'd want to. Oh, yeah, I saw this coming on Instagram at the lunch break. Some dude, they were talking about Cameron Green, and this guy goes, and people wanted to rip Will Jacks for dropping catches. Well, idiots, first have a look at yourselves before mocking the other team. Are you off your rocker? Like, what an absolutely stupid comment. I replied, dude, England have dropped over 10 times the amount of drops Australia have had this series. What are you smoking? Like, dead set. That's horrific. That is absolutely horrific. By the time the next Ashes rolls around in Australia, most of this team will be retired. Yeah, we spoke about this on a previous test. I would say Nathan Lyon won't be there. For sure. Oh, I'm going to go get the ages of all the team. Yeah, it's going to be a dot ball. Travi will still with it. Hold on. What are the ages of the current Australian Test cricket squad? I know it is a sobering thought from Robbo, but it is true. It is absolutely true because there's a reason why England were saying this is a very old squad coming into this test, into this series. He's only 32. He's got 15 years left in him. Yeah, he's got a couple of decades left in him. So Paddy Cummins is 32. 4 years away, 36. He'll probably still be playing. Steve Smith will be 40. Doubt it. Scott Boland, 36. He'll be 40. Doubt it. Alex Carey, 34. He'll be 38. Doubt it. That's going to be a good shot there for England. They're going to get a 4 from it. So it'll be Bethel on 36. Doggett's a day before me. He's 1 day before me, 3rd of May of 1994. He's literally 1 day older than me to the year. So he'll still be around. Obviously, he's not a mainstay, but he'll still be around. Cameron Green, God help us. He's 26. He'll be 30. Please, by then, show your potential. For the love of God, within 4 years, by the time you're 30, you better have shown your potential, Cameron Green. Hazelwood, 35, 39. You won't see him. Travis Head, 32, 36. You'll probably see him. Josh Inglis, 30. He'll be 34. You'll see him. Usman Khawaja, obviously not. Marnus Labuschagne, 31. You'll see him, provided he improves his consistency in batting. Nathan Lyon, 38. He'll be 42. No way. Mitchell Starc, 35. Will be 39. Doubt it. Jake Weatherald, 31. Depends on, depends on how he plays, but he'd still be around. Bo Webster, 36. Possibly. Sean Abbott, 33. Probably not, and don't see him anyway. And it's going to be a double. What about Jai Richo? Jai Richardson age. But a similar thing comes with this English team, mind you. Just want to put that out there. 1996 to 29. So Jai Richo will still be there. Now give me the English Test teams ages. Because, like, for example, Joe Root won't probably be there. What's he, 34 now? It's a dot ball. Okay, so Ben Stokes is 34, 38, doubt it. Jofra Archer, 30, he'll be 34. He's always injured anyway. Gus Atkinson, 28. He'll be 32, so he'll be there. Bashir, only 22. Bethel, only 22, so they'll both be there. Harry Brook, 26, but he'll be 27 in February. But 26, so he'll be 30, he'll definitely be there. Bryden Cast, 30, he'll be there. Zach Crawley, 27. Yeah, a lot younger. 31, he'll be there. Ben Duckett, he shouldn't even be here. And that's going to be a dot ball, but he's only 31, 35. If he's good enough, he'll be there, but he shouldn't even be here. Will Jacks, 27. With what we've seen, probably shouldn't be here. Ollie Pope, 28, 32. Matty Potts, 28. So 32, fine. Joe Root, 35. He'd be 39. No. Jamie Smith, 25. Yep, 29. Josh Tongue, 28, 32. Yep. Mark Wood, 30, 35, 36. So, no. So, a lot less changes for the English squad, but... Oh, jeez. Nicked, but it will be just a single. That left arm seamer Patterson in the Brisbane Heat team has got some potential. Patterson? Patterson. Patterson? Who's Patterson? I'm looking at the Brisbane Heat team now. Who is Patterson? Patterson, Brisbane Heat. Oliver Patterson, Sydney-born quick Ollie Patterson. Patterson joins the Brisbane Heat for BBL 15 after a breakout campaign in Queensland's KFC T20 Max. Fair enough. I don't know anything about him. He's not playing for the Heat, but I guess he's signed to the Heat. Shubba 92. And that's going to be a single for Bethel. We are 36. Some bloody good bowlers in the BBL. We have the talent. Oh, dude, that's the thing. You get nervous. Of course, it's natural to feel hesitant about the future with change because as a natural reaction as a human, you are going to question change. But the thing is that Australia over the years have proven that regardless of change, they will always do it. When we're seeing the guys like Ricky Ponting and Brett Lee and Gilchrist and Matty Hayden and all those kind of guys retiring, you didn't know Steve Smith was just around the corner. You didn't know Mitchell Starc was just around the corner. You didn't know Nathan Lyon was going to be as big as he's been. You know, you don't know that Paddy Cummins is going to come through. You don't know about your Alex Careys. You know, when we have the captaincy situation with Tim, you know, you don't know what's going to happen next. But Australia has depth and they have the ability to just pull players out. And you know, cricket is such a core part of Australian culture that no matter what, cricket will always be such a focal point in regards to, you know, young players coming through and coming up, and it'll always be here for Australia. We'll always be, whether we be as good as before, well, that's unknown, but I would say yes. I would say that we will find the next Steve Smith. We will find the next Patrick Cummins. We will find the next Mitchell Starc. And, you know, we will find the next Scotty Boland. That is just how it works. Hard to find their calendar. Everything's about T20, yeah. Yeah, the T20 World Cup. Logan says, what up-and-coming fast bowlers we have to replace Cummins and Starc? Yeah, see, I don't know an insane amount about the up-and-comers. Other people here will know more. All right, next bolt. Double. I know it might be early and you don't have to reveal your one, but my early top four is Panthers, Sharks, Broncos, Roosters. Storm just miss out. I got Sharks minor prems. But they'll disappoint me again, you watch. Played for the Heat last game, I believe. In that tight loss to Sydney, you got 2 wickets and 19 not out. Oh, fair enough. I looked at the Adelaide Strikers game. Everyone knows Scotty's getting root. It's just when. It's now, mate. It's right this ball. It's right this very second. Scotty Boland is going to whack him right now. Middle stump. No, not this time. I was just taking the piss. It was actually the next ball I was talking about. You can never doubt Melbourne, though, and I know a lot of people have them first, which I don't think will happen with changes in the toss of Katoa, but a good enough side to still contend. Rugby League content starts in about 8 days' time, guys. We'll do plenty of streams. We'll talk plenty about that. We'll do much more deeper dives into teams and players and content once the 15th of January comes around. So I won't get too heavily and deep into the Rugby League content right now because there's a lot of people here from England or just cricket fans in general who aren't necessarily Rugby League. Yes, sometimes we get sidetracked and we go off into that thought process, but now with it being so close, we can definitely be just wait a little bit and be patient. And in 8 days' time, we'll be rocking and rolling, and I'm looking forward to it. Next bowl from Michael Nisa, the Nice Show. It will be a dot ball. Still trailed by 91 runs. Surprised Harrison hasn't chirped up to let him know about England's talent that's coming. Because Harrison doesn't know about England's talent that's coming. Harrison doesn't know. He didn't know Jack. He didn't know Jack. He even fooled Football Mad. Football Mad thought Harrison was being a troll in regards to... And that's perfect, coming... Football Mad is an Englishman. It's perfect, because that's an Englishman thinking that comment was a troll, which is brilliant. Because it wasn't a troll from Harrison. He does do a lot of trolling, but that one wasn't a troll, and a couple of things around that he just doubled down to make it maybe seem like a troll, but it's perfect, actually, that you had that reaction where you thought that I got done by a troll there. I definitely do get done by, a fish and line every now and then. Everyone does. But you can tell which ones are serious and which ones aren't, especially with a regular like Harrison. Single. Duppo. I don't know why I said single. I don't know. Harrison did check out. He said he was going because he lost the bet of Ben Duckett Fitty. Satish says, after doing all the destruction, Harrison has left the chat. Satish, you missed out this morning. You missed out this morning with him. You missed out this morning. He even tried to double down and say he was still right for laughing at me when I said that England should have got to 5.550 because that is very doable on this pitch. And because he laughed at me at the time, suggesting that was ridiculous. And then obviously Australia went and got 5.50. So I'm still right. Okay. Okay, mate. Best of luck. Best of luck, champion. But at least he admitted defeat before with the calling us. What did he call us again? Kangaroo something? He said something. He said, enough cricket for me, good win, you little kangaroo bandits. At least he admitted defeat. Even though, this game's not even... This game, there's no admitted defeat. You shouldn't be admitting defeat right now. Draw is still entirely possible. I think on these long streams, I'll miss the trolling comments during each long day of tests. Yeah, it happens. And that will be Doppo. If we get root early, then you can admit defeat. If we get root in this session, I'll give it the entire session. I'm not even biting football, mad. It's a good one though. It's good. That was a bit better than your previous one with Zach Crawley. That one's a little bit better, but I'm definitely not biting into that. Next ball from Nice's final ball of the over. And it's going to be a dot ball. Now, these long streams are good because you do just sit down and you just kick back. Rugby league streams are just full on. Who bet on Ducker to get 50? I won't even bet on Ducker playing 50 balls. Shatij, I'm gonna put a question to you, and I think that this will surprise you. But I'm gonna ask you, who do you think, out of everyone that you've ever known, you've seen these streams, me, everyone, out of everyone you've ever come into contact with in your life, real life or streams, who do you think is the one person that could have put a bet on Ben Duckett to get 50? Just one. Who was the one person? So Starkey coming back for a bowl here. Had the Army come out in force yet? I haven't heard them once today so far, Ruse. They've been very quiet in the Sydney Test overall. They have. Of the Mo. Yeah, in solidarity, Travis Head. Shatish, said, Harrison, look, bing, 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 we have a winner. We have a winner. That is an absolute winner. Every bet Harrison's told us about has lost this series. And he's told us about a few bets. 2 for 93. They're just pounding the pitch right now. He knows it was Harrison. He's just asking who in their right mind would put that kind of bet on. I just wanted to emphasise it. Sitting there for hours in the sun directly on you was tough. Yeah, now try being in Adelaide in Test 3 on day 2 when it was 42 degrees. Try being players, but also try being fans. Fans would have found it tough as well. Stark this series, 29 wickets, 19.9 average. Beautiful shot of Sydney there. What's that? Is that Leichhardt area? Yeah, I think that's Leichhardt. So is that Leichhardt Oval they're showing? Home in the Balmain? I think that was Leichhardt Oval. I think so. I recognise the area. Single for Jacob Bethel to be on 38. Are you sure Harrison is not an Aussie? He sounds like a lot of them I have met. Look, he has on many occasions suggested a citizenship in Australia. We have not politely, but violently rejected him many occasions. We said, tough luck. Your ancestors didn't steal a loaf of bread. Blame yourself. We're very grateful for our thieving ancestors. Whilst unfortunately I think that he is disappointed in having to live in -1 degree rain. But you know, these are life's choices. These are the choices that you make in life. I missed it, but Leichhardt Oval's cool. Leichhardt Oval's okay. It's okay. It is nice on a Sunday arvo there, but it's okay. All right, Mitchy Stark. Next bowl to Joe Root and dot ball. Harrison definitely comes from Essex, mate. High boots and all. That might be Joey Essex himself. Harrison might be Joey Essex. Maybe. 29 wickets, 90 on average. Just want one more wicket from the old Starkey to get to 30. Just one more wicket. He'll definitely get one wicket out of these next 8. Backing him in for a 4 at the very least. There's a dot ball. Was -8 here this time yesterday. I rest my case, Chuck. Chuck, I rest my case. The case has been rested. Knock it down, bang. Case has been rested. Bet on duck and you go to L. Your money definitely goes in the shitter, that's for sure. You know Joey Essex. I'm pretty well versed in a lot of things around the world, man. You gotta remember, I know quite a bit about England as well. Obviously, my ancestry comes from there. My middle name is Kippax, which is what main road. Oh, but yeah! Oh, it's through the slips. Oh, it's right through the slips. Route could have been gone there on 1. Could have been gone there on 1. I don't know if a lot of Australians will know who Joey Essex is, football mad, but with that being said, like, my middle name's Kippax, which, if you know Main Road, the old stadium for Manchester City, that was where the active area was. So I have a lot to do in regards with Manchester, and I've loved English football all my life, and you know, I love looking at things all around the world. I'm a big traveller, as you might not know, but as people here know, I travel all the time. So I have a pretty good understanding about a lot of things that a lot of people don't know. But Joey Essex, for an English to hear someone talk about, is probably quite random, yeah. But then again, if people watch Love Island, he was on Love Island, so you'd probably get a couple of Americans and Aussies knowing him through that. Luckily, it's +3 right now. Wow, Chuck, that's amazing stuff. That's just spectacular. 3 degrees. Wow. Wow, 3 degrees. In 2025, I did not experience winter. In every country that I was in was summer. Every country. Next ball. And dot ball. Oh, well, it wasn't summer in America, but it was not winter. It was getting towards summer. Yeah, Root is looking a little bit shaky at the moment. She's got to get through this tough period. Yeah, Joey would be known a bit more now through Love Island. They trail by 85 with 8 wickets remaining. Based on realities, I've been out at work for the past 2 weeks. United has a manager. Presidents have been captured. And England, well, we're still shite. Yeah, no, things do change, except for England being shite. No, they are still shite. Yesterday, you would have had a tough time watching because it was just brutal to watch. Australia just pounded them all day, pants down and all. But yeah, lots happened in the world. Yet, same old here. Where do you live, Chuck? Because it's definitely raining there, because it's always rains in the UK. It does always rain in the UK, based reality. Have I seen The Only Way is Essex, a show that was about 15 years ago? Know about it. I knew about Joey before that Love Island stuff and all that type of jazz, and I knew about his antics. But I've never personally actually watched the show, no. No, I haven't watched the show itself, but I know of The Only Way is Essex. And that'd be a single. The only real, and you'll find this funny, I think the only real English show that I've watched, Australians don't really care for like Downton Abbey and stuff like that, like those kind of English staple shows. And again, you'll find this funny. The only English show I think I've ever actually watched for multiple seasons was Geordie Shore. The original, like right at the beginning, when it first came out, when it was like Gaz and Charlotte and all that sort of stuff. Is betting legal in your country? Yeah, of course. I used to bet like Australia. Australia is like betting. It's illegal not to bet in Australia. You must bet. If you're talking about Fiji, then yeah, Fiji, it's fine. There's no casinos or anything here, but yeah, gambling is legal. Top Gear. I watched a little bit of Top Gear, not like full on. Yeah, that is one. I'm sure someone will come up with a show that I've watched and it is English. Yeah, we'll bet on flights. We will literally bet on if Shatij will ask that question again in the next 3 years. That's what people do. Hi, Wickham in Buckinghamshire. So you're Wickham Wanderers fan? Oh! I'd review this. I would review this. Scotty was pretty up and at him. He was pretty confident they might review this. Root might be gone on 5. They might be gone on 5. And review. Review. You're a closeted bum, I reckon. From money. I'm from money, mate. Where's you from, lad? Joe Root could be screwed here. He could be screwed. Oh, great movie, Billy Elliot. Fantastic movie in England. Fantastic movie, that. Billy Elliot. Watched that when I was super young. All right, here we go. We're reviewing a massive wicket of Joe Root here. Has he been Scooty Rootied? Has he been Scooty Rootied? Oh, this is going to be close. It might be umpire's call, if anything. I think it's going to be no. I think it's going to be no, though. I think it's going to be no. It's going to be close, but I feel like it's going to be no. Yeah, umpire's call for sure. I don't disagree. I think that's missing. I actually just think that's actually missing. Like, obviously no bat. I don't even know what we're looking at this. There's obviously no bat. I just want to see the rest of it. Yeah, not out. Not out. Oh no, I lied to you. I lied to you. In-betweeners. Of course, it's my favourite English show of all time. In-betweeners. Oh, I nearly got him again. Wickham Wanderers is my local side. 15-minute walk from my place. Get around the Wickham Wanderers. Oi, oi. It's a con part of Bucks, not the posh parts, such as Marlow, Beaconsfield, or Hanley. Not the posh parts. In-Betweens is great. Yeah, In-Betweens was fantastic. And then both the movies were great too. Like a lot of the time you'll say, I can't wait for... Oh, you know what? I lied to you again. I'm actually a big liar. I'm a massive liar. I'm a filthy liar. Peaky Blinders is actually my favourite show of all... One of my favourite shows of all time. In-Betweens and Peaky Blinders. Very two different shows. So, of the certain genres, I love those shows. So, no, I do lie to you. Peaky Blinders, In-Betweeners, and Geordie Shore, way I... Sean says, I'm so proud I've never watched anything like Love Island shit. I prefer to catch snakes. So Sean, I say, it's actually enjoyable in the sense that it is so shit that it's funny. And they know it. You know, they know exactly what it is. No one, well, there are going to be clowns who watch it for this reason. But no one who has a brain watches it for like, oh my gosh, it's so like love and love is in the air. No one watches it for that. But you watch it because it's just a really dumb show that's enjoyable, is what I would say. You don't need brains for it. Is that out? Is that out? No, it hit his pad, I reckon. I lie again, Sunday. I have seen Sunderland Till I Die. I have. We are just going through. I'm the biggest liar ever. I said I don't really think I've watched Shorty Shore, but no. And I did say that if you mentioned a couple of other English shows, I probably would have watched it. Sunderland Till I Die was fantastic, but you know what? I'll still never forgive the Stadium of Light because G was offside. In Between Us is good, as is Only Fools and Horses. Any fans? I haven't seen it, heard of it though. I think I've heard of it. If you come to Australia and don't gamble, you'll get deported. I think that if you come to Australia and don't gamble before you get into customs, you shouldn't be allowed through customs. Actually, I shouldn't be doing this encouraging gambling here. Screw me. Forget me. I'm not going to encourage gambling. The joke is great, but it's also encouraged. But then again, there's no under 18s in Australia watching this anymore. No under 16s watching this in Australia. How is that going? Is that like working? I never really watched Monty Python. I know all about Monty Python. I never really watched it. Stark this series, average speed 142.1, fastest was 149.1. Have you seen Chuckle Vision? You could be the third brother. I haven't, but I'm feeling like there's an insult that's lined up there. I'm feeling like that's like a subtle little insult, and I'm not going to understand it because I haven't seen it. I've heard of Blackadder, haven't seen it. Okay, next bowl from Mitchell Stark. And that's a good shot for a 4 from Jacob Bethel. He'll get to 43. 43. So England knocks the 100. It'll be 2 for 103. 2 for 103. Barry and Paul, one of them died a few years ago, unfortunately. Legend. Based on Reality is another hidden comedy genre. Is a show called Some People Just Do Nothing. Kind of a mockumentary show about pirate radio set in council housing. Fair enough. There's a show... Oh, I lie again. Another fantastic British show was Adolescence. That was fantastic. Yeah, Adolescence was great. It came out last year. That was brilliant. Next up, big bounce up. Good fielding from Carey. What about the 118 guys? No, I don't usually watch 118 guys football mad. Not my kind of genre in regards to that. But, you know, you feel free to be you, mate. You know, we're not going to judge. Not really my favourite genre. Rory says, everyone has moustaches in the UK. Everyone in Australia, I don't know if everyone in the UK now has moustaches, but everyone in Australia, we have the mullet. UK is known for the top hat. Everyone in the UK wears a top hat and a monocle. Well, not the UK, I'll say England. Oh, that's a prime time ball from Stark. Just goes above. Just sneaks in above. Bethel's smiling because he knows how close that was. Look at this ball, dude. Massive in-swinger just over the stumps. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, I'm going to go back to 7 plus and I get to watch that again, which would be beautiful. Because KO likes to mess up. No, not 118 guys, 118 guys. Listen, again, it's not my genre, mate. It's not my genre of football, man. You do what you need to do, mate. Whatever floats your boat. Don't float my boat, but if it floats your boat, you know, fair enough. 118 guys, they were the ad guys from 20 years ago. Dizzy Gillespie looked like him. England trailed by 78 runs. I'm still trying to think of any other English shows I've watched. I don't really think I have. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Yeah, very good. That will be a single for Bethel. He'll get to 46. 4 runs away from Fetty. Voodoo. Yeah, no, I'm not too sure football, man. That's why I just took the piss out of it. Not too sure. Only thing you guys do with 118 guys now is Bonnie Blue. Have you seen the conspiracies that Bonnie Blue is a dude? I'm just throwing that out there. Go down the rabbit hole, enjoy. Enjoy the rabbit hole of Bonnie Blue actually being a dude. Enjoy the rabbit hole. Was the bill on in Australia? I heard of the bill. I haven't watched it. You make it sound smutty, like it's something for Bonnie Blue. I would never bring the stream to that level. Well, I just did. How about that? I did bring it to that level. I did bring it. And I'm proud of it. I'm proud to not be into watching 118 guys, you know? Like, look, I get you're upset about it, but, you know, like, whatever floats your boat. Doesn't mean my boat has to be floating in the same waters as your boat. That's cool. enjoy the rabbit hole, son. That's all I'll say. That was all I'll say. Please tell me you've watched Wilfred, the original Australian version. I haven't, no. She got kicked out of Bali. Good. Well, Bali, and you probably can attest to this, I don't know if it affects tourists as much, but I believe in Bali, they've changed the laws now that you can only have sex with your wife. Is that true? I don't know how much that impacts the tourists, because I don't know how... It's like, for example, in Malaysia, when you go to Malaysia, they have different law systems. They have Sharia law for the Muslims of the country, but they don't all... Not everyone's on Sharia law. So, like, if you're a tourist, you're not on Sharia law in Malaysia. But if you're Muslim there, I'm pretty certain you're on Sharia law, but they've also got other governmental systems that aren't Sharia. So I feel like maybe Indonesia could be on a similar wavelength. Like, for example, do the Muslims of Indonesia, are they on Sharia law whilst everybody else is on the other Indonesian governmental law? Because I do know about that there's a law now about not being able to have sex unless you're married. Well, my heart is clean. Well, we love it. Overloaded says, draw or Australia win, what is the favourite? The favourite would still be Australia to win this game, dude. There's still a day and a half to go. If England's still batting by the end of the day and they're only up, but they're only up by like the draw is 22%, Australia 71%, England 7%. The only way this would shift to a draw favouritism is if England is still batting by the end of the first session and tomorrow. Footman says, in Plymouth, they only have fun with their cousins. Yeah, we have that in Tasmania. Yeah, we have that in Tasmania. Big Tasmanians. They love it. We have Margot Robbie. UK has Bonnie. Yep. Yeah, no, Margot Robbie. Like I said, guys, she grew up 3 minutes away from the school that she went to, Emmanuel. We used to play them in water polo and stuff. She grew up 3 minutes away from me on the Goldie. Draw is $4.10. I think it's great odds. It was $4.75 yesterday, the draw. And on day 2, I think it was like $6, $7. And I said, probably get on it. I don't know how likely it is, but I think that it's got a much better chance of England winning. So I did tell you guys to probably get on it at 6-7 to 1. Download Wilfred, a man in a dog suit made in the early 90s, I think. Like 2 seasons before the Americans bought it. There's another show with Ricky Gervais. Oh! Wow, the Australians missed a review of A Wicket on Bethel, by the way. Albany, yeah! Oh, no one was there. That'll be a single. Maybe 2. Yeah, we'll be 2. They tried by 75. She went to my school, Somerset, stopped talking shit. Well, I went to Kings for a bit. And Kings, we used to play Somerset and water polo all the time. Yeah, I went to Kings for a bit. I lived in Merrimack for a lot of my years. Right next to where All Saints... Well, not in next to All Saints, but... You know where if you know where the McDonald's is in Merrimack. I remember when there was a McDonald's. I used to work at that McDonald's. Yeah, down the road from there is where I lived. The Office, great show. That's a top ball. Office, a great show. Ishiguro was 1 year older than me in the early thousands. She was playing for Marlow School and came to our school and took a 7 for. Yeah, no, she was good. She was good. Yeah, no, The Office is unbelievable stuff. But that was I prefer the Steve Carroll Office was the best, obviously. I don't know what the context here is, but I'm definitely not last time I checked I had all my teeth still. It's so funny this is like a thought process with England. Long as it's, yeah, opposite the BP, know exactly that area. Yeah, I grew up at that area. That is where when I was like a teenager, lived on Sunnybray Close. Literally at the back of All Saints. Literally at the back of it. But no, I worked at that McDonald's and frequented that BP every day with my mates. Every day. Every day. But then also, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like when I went to Kings, my best mate went to All Saints, but when I went to Kings, we obviously used to always play Somerset and rugby league or water polo. Gervais is from Reading, 30 minutes from me. Funny fact, I've had I can't say this on here. Anyway, I know Ricky. Don't know him well. He's not like a great mate of mine, but I have had an enjoyable night with Ricky with one of my mates when we went out in the town in Surfers about 10 years ago now. I think I was about probably 2021. Yeah, I think I was about 2021. So, like, I've been out with Ricky. Yeah, he's amazing, dude. He's so funny. Just one of those stories, man. Just happened to... My mate at the time knew Ricky because he was a producer in America, in LA. And Ricky just happened to be on the Gold Coast. And it's going to be a good shot there for Bethel. He will get to 50. Well done, kid. Well done. Well done, Jacob Bethel. You've needed someone to stand up here and keep England alive, and that's what he's done. Proud of him. He's come in under a lot of pressure and been able to get a good knock here for 53. I didn't know he's from Reading, though. Given England's reputation, I wouldn't hold my breath. I went to King's grade 5 to 7. Miss Hull was my teacher. I only went to King's from halfway through grade 8 to end of grade 10. And then I went to Marymount. I was at TSS in grade 8, and then I went to King's for 2.5, 3 years, and then I was at Marymount. I changed schools a lot. And that's going to be a single. Russell Brand is 15 minutes from me. Trains with one of my friends. Love Russell Brand. Gee, some of his movies are unbelievable. Get him to the Greek is all time. Hat trick coming up. Let's go fire up. Mate, you are the hype man, X Factor. You are just simply the hype man. So it's a 6-7 wow play. Sorry, I didn't even see your comments under. What are you referring to with the 6-7? Oh, wow. No, you nearly should get a timeout for that, Sundo. I'm not going to time you out, but you nearly deserve it. You nearly deserve it. Basin Reality says, is the same in real life as he comes across in media? He's a very funny dude, mate. He doesn't give a shit. Like, he just knows. This was again 10 years or so ago, but like, he's content with who he is what I'll say, which is something that's very rare nowadays. A lot of people aren't content with who they are. He absolutely is content with who he is. He's great. No, he is great. But again, I was super young, man. Like, I think I was about 21. I think that was when it was. No, it might have even been more like 7 years ago, 6 years ago, actually. Shit, I can't remember when I worked at Movie World. I can't remember. I was working as one of the scare characters at Fright Night. And that's going to be a double. So how long until tea break? About an hour. Hour or so. When the drinks break comes up, I am going to run to the bathroom though, lads. By the way, if I come to England for the Ashes in a year and a half's time, English lads, the first round's on you, that's for sure. And we're not inviting Harrison. We're not inviting Harrison. No way. So Stark, he's getting up 5 runs in this over. England trail by clean little 69 runs. And that will be a single. 68 runs. Justin, if you mention anything, you know exactly what I'm referring to. You mention anything right now, you are getting timed out, Sundo. You know exactly what is inbound. You know it. I know it. We all know it. We all know what's happening if you say anything. To win the Ashes, you should invite Harrison. I'll only invite Harrison to day 5 of the third game when Australia's about to win 3-0. No, I'm not like we're not like the English fans. We know it would be a tough series. I would never say that we'll go and win 5-0 in England. Never. Sundo, be careful, son. Be careful. There is a single. You be careful right now, son. Completes the over. Bethel on 55, Root on 6. Not sure how many runs England trail, but it's a drinks break. Hey, perfect timing. Lads, if he retracts a message or anything, you tell me. You tell me when I get back. I'll be back in a second, guys. Just run to the bathroom. It's a drinks break. Yeah, Sunday. Don't you damn well do it. I'll be back in a second. Thumbs up, subscribe. Right, let's go. Your internet is pathetic. What did I do? Did the internet cut out? I don't know what happened. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I go to the bathroom for 2 seconds and I get slander from the English CIA agent. I will say though, the internet in India is way better than Fiji. Fiji's got shit-ass internet. But yeah, I have no idea what I did wrong. What happened? I don't even know how that super meme number rubbish started. I'm not terminally online despite my generation, so I'm happily ignorant to it. You just say 8-9 in response, and they get pissed off. Wizard Voice is nice. We took my nephew and niece there for Halloween. I was the Death Angel, Undertaker's jacket, and huge black wings too. Face paint, white blood coming down from some fangs. So you might not. I was in one of the mazes where it was pitch darkness. It was pitch black. Your eyes adjusted. My eyes adjusted. Everyone who worked there, our eyes adjusted, but it was pitch black, and they would just walk through and would scare people. It was the greatest thing, dude. It was so much fun. To get paid like $40 an hour to scare people, unbelievable. Tish, you can reply to that one. I'll leave. Ruse says, of course, India has great internet. How else are they going to contact you for Windows support? Do not redeem it. Did you forget he's a pom, Sean? What did Sean say? Coke Zero whiskey is on me. I love it. I love a Coke Zero whiskey. Jeez. Coke Zero, that's a bit of me. That is a bit of me. I'm still wondering why Shatij, but he said my internet. Has the internet not been good here? Has my internet not been good, lads? So, England trail at the moment. And nearly got out. Bethel on 55. Can he get to the old hunch? Be awesome to see. Picture gets disappeared every now and then. But you can still hear me clearly though, yeah? Like you can still hear everything that I'm speaking about, yeah? I'm just going to blame you and your internet. Although 1.5 years of Harrison listening to the stream, he would have grown hair on his nuts and be talking like us. Yeah, he would have an Aussie accent. It's truth. But it is giving 2012 dial-up vibes. Really, is it that bad? Bit shaken sometimes. Yeah, unfortunately can't do much about it. But at least you can hear for the most part. Yeah, I mean Fiji, a country that is on an island in the Pacific, and I'm using a VPN. You know, it's not easy going. We can see clearly now the rain has gone. The rain hasn't gone in England, mate. Rain's always there. Rain's always there. Has always been there. I love how he just says that though. Like your internet's pathetic. What do you want me to do? What would you like me to do? Quite shaky. Well, listen, I'm not Harry Houdini, son. I don't know how to fix that, but as long as you can still hear me, you can still see me celebrating England getting out. That's the main thing. I'm still hotspotting, no signal to the port for the NBN. Have I? I've done hotspot streams before. They've actually been pretty good. Oh, geez. Inside edge into... Is that another nut shot on Joe Root? She says, if Harrison is an Aussie living in England, I would suggest it's time to go back to motherland. He is not an Aussie, mate. He is definitely not Australian, that's for sure. Yep, that is another nut shot off the edge of the bat into the old gonads. Joe Root does love just above the gonads. Get to the chopper. That is not Australian. Your internet ain't that bad, it just ain't reaching its high ceiling. It's a great ceiling. Well, we do have Starlink here. Because you don't want to use if we use the normal internet, like Vodafone or Digicel, you'd hear like this. That's how you would hear me. So Mitchy Stark, here he comes. Here comes his 30th wicket of the series right here. I'm telling you, this over. I am promising you this over. Promise you. This over, Mitchell Stark, bang. They trail by 66 runs. Dot ball. Ah, the Barmy Army have decided to sing for once. Really brand new song here. Wow, I don't know if I've heard this one before. They're talking about how, wow, this is interesting. They're saying how they are mental and mad and that they are the army, the Barmy Army. Damn, that's menacing stuff. Good news for Sunday. He was able to show restraint. Proud of him for that. Debatable bloke, that Sunday guy. Support Sunderland, mate. You got to be careful of them. They celebrate offside goals. So current temperature is 29 degrees, humidity is 62%, and Starkey, this over! Thrashes at it, carries! Ooh, they were all... By the way, I can't remember, did we lose our review or did we retain our review? I think we lost our review, didn't we? Bethel's actually very good. Don't know how Pope was initially ahead of him. Yeah, because Pope's form in England wasn't even that spectacular. The harbour looks good today. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Yeah, lost it. That's what I thought. Next one here from Stark. Out bin! Whoa. I think that must have been off the pad because they didn't sell it. Like, Carey, for me, probably does cut. I don't know. Surely, hopefully, that's off the pad. Yeah, I'd say that's off the pad there. When doesn't our harbour not look good? When doesn't our harbour not look good? Do you realise you just said that the harbour doesn't look good, Bruce? When doesn't our harbour not look good? You've just insulted the Sydney Harbour. That's a dot ball. $66 runs they trail by. Scorchers Renegades tonight. I think the Scorchers are going to slaughter that one. Stark is setting him up. I tell you, this is over. I tell you, this over. I said at the beginning, I said this over. He's getting a wicket. I know it. Can't believe Rouge just insulted our national landmark. Okay, Stark's second last ball here of the over. Dot ball. One more ball. This is the ball. I told you. This is the ball. This is the ball of the century right here. This is the one. One we've all been waiting for. York and middle stump on last ball, I hope. There's no hope. It's absolutely going to happen. Don't deny it. I believe. When you believe, things happen. When you manifest things, they do happen. I can still hear you, but the screen looks like the disco biscuits are kicking in sometimes. As long as you can hear me, that's the main thing, man. As long as you can hear me. This Caribbean guy migrated to England is on Stark's radar. Caribbean guy migrated to England on Stark's radar? So when I was saying there was going to be a wicket in this over, I meant like the Stark in his next over, the next one coming is going to be the one where it gets a wicket in. So I was also talking about a maiden. To be fair, it's a nice shave. When do you reckon you'll finish it? Oh no, where have I missed? Where have I missed? I don't think I've missed anywhere. Except for you. I'm only keeping this until the end of this test, bro. If that's what you're referring to. I'm not keeping this permanently. National landmark, you're from Queensland, but the theme parks on the Gold Coast are your landmarks. Hey mate, I'm Australian. It's still my landmark. My land. I'm still Australian. I'll still claim whatever Perth has. Still Australia. Yeah, listen, you're from Sydney and you just insulted the landmark. But I'll admit, I did screw that up. When does our harbour not look good? They're fixed. See, our is the key word there. Oh, Jacob Bethel is Caribbean. Born and brought up in Barbados. You've just provided us more ammunition. I didn't even realise that. So what you're telling me there's another Englishman who's not English. So what you're telling me is we're basically playing the West Indies in this series because we've got Bethel here and we've also got Jofra Archer. The beach ball has landed on the ground, which means that's getting popped. That is getting popped. Wally Lewis at Suncorp Stadium. What would Queensland have? I guess the Queenslanders, we would have just the entirety of the Gold Coast because it's just unbelievable. I think they're going to get a doppel there. South Bank, the local piss pool of Brisbane. The Wally Lewis statue, definitely. Not the people from Victoria, South Australia or Western Australia would care, though. Soon Western Australia will care, maybe. What else is there? What else is like a landmark that people regard Queensland for? What is a landmark? Q1, I guess? Q1? I don't know if that's special anymore because they're building a building that's actually taller than the Q1. Jeez, it looks hot in that crowd right now. Big Banana, that's in Coffs Harbour, that's New South Wales. That's Best Sport 2.0 territory. Even though he lives in the Gold Coast. The Narang Skate Park is our landmark. Great landmark, that. I don't think that's as dangerous as it used to be. Route 6 from 34. You can't tell me these guys are going for a win. They're going for a draw, lads. Oh, the Big Pineapple. Is that Queensland? You can rent the space in the middle of the moustache of your boat. Again, I don't grow. What do you want me to do? I can't grow. I just wanted to show a little bit of solidarity for Travis doing well here, son. Show a little bit of solidarity. Say, I'm with you, son, all the way. Never been more with you in the history of with you. Even that Love Heart Reef up Airlie is real small. Love Heart Reef. Mayank says, hello, bro. Get around you, Mayank. I don't know what you want me to do here. First he comes and insults the internet. Then he comes and insults me with my mo that I've shaved for a 2-day experience of Travis Head. Or Mitchell Johnson, whatever you want. The Great Barrier Reef isn't, I wouldn't say, well, I guess we're talking about physical, like structural landmarks. We're not talking about, obviously, the Great Barrier Reef, but I'm talking about like structural landmarks. Oh, what's the Story Bridge is one in Brisbane, the Story Bridge. Q1 on the Gold Coast. What else would there be? You look too young. Mate, I'm a freshie, son. I'm a freshie. Next bowl here from Scott Boland. Jeez, his economy has just been incredible. Oh! That could be gone, that could be gone, that could be gone! Got him! Joe Root gone on 6. Joe Root gone on 6. Australia there. That's incredible. Definitely there's some specific landmarks there. I don't think you'll review this one, baby. I don't think you're going to review this one here, champion. Scotty Boland. Joe Root, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2. They're going to review it. I'm pretty certain this is gone, dude. I'm pretty certain this is gone. Tom Selleck Memorial Day. Player review is interesting here. I think this is pretty gone. I think this is pretty gone here, Mr. Rudy Scooty Rudy. So it's Bethel who's asked him to review this. Oh, I don't know, lads. I'm pretty certain this is out. I think it'll be umpire's call. It's not going to not be umpire's call. How about that one for you, Ruse? It's not going to not be umpire's call. See you later. Off your pop, Rudy Skirty. Oh, that was this close to being over. Look, I don't mind the review. They retain it. I don't mind the review because it was literally this close. It's umpire's call. No, baby. 3 wickets down. And England still trail by 66 runs. And I'm starting to feel an Australian victory on the horizon, lads. I'm starting to feel the Australian victory on the horizon. Incoming, knock, knock, 7 wickets to go. The London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. The London Bridge is falling down by Scooty Rudy. You're gone. She says, Blazy, neighbours must be calling the police anytime soon. I'm surprised that I never got any complaint anywhere I've been. You know, like, why did you... well, then again, India is quite loud, so maybe it's whatever. But I streamed as loud with Rugby League and your place in Jaipur. I never had any complaints ever. I think that's 5 in the bin. What did AFL Legend do? I said if more than 5 overs ago Scotty Boland was going to get root, it's just when. Yeah, I agreed with you. I agreed with you. So Brooke, he'll come in now. Bethel, he's 56 from 99. You were quiet in India. I was not quiet in India. I was absolutely not. Next bowl here from Cameron Green. Wow, that was close. The London Bridge already fell. That's why it remains are in Arizona. Remember, I do remember, but it's a good song to sing. Why don't you just let me sing with my beautiful Mariah Carey voice? For finding standards. Jeez. If someone, your neighbour, suffers a heart attack, it's on you. Well, the beauty about Fiji, so the negative is the internet and those kind of problems, but the beauty of Fiji is that we live in a very secluded area, so I could scream and shout and shake it all about for days and days, and no one will hear, unless I'm outside. Now it's going to be extra loud to make up for that. We used to do a wake-up call where we would scream into the microphone, but we don't do that anymore. Formats, I love that Harry Brook reps his IQ on his back. Okay, he's a struggle session. He absolutely is. And there'll be a 4 there for Bethel. 4 for Bethel. Someone in his neighbour. Bad time to have a heart attack. Great time to have a heart attack. Go out doing what you love. Called the umpire call 2 seconds prior to your call. Mate, you're a wizard. You're basically like Ricky Ponting of commentary. Dot ball. 3 for 121. You're in Struggle Street now, Bummy boys. I was in India when? I was in India March of last year. No, February. Yeah, no, March of last year. I was in Delhi for about 3 weeks in Hulls Castle and Connaught Place. And then I went to Agra for 3 days. I had to go to the Taj. 4 days, actually. Very interesting experience there. Very interesting experience in Agra. And Jaipur for about 3 weeks. And then Udaipur for about a month. 3 weeks. Oh, jeez. That's actually great keeping from Kara to stop that from going for a 4. It's still going to go... It still actually will go for 4. I don't actually blame Kerry for that. He did well to slow that down. My great-grandma was named Bethel. But no, I'm going to try and see if I can squeeze past India at some point this year. Because I want to go see my friends in Udaipur and swing past Jaipur. And I want to get out to Jaisalmer. It probably won't be till December of this year, though. Probably more so around December. I do have to be back in Fiji for my mum's birthday and daughter's birthday. Because mum's birthday is the 28th of October and daughter's birthday is the 13th of November. So they're very close together. But outside of that, I'm free chicken, son. Didn't heard you this loud when you were in Jaipur. Do you live like right next door to your apartment, Shatish? I don't know where you live. And yes, I was. I was louder. Rugby league, I'm louder than cricket. I am louder than cricket in rugby league, especially when the Titans are playing. Yeah, no, I definitely was. But the thing is, again, India's quite loud, especially that area too. Like there's obviously tuk-tuk horns and lots of people around, so... Well, England, you just got to get through today. Give us some cricket tomorrow right now. Give us some cricket tomorrow. It's what we're asking for. It's what we're pleading for. We're begging for it. We're begging for some day 5 action just to finish off the series with a bang. 58 runs, you trail by it. Just don't get beaten by an innings, England. Come on. Wizard vs. Titans suck. You suck. How about that? That's going to be a single. You suck. Next time when you let me introduce you my city, whereabouts are you in, Mayank? Oh, you live 15 kilometres away. Okay. Like closer to the mountains area? That's a while away, actually. I'm begging you. Mate, Daz is gagging for it right now. Gagging for a fit day. Yeah, Boland loves a bit of rude action. All right, next bowl from Boland to Bethel. Double. So we're about to find out pretty soon if we're gonna see Ben Stokes in this innings. We'll find out pretty soon. Uttarakhand, Dehradun. Ah, I know where that is. I was close to doing a health retreat up there. I was close. I'm pretty certain that's what I'm thinking about. It's up north, yeah? English, please. That is English. Uttarakhand, Dehradun is English. That is the name of where he's from. Let me know if you're ever coming to Kolkata over in the east. I have considered it. I want to go boo Cameron Green at the Kolkata Knight Riders. I want to go boo him. Boo that man. I'm going to go boo him at the Knight Riders. Trail by 56 runs. Come on, punch him in. Get Brooke early. Doing a dumb shot. That'd be lovely. That'd be lovely. Shatish, I don't know what you want me to do. You keep talking about my internet. I can't do anything for you, man. Unfortunately, you just kind of have to put up with it, man. I can't do anything about it. We're doing just doing our best here. Like, if we're muted, then please let me know about if I'm muted. If like there's a significant problem, like everything's cut out in general, then please let me know. But in regards to it just like being shitty internet, unfortunately, I can't do anything about it, mate. So you don't need to keep reminding us about how shitty the internet is. We're very well aware of that. I can't do anything about it, man. I can only do as much as we can. I love curry. A lal mas. Oh, beautiful lal mas. I have one of the best lal mas I ever had in Udaipur. Stunning stuff. Lal mas was beautiful. Spicy. And that will be a dot ball. For Mads, I ain't saying Harry Brook is thick, but I heard they told him next game is in Sydney, and he replied, "Why are we not playing in Australia?" Harry Brook, he's a character. He's a character in the sense that he's all over the shop. He really is. He's all over the shop. I would not be surprised if he goes and gets out with a stupid knock here. Actually, it's not that I wouldn't be surprised. I would bank on it. You know what? Let's try this. While we're in this period of the game, I am going to try and turn the VPN off and then turn it back on again, and we'll see if things change. Give me 1 second here. It may cut out. All right, now we'll try KO again with a different location. Hopefully this is better. No, most everywhere people assume Indian is because of curry. Well, because curry is very well known for India. People love a good Indian curry. Everyone loves a good Indian curry. Well, most people love a good Indian curry. Beautiful almas. Obviously, butter chicken's very famous. I had butter chicken at the original place in Delhi. I had butter chicken at Sandoz. Sandoz was good. Oh, jeez, that was good. Butter chicken at Sandoz in Connor Place. Dasmo says, no, football, that's what we call spastic. No, that's Pope. That is Pope. Yeah, butter chicken is good. Butter chicken. By the way, guys, is it working better now? Let me know in the chat if it's working better, and probably refresh the stream to get back to live with me. I mean, Indians don't really help combat that stereotype. It exists for a reason. It does exist for a reason, but I love a good Indian curry. I love it. It definitely is better. Okay, well, hopefully we can get the KO up and rolling, so hopefully we can get it up. Do you try fire pan in India? I tried a lot of stuff, man. I wouldn't be able to tell you everything that I had, but I had a lot of stuff. Okay, K is not seeming to go, so we'll go 7+. Yes, it is. Okay. But it may change later on as the day goes. Stream's crispy. It's good. Yeah, beautiful. I don't know why. Sydney was just letting us down. We blame Sydney for it. We'll just refresh the stream then, Ruse. Just refresh the stream and it should be fine. So Cameron Green is bowling right now. It's 3 for 128. There's going to be a dot ball. Dot ball here, dot ball there, dot ball everywhere. Did I have Lassie? Are you talking about Bung Lassie? Had Bung Lassie in Udaipur. How to avoid Delhi belly? Stay in 5-star hotels. Won't save you, bro. It won't save you. If it happens to you, it happens to you. It's just as simple as that. 5-star hotels can have it just as well. It can happen just as well. Lassie's immaculate. Yeah, I love Lassie. Delhi is 270 kilometers from my house. Yeah, I think I know where you are. I'm pretty certain I know where you are in Dehradun. So a single there, so 3 for 129. Come on, Green. Please make up for your abhorrent behaviour. Whoa, that one hit his elbow. That would hurt. That was a stinger. That was a stinger. Yeah, I can see the stash better now. Beautiful moustache. Beautiful. Jaipur has way better Lassie than Udaipur. Next time you are here, we're going for one. Hey, listen, I'm in, mate. I'm in. Okay, I'm in. I did a nice food tour with a lady named Diksha. She was very good. And she took me to all these different places and tried all the different foods and had Lassie. But I can't remember. I can't remember too much. But she was great. Bethel 62 from 108. It's actually so good now that you know, with the state of the world and that it's currently in, and the fact that, you know, moves have been made and things are happening. Oh, that's a good shot for a 4 from Jacob Bethel. We'll get to 66. You know, things are happening. If push came to shove and shit hit the fan, I'm glad now that I know people around the world. Like, if I was in America and got stuck, you know, say the internet goes down or something like that, or planes I'm going. You know, I've got people that I know in Chicago. I've got people I know in Texas. I've got people I know in California, everywhere. Same thing goes with Asia. You know, now I know people in Vietnam, in Thailand, I don't know anyone in Malaysia. Definitely in India, in Delhi, Jaipur, and also Agra. Not Agra really, but definitely Udaipur. But like, if push comes to shove, like, you're not completely stranded. And that'll be a boundary again. Jack Bethel is playing well. So 46 runs needed for England. 7 wickets in hand. Yeah, green shocking, Draz. I'm sick of it. Pink City always have good taste. Yeah, Pink City. Also the blue city of... what's the blue city again? It's not too far. I can't remember the name of it. I said this would happen. Grant's going to try harder to make up for his early mistake, and he's going to make more mistakes instead. Well, he's getting up a lot of runs. What's the blue city again? I can't think of the name of it. I know Harrison in England, yeah. I do know people in England. I also have a friend in Italy. You know, the more you travel, the more you're like safeguarded for, like, if, say, the internet goes down, or say banking system goes down, say world breaks out into war. I feel for people who are solo traveling at that time, or traveling in general, who don't have local connections, because you would be in a lot of trouble. You would be. Jodhpur, that's the one. Yeah, Jodhpur. Yeah, I knew it started with J. I couldn't think of the name of it though. 3 for 137. Yeah, that's my biggest advice for people. If you do what I do and you travel solo worldwide and you're experiencing cultures, it's amazing. But make connections, because with the tentative state of how this world operates at the moment, and things happening all over the place, you don't want to be left stranded if push comes to shove. Is my friend in Italy in the north south? He's Sicily. He's Sicilian. I met him actually in Udaipur. Met him there. He's Sicilian. He's very passionate about his food and drink. Very passionate. Oh, very passionate. You know Harrison, England? Don't forget that one. Don't know. I've forgotten. I've forgotten. Got anyone in North Korea? Yeah, myself and Kim Jong-un. You know, we'll probably go for a couple. We'll go watch the Chicago Bulls. Where's my Bulls at? We'll watch the Chicago Bulls together because he's best mates with Dennis Rodman. Big Bulls fan, Kim Jong-un. Just have to use... I'll say to him, hey, listen, let's watch some Bulls games. Bring Dennis around. Let's have a crack. See what I said, guys? You mentioned the name and he returns. There's he who shall not be named. You don't mention his name. Well, everyone knows Bethel is good batter. Harrison is not someone to forget. No, he is, definitely. Rodman was best known for playing for the Detroit Pistons, though. No. He was definitely known for playing for the Pistons, but he was more well known for playing with Michael Jordan. He is known for being a part of the trio of Dennis Rodman, Michael Jordan, and Scottie Pippen. Dennis Rodman was absolutely more well known for Chicago Bulls, but he is absolutely known for him being a part of the bad boys of the Detroit Pistons. Absolutely. But no, there's no way that anyone would regard Dennis Rodman more so for his Detroit Pistons days than the Chicago Bulls. But yes, he was well known for being part of the bad boy era of the Pistons. That's going to be a single of Harry Brook. He gets 7. I want to travel to South Korea. Yeah, South Korea would be pretty cool, man. South Korea would be pretty cool. Just need some rhythm and not going to curse it, actually. Well, you've cursed quite a bit throughout this series here. You know what, English fans? If Bethel gets out in the next couple overs, you can blame Harrison. Wickets will fall, Harrison's back. That's what I'm feeling, Mark, so we appreciate Harrison being back, actually. If there is a wicket that falls, especially if Bethel in the next couple of balls to overs, you can actually blame yourself, Harrison. And double. Bethel is class, but sadly not English. Great point. That is a great point. Another man not from England playing for England. Well, I do, but I guess I'm the exception that proves the rule. So you're saying that you remember Dennis Rodman more so for being a Detroit Piston than winning multiple championships with the Chicago Bulls with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. I can see you in a K-pop band, Blaze. Listen, on BKRtravel, we do some music reviews. Maybe we should... They copyright the shit out of K-pop, though. I think he has put money on Bethel. No, I'm not going to let him claim it. He hasn't. He would have told us ages ago. Roof at 6, what the hell? It's because Scoot Rudy, he's not Stevie Schmitty. You know, he got 160, he's thinking he's on top of the world. Then Travis Head goes and slaps him and says, settle down. And Stevie Smith just slaps. Bethel, Archer, Carr, Stokes. No one is English. No, not in their coach. Say what you want about Harrison, but I bet he doesn't have a moustache like that upon himself. How do you know? I reckon he has a moustache. I reckon that may be Freddie Mercury reincarnated. Harrison, are you related or a reincarnation of Freddie Mercury? Wish I had. See, there we go. There we go. You know, I'm getting compliments yesterday from Melanie, and now Harrison's wishing he had a brilliant moustache like me. And that's going to be a single. Good fielding. Probably two, actually. Because I've never been outside of my country due to my family problem, but I want to experience the world culture. Indians will find it difficult to travel anyway, really. I'm pretty certain they find it difficult, for the most part, getting visas. South Korea specifically. I know Thailand's starting to lock down them a bit. Because there's just so many. There is so many. Obviously, got a population of 1.3, 1.4 billion. What Devon says, Robin was great to watch on and off the court in real time. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Harrison, you have been revoked of a license to wear a monocle. By the way, there's about 10-15 minutes until the tea break. England trail by 36 runs. Are you a fan of tennis? I do like tennis, but I don't watch it that much. But I don't mind it. I used to be pretty good at tennis when I was younger. I know the Australian Open's starting up in about 2-3 weeks. Double! Oh, that one hit Carey on the thumb, I think. Oh, no. You don't like that. 2 days to go of the series, and you're seeing Carey grabbing and clutching at his thumb. Or his wrist, maybe. I just hope Harrison doesn't look at a certain Austrian painter and think, yeah, that's a stylish moustache. Maybe, that's what he does. Patea's changed a bit over the last year, Israelis as well. As in, Patea has changed for the good or for the bad? It's an observation to give your opinion. And that's going to be a single. We all know what Patea is like. We all know. Patea is very well known for its tourists not from Western countries. It used to be. We want another wicket while we watch the cricket. That is usually pretty good. That is usually what you want to see. We do like seeing wickets, yes. I'm assuming that LBW was wishy-washy, given he's up there with the batters of all time. The thing is, Harrison, you would have had more argument behind the LBW for Joe Root than you had, oh my gosh, that is so lucky from Brook that goes over. He's an idiot. It's the same old idiotic shot there from Harry Brook, but he gets lucky with it. It goes over the top of Carey. The LBW of Joe Root, he got out by this much. It wasn't umpire's call. It looked out like immediately, and they did review it, but it was umpire's call. Jeez, Harry Brook just plays dumb shots, eh? It's been 2 years since I lived there. I wouldn't go back now. Nothing like it was, yeah. The sad thing is, though, is that back in the day, I believe that Thailand, the legal age of consent was like 12. So you'd get a lot of real sickos going, and there'd be like real older men walking hand in hand with a 12-year-old down the beach. So I'm glad that Thailand has changed that law to be, I think, more appropriate at 16 to 18 or something like that. I think it's maybe probably 16 now, but I know they changed the law. But that was what Pattaya was well known for. Maybe a long time before you were there, Sean. I don't know how long you were there for. But yeah, it was super young, and you'd see like older, 12 days, no, full on. A lot of countries have been like that. A lot of countries, and that's where you'd get the sickos of the world that would go and hook up with extremely young females. And luckily for Thailand, they saw that was unacceptable, and they changed it. Was it now it's 13? I think now Thailand's probably similar to Australia, which is 16. I don't know. But I don't think they would have raised it to 18. They might have. I don't know, actually. Sean, you probably know. That would be a double. Knew it was dodgy. Snicko just acting up. No, well, it looked clear. It looked clearly out of the live viewing of it. But then when you looked at the Snicko, it had nothing to do with Snicko. Had nothing to do with Snicko. Oh, it's now 15 in Thailand. Still young. Still too young. But better than 12. But still too young. Better than 12 is a crazy statement to make, but you understand the context behind that comment. Only a 1 year there. Meet my now wife on my second day. She's 50. Oh, yeah. No, not everyone is like that. But that was just a real haven for pedophiles. Back in the day. Like 20 plus years ago. Australia 16. I thought if you're a male over a certain age, it was 18. No, there's a myth. At 16, there was a myth at one stage, like if you were 16, it had to be between 16 and 18, and then from 18 onwards, it's completely legal. I'm pretty certain it's 16. Again, this is not something that I'm fully versed on because I'm now 31 and couldn't give a shit because I'm not looking for that bracket. But I'm pretty certain that yes, and that it's definitely 16. I'm not going to reply to that one, Football Mad. That 10-day contract player from the Jazz back in the 90s must be from there. Karl Malone, huge basketball player. Massive. So England trail by 26 runs with 7 wickets in hand. About 10 minutes to go until the tea break, I believe. Dot ball. Yeah, like there are wild countries for that kind of stuff, man. Like Japan was 12 until recently, and then they changed it to like 17 or 18 or something like that. Well, Japan might. Oh, I don't really want to Google this shit. I don't want to put it onto my computer. Yeah, okay, it's 16 like Australia and Japan. But here's the thing, that's why Asia, unfortunately, has that reputation, because that's why Thailand, a lot of the time, because obviously the sex tourism and whatnot, but that's why Thailand grew in such popularity, because of the lackluster laws in regards to that kind of stuff. So, and then obviously the legalization of weed, you're bringing in an awful type of tourist a lot of the time. It's going to be a single. Any news on Stokes? No, we don't know yet, Tish. Yeah, Harrison, he hasn't been in your corner either. He hasn't been in your corner either, sir. Don't think Pope should be forgotten. He's still class. Should just play him over someone lower. I would rather see maybe you in this team than Ollie Pope. With versus 12 is ridiculous. A lot of the Middle Eastern countries, I think it's like, because in the Quran, Muhammad was with, I think it was Aisha at 9. So I don't think that there is I think that it's just, in some Middle Eastern countries, it's something like that you just need to be married. Doesn't matter the age. I think so. I could be wrong. but I'm pretty certain that's the case. That there are some countries in the Middle East where there is no age bracket, but you have to be married. Africa has a lot of countries with unforgivably young ages, yeah. The Middle East is infamous for that too, yeah. But that's based religiously. So Bo Webster coming in for a bowl here. Football says typical Aussie with their lies and sandpaper. Yeah, I don't know if I've got my mints around here. Let's just see if I can get the mints out. No, I didn't buy any mints recently. Do you have any? I'm sure you probably would. Lachlan says, and it needs to be... Okay, no, I'm not going to go down that path. I'm not going to go down that path. England trails by 25 runs. Top ball. I think in the Quran, if you can carry a bucket of water. Is that true? I don't know. I don't know if that's the thing. I just know that there are things about it. Or I just made that up. I wouldn't be surprised because, again, this is a controversial conversation, but it is also true that Muhammad married Aisha, I think when she was 6 and then consummated the marriage at 9, is I believe what it was. If there is someone who is Muslim who can correct me, please feel free to correct me, but I'm pretty certain that Aisha was married at 6 and then consummated at 9. We're dicing on thin ice here, lads. 3 for 158. Partnership 41. Bethel on 76 and Brooke on 12. Come on, 22 more runs, England. 22 more runs. And that will be a single. Statistics aren't racist, just saying. No, I know, but at the end of the day, you don't want to push. You don't want to, push too far into a conversation that, especially as a content creator, you don't want to do that. For you guys, it's a lot easier to say kind of whatever behind the profile, but for me, obviously you don't want to go down a lot of that pathway, but I'm also speaking in the truth of the matter. Harrison says, no, I haven't hit on a bet in a while, I'm going to give it a break. No, Harrison, you haven't hit on a bet in a while? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You've won so much during this Ashes. I can't remember the last time you lost in the Ashes. Oh, good throw there, but it'll be a single for Harry Brook to be on 13. Yeah, bang on there. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. What's funny about religions, actually, is that Hindus, a lot of them are actually Christian. Because Hinduism isn't actually necessarily a religion per se, it's a way of life. Everyone has been hitting on Harrison, yeah. But also, Shatij, it's in a violent way because it's hitting on someone, usually in English/Australian terminology or American, is flirting. Try and hook up. So no one's been hitting on Harrison in that way. But we have been hitting and using him as a punching bag, so we'll do that. Yeah. Shatij, I don't think understands that is actually that is actually a sexual way of putting it. Hitting on someone is like flirting. Remember, guys, Shatij is Indian, so he won't pick up on it. He's not wrong. You guys, you're not in that way, obviously. Well, you said it, man. You said it. That's what everyone here is going to pick up on. 4 more minutes. So I think we'll probably get... Yeah, we'll definitely get another over in. I don't know if we'll get 2, though. Harrison is a good lass. I reckon people are just jealous of his knowledge. Well, he said lass, so... Tells us everything we need to know, isn't it, football? Was away from here for 20 minutes, came back in the chat, had taken a turn. Yeah, it's taken a little bit of a turn, Chuck. It happens. Travis Head coming in for a bowl, though. This will be the last over, I reckon. It's not gambling, it's sports investment, yeah. I know that Buddhism and Hinduism teach people not to value material goods. Impossible to buy them anything for their birthday or Christmas. Yes, but Hinduism and Christianity actually does go, like obviously there's differences, but you can, for example, a girl that I knew in Delhi, she was Hindu Christian. He said last, not last. I'm taking last because he was called female yesterday, so I'll go with last. We support you whenever you like, Shatish. We don't judge. And that is going to be a lovely shot there. We should go for a 4 for Harry Brook. So he'll get 17 and England trail by 19 runs. Keep it up, England. Keep it up. I judge. Fair. I don't think I saw your comment before, Mark, in regards to Bali, which actually set us down this pathway. Is it a different rule for tourists and locals? I think it might just be for locals. I can't remember. And that'll be a single. No, that's going to be 2. No, that's going to be 4. No, it's going to be 3. We went through every number possible just then. A single, 2, 3, no, 4. But it wasn't a 4. It ended up being a 2. I judge the Japanese eat KFC on Christmas Day. That is such a weird tradition, but I'm here for it, especially if it's got the KFC breakfast. I back it, actually. I back it. I full on back it, but maybe that's because I haven't had KFC in a long time. Deary me, that was nearly a massive edge just then onto the stumps, but it doesn't do it. I'm not religious. I respect religion, though. It teaches you that if you are good, you go to heaven. 1 second. Yeah, he would have been close. Teaches you that if you're good, you go to heaven. If you're bad, hell awaits you. Not a bad rule to live by. Not necessarily. But that's a whole deep conversation. But yes, on that basis, yes. But it's not like if you're bad, you go to hell per se. Like there's a lot of context behind that statement. But if you're good, go to heaven, yeah. But with that being said, that's a whole different conversation, man. The married thing is local as far as I know. Yeah, I was going to say, because I feel like a lot of people wouldn't go to Bali then. Now I'm moving to Japan. Yeah, Christmas Day, Dasma, it's a true thing. They all eat KFC. I don't know who the promoter and the marketing genius was behind that marketing, but unbelievable stuff. They need a pay rise for sure. And that'll be a single there from Miss Field from the Aussies. So Beth will be on 78. But whoever the marketing genius was that sold KFC down the throats of Japanese on Christmas Day, they've killed it. They have killed it. Yeah, 1 more minute. So we'll get another over here before the tea break. This could set up an interesting play for England tomorrow. But again, they're still trailing. They still need to put on a score. Harrison said, what do you mean Mark is talking nonsense? He's replying to me. We can change the pin since Mark is now talking nonsense. Mark's replying to my question about Bali. And Bo Webster is bowling here. 5 balls to go of the second session. I don't think we have to wait for hell or heaven. Only one life to your good deed, because you can remember here with real people, not in hell or heaven. Ultimately, Jesus died on the cross for us, man. He died for our sins. So that's why, contextually based off of that, everyone is saved. Dot ball. But that, like I said, I don't want to go down a religious path here, because everyone here has different beliefs. You don't need me shoving it down your throat. I will tell you. Obviously, I'm Christian, but that doesn't mean I'm going to shove it down your throat. You are entitled to have your beliefs. And he said the English was stupid. At least we didn't fall for that marketing garbage. There is so much I could reply to this. There's so much, and I will leave it. To be fair, I don't need to defend Japan and their KFC. I don't need to, but there is plenty to reply in regards to, and you said the English is stupid. There's plenty. Mark, who do you think said that you're talking nonsense? Who do you think, out of everyone that has ever been a part of these streams, who do you feel like has said that you're talking nonsense? Man, well known for talking nonsense. Exactly right, Ruth. Half price zinger burgers on Christmas Day. Geez, the marketing genius behind that is superb. However, we did take Pope to Australia. Like I said, there's a lot of ammunition here, man. Oh, dearie me, bro. And Shatish, you are right again. Was Harrison. And Mark, you are right. It is Harrison. 2 balls to go here. And that's a no ball, so we've still got 3 balls to go. 3 balls to go here at the over. Time out. Well, he's on the brink of it. Just for fun. Oh, jeez, that was close. 2 balls to go of the session. I repeat, for the 100th time this Ashes series, the English had 2 options between a country and they chose a shit gold rock. It'll never get old hearing that, eh? It'll never get old doing that and hearing that and also talking about being proud of our ancestors being thieves. Okay, well we have seen something replace the pinned message. That is too funny. That is a dot ball. 1 more ball left of the session. The English ain't stupid. You only participate in the Commonwealth Games because of us. Yeah, that's nice. Hey, by the way, in Birmingham, we won the Commonwealth Games. In Birmingham, we won the Commonwealth Games. We won the whole thing. We won everything. We won everything. Everything. And there's a 4 there to finish off the session for Harry Brook. 24. So England trails by 9 runs. Geez, these guys got their shirts off, guns out, titties out, in a beautiful sun. There we go. So, well, this is looking good for a day 5 here, lads. Looking pretty damn well good. England trail by 9 runs. We've got the tea break, which will be 15-20 minutes. Guys, obviously hit that thumbs up button. Hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you are new around here. I will be back in 15-20. I'm going to make myself a cup of tea, lads. Well, a cup of tea before we get back underway for the 3rd session to see what England can put on. Let's see what they can put on. Let's see how they play this. We feel sorry for you. We feel sorry for you for sending you away for stealing bread. No, don't feel sorry for us. We're thankful. We're grateful, Football Matt. Do it again, please. We'll steal it again if we have to. We'll steal it again. I'll steal it in front of your face just to prove a point. No. Don't feel sorry for us. No, we're grateful. We're proud. We're proud. Steal those potatoes, son. Steal those potatoes, please. The bread, the potatoes, steal everything. Steal everything, please. But all right, guys, I'll be back in 15-20 minutes. I will be back, and we will get back to slapping Harrison as per usual. All right. Let me get this KO back up and rolling. Let's get this KO back up and rolling for the third session of the day. A decent session there from England. 3 for 174. Only the one out. Oh, a couple of outs actually. Duckett and also Joe Root gone. But look, they're making it so that Australia are going to have something to chase. That's for sure. I don't know what they'll be chasing, but they'll have something to chase. It is still the tea break, actually. They haven't come back out yet. Who's the best English... Oh, wait. What are we talking about here? I'm going to ask you a question, and I want a sincere and honest answer. What sport does England consider its national one, football or cricket? It'd be football. Not even sure if cricket is second. That'd be interesting between cricket and rugby union. That's actually an interesting question. Well, like cricket isn't Australia in the top two really as well. Like if you want to be pedantic, it'd be AFL/rugby as the 1 and 2 debatable on which state you're in. And then you'd probably say cricket is probably third. Like our technical national sport is cricket, but national sport doesn't necessarily reflect it being the most popular. For example, India, where hockey is their national sport, not cricket, even though cricket is their most popular sport. Football would be the national sport of England. I don't know. Is that their technical? Like, is that what they're actually... What is the national sport of England? Surely it would be. Surely it would be football. While cricket is widely considered England's national sport, especially in summer, football is undeniably the most popular. Okay, so cricket is your actual national sport, just like Australia. Doesn't mean it's the most popular, though. I got to the Euros final the last 2 times, just only South Africans to get us over the line. You need Bryden Cars in your team, mate. You do. You need Bryden Cars in your team. Mate, it's so bad. Our biggest content creator for cricket on YouTube F's it after 2 hours. 2 hours. What? He just leaves after 2 hours? Is that like a guy who does like streams like me, but for England cricket, he just leaves after 2 hours because it's not good? Is that what you're saying? So Webster finished up with his bowl. I'm not too sure who's going to come in now. Brooke is on 24, not out from 22 balls, and Bethel is 79 of 132. Getting close to his debut series 100. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see how England plays this, because if England do go into the end of the day leading by like 100 and a bit, you know, it'll make it interesting. It's football for sure. Well, football is not actually technically the national sport. The technical national sport of England, just like Australia, is cricket. I just Googled it. That doesn't mean it's the most popular. Again, like I said, key point. How far are you guys behind? Tell me how many fingers I'm holding up here. I need to know how far behind you are. So, yep, Jacob Bethel and Brooke walking out onto the crease now. Otherwise, maybe because the internet before was struggling, maybe you have to refresh. Okay, it's only about 10 seconds. Only about 10 seconds. Anyway, yeah, the technical national sport is actually cricket. Doesn't mean it's the most popular. It's about 10 seconds. They trail by 9 runs. Basically, what you need to worry Australia here is 250. But then the draw is still what's going to happen. Shame Union isn't as big anymore. The Wallabies were so good back in the George Rigan days. Yeah, when the Wallabies were going great guns, it was massive. And that's going to be a single to start off for Bethel, who gets the electric 80s. You know, they were fantastic back then. If we didn't completely throw our youth system and development system out the door by focusing on the wealthy kids rather than just in general, like what we've seen with rugby league and AFL and whatnot, then rugby would still be absolutely pumping. We've still got the 3rd most World Cups in the world behind South Africa and New Zealand. South Africa have 4, New Zealand have 3, and Australia has 2. And despite how shit we've been for the last 20 years, we still made a World Cup final in 2015. But we've been shit. X-Bolt. Oh, he played at that one, but just misses it there, Brooke. England's in a great position here. You got the Aussies right where we want them. Yeah, no, I'm scared, mate. I am terrified. I'm really nervous about what's going to happen in this game. But realistically, I think England need to lead by 250, but still I think the draw is just a guarantee in that case. Because England should get through this day. They definitely should get through this day with 7 wickets in hand. They should get through this day, but they'll probably, I'd say maybe lose 2-3 wickets in this session. Maybe 2-3 wickets. But then again, it's a good pitch, man. Like, the pitch is beautiful. I feel when they just started kicking for field position, having like 24 phases, killed it. Yeah, really slowed down. Me timbers are well and truly shivered. Yeah, no, we're shivering. We are shivering. Because people, not necessarily you, but people will look at England's score and go, wow, England are playing well here. You've got Australia in the back foot. It's like, well, Australia still have 10 wickets in hand. And we've already scored 500 runs in this match. We've still got a whole second innings to go. It's not like this is just the last innings and England are chasing 8 runs for the win with second wickets in hand. Dot ball. This pitch surely will be harder to bat on day 5. It does look like it will be harder to bat on day 5, but I'm pretty certain it'll be fine. It does look like cracks are slightly opening up. Look like there are slight solid amount. It's a good shot. That should go for 4 there. I'll go for a 4. Nisa is bowling. Bethel goes to 86, I think it is. This isn't an easy one to call right now in a lot of ways, because if England do fancy a chance to try and win this game, like obviously Australia needed a spinner in this match, obviously, but if England fancy a chance to win this game, they need to be very perfect and precise with their declaration tomorrow. The only thing slower than your internet is the inner workings of Harry Brook's brain. Is it really bad right now? I can try and switch the... Is everybody else having problems with the internet as well? I can try and switch it up if you guys need me to, and go back to the Sydney VPN. Again, blame Fiji, man. Win Viz draw 49%, Australia 41%, England 10%. Yeah. Okay, we'll try and switch it over then. Oh, it's back now. Okay. Yeah, it happens, lads. It happens. It happens, unfortunately. All right, let's go from live. Manx is a country who betray and capture other countries is now captured by others. It's called karma. What are you referring to? Who are you referring to? Are you referring to England? Are you referring to England? Oh, Lachlan, you've done yourself a disservice here, mate. You've done yourself a disservice because I know I'm not muted, mate. I know I'm not muted. You've done yourself a disservice. I know I'm not muted. I've seen I'm not muted. Next bowler for Nisa. And that's going to be a single. So anyway, I don't know if the internet was cutting out at the time when I was saying this, but England need to be extremely precise and definitive about when they declare tomorrow if they want a chance to win this game. So England lead by 1 run, by the way. But they need to be very specific about what they do here. Because if they don't declare at the right time, then it's just going to be a draw. But if they do declare at the right time, it will give Australia a chance, but it'll also give England a chance. All right, next ball for Nisa. And that's going to be a single. A guy here saying that you people play Commonwealth because of us. Yeah, well, Commonwealth Games is just countries that are under the under the banner of the British in that sense. So a lot of countries have got that. Have you learnt nothing? We don't play to win. I'll take that. Fair play. Fair play. So England lead by 3. Brooke on 28. Double. I thought you were making a political reference, Mayank, and that's why I was like, don't know about that right now. I'd back the English up in a political reference in that terminology, but I get what you mean now in regards to the Commonwealth Games sport. Commonwealth Games is just Commonwealth countries kicking the shit out of the UK. It's 4 countries combined too, not just the one. 7th is good kid, Jacob Bethel. Should have given him a chance earlier. He can bowl decent too. Yeah, he's okay bowling. What we should have done, though, is we should have been bringing in Todd Murphy. And with Cameron Green, maybe instead of Cameron Green. Next bolt. And that's going to be a double. Oh, wow. They're going to get 4 extra runs from that. That is so lucky for England. That was such a great throw from Marnus. He did get back to stop him getting out, himself getting out. But they will get 4 freebies off of that one. Slap the bails. Bethel batting comfortably, unfortunately. Yeah, Bethel looks good. He's on 87. Looks good. Yeah, I'm pretty certain he is safe. He is safe. He's fine. His bat is down. It was a great throw. We've seen some fantastic throws at the stumps this series. Yeah, there is no need to throw that. Next bolt. Oh, swing and a miss there. What do you mean? Cameron Green's been excellent this whole series. I want to time you out. High consideration, heavy consideration of the timeout for that comment. Very heavy. We have Keir Starmer. We have politics has a ceiling as high as our cricket. Yeah, Starmer's fantastic, mate. No, he's spectacular stuff. I know he's well and truly loved by the country of England. Come on, I've just switched over the VPN, so it would have cut out briefly, but we're back. Does the attention turn back to the footy after this test? 15th of January is when the rugby league content will be back on, Serpent. We have elbows at PM. Our ceiling is higher than a snake's ass. We don't have nothing of a ceiling. We don't have nothing of a ceiling. 3 for 190. They lead by 7 runs with 7 wickets. All right. Well, the internet looks like it's gone faster for me now when I've switched back over to the Sydney section of the VPN. It's just been these last 2 days, really. Previously, we've been pretty good for the most part. Yeah, this is what happened in the first innings, though, without Root and... Oh! I think that's an inside edge. Oh, everyone went up for it too. But there is an inside edge there. Got to thank Sydney for a 5-day test match. Yeah, he smashed that into the pad. Yeah. Yeah. Has seen some rain, though. If we... Only rain on day 1. No, rained on day 1 and day 2. Day 1 got called off early due to light, and end of day 2 we had a bit of rain. Nothing too dramatic, but still. But yeah, day 1 was light and then into the rain. So England lead by 8 runs. All right, next bowl here from Scotty Boland. Up in the air! Oh, no one's there. Over the man. And it's a 4, so that'll be England up to 12 runs. Three for 195. I asked the English fans, what do you get to before you declare? What do you declare at? Or do you just go until the end of the first session tomorrow and then hope you can bowl 5 wickets per session? You just got to hope that the pitch changes dramatically and then you've got that. It's very antsy-pantsy kind of stuff here for England for this next day. These next 2 sessions, 250 run target at least. So you're asking for them to get another 240 runs, which it's not exactly difficult with their situation, but 240 runs is taking up this session and the next session, and then Australia's getting still a healthy chunk. They won't try and chase that down. I hope Harrison doesn't return. I really want Bethel to get his 100. He doesn't deserve Harrison ruining it. Yeah, Bethel deserves 100 here, man. He does. He does. England hope for a 75-run lead. 75 runs. Yeah, that's going to be a top ball. Whenever you mention his name, though, he turns up, football mad. So you might have just done yourself a disservice. Yeah, I want to see Bethel get it. I think he deserved it. I think he's earned it. I think he's earned it. And that would be terrifying for England if he did get out, because there could be... I just don't know what's happening with Stokes if he's up next. Up in the air! Oh my gosh, he's lucky. Oh, he's going to get a 4. Jeez, he was lucky there. There was a man out there. It's 5 a.m. I take the risk. 96 for Bethel. Yeah, I agree with the commentary. I don't think even the most die-hard Australian fan wouldn't want to see Bethel get 100 here. If this was could you imagine if they had found a way to win Adelaide? This would be 2-2 going into the final day on the 5th test. Oh, dude, it would be so exciting. This would be so unreal. 4 runs needed for Bethel. Oh, this would be so damn well exciting. Three for 199. But I also want Nisa to slap him. But I do want to see it. Top ball. Top ball. England lead by 16. Of course you lot don't want Bethel to get his 100. You guys always turn up to annoy us in some way. What do you mean? I just said that I want to see him get to 100. I've literally just said that I think he's earned it and he deserves it. Did you listen to anything I just said? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That might be high. That might be high. Jeez, it was close. Way too early there, Serpent. Way too early. Way too early, bro. Just wait until you hear me commentate it, mate. They are discussing it. 2-1. They're not going to review it. They will not review it. I think it probably was high. I'd love for the lad to get 100. Still wouldn't matter. Well, Australia's won the series. This is just an exciting individual test match. Never trust an Aussie. Well, you can trust us to win. That's what you can do. You can trust us to win. Because even if we lost this game, we win the series. May win the battle, but we've won the war zone. And that's the greatest thing about being in this situation. Is that, like, it would be so exciting if this was 2-2 going into the day 5 of the 5th test with a chance of both teams. But obviously it's not, because England didn't turn up until the MCG. There'll be a single there for Harry Brook. So he'll get 233. Who landed on the wrong beach in 1915? Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, don't trust the English. If Stokes is all good to bat, this is going to be an uphill task for the Aussies from here. What? Lad, no, dude. Bro, you've just seen Australia get 500 runs. 550 runs. Guys, this is the thing when people talk about cricket. I understand you get your cricket, Satish, but Australia are still... England are still a massive disadvantage here. They are not in a dominant lead. They lead by 17 runs with 7 wickets in hand, and Australia still have a full 10 wickets in hand right now. You've just seen Australia go and get 550 plus runs. 550 plus, and we're assuming that Australia are just going to get out for a measly total right now. There's only 1 day left. This is on England right now to make a game of it. This is not a dominant performance here from England. This is what they did beforehand. They were 3 for 226 and then went all out for 384. This is exactly what they did. They've done this. How is Australia? How are you putting Australia into a bad position? We're only down by 17 runs right now. There's only 1 day to go. We've already shown that we've bat 550. And we're being told that, like, England are the ones that, like, this is an uphill task? Sorry. What? Like, it's interesting, but, like, at the end of the day, you look at the win viz, England is still at, like, 6% to win this game. They need to be extremely precise about their declaration tomorrow. Geez, that was close. Extremely precise about their declaration. And then without that, even if they do declare, Australia could just hold out for a draw by not giving up 10 wickets in 2 sessions. I don't get it. I don't understand. We've seen this so many times from people throughout this series where they say, we got you now. It's like, what? Lunch on day 2 of Perth is a prime example. Next bolt. And that's going to be a single for Bethel. So he'll be on 97. 22nd November 2003. Is that the Johnny Wilkinson field goal? If so, we'll just reply we've got more World Cups than you anyway, even though we've been shithouse for the last 20 years. But with that being said, yeah, that one sucked. That one did suck. If that's what you're referring to, are you talking about the Johnny Wilkinson field goal? So Bethel on 97 right now. I said we never lose. No, we lose a plenty, but we win more than most countries do on a consistent basis across multiple sports. If you compare the major sports and who's been the most successful throughout, like, again, if you want to talk rugby on a successful level, we have got 2 World Cups. England have got 1. Mitchell Stark is coming in here. It's Rugby World Cup in your backyard. Sure. But also we've got more World Cups, regardless. We've got more trophies in pretty much every sport than you. Pretty much. And if you want to be technical, you do have a Football World Cup in a sport that Australians don't care about. That's going to be a single there for Bethel to get to 98. Like, you don't win this argument, bro. You don't win the argument in regards to sport. I wouldn't even bother, to be completely honest with you. Because if you just do a quick Google search as you've just told somebody else to do, it's very easy to go and see that Australia in pretty much every sport outnumbered England. And especially for population size as well. The convicts that you sent away are actually better at you than most sports across the entirety of this sporting history. And if you talk about football, well, you got a Football World Cup. You don't have a trophy across your continent. We have an Asian trophy, which isn't as difficult as Europe, but at the end of the day, we can't compete in Europe, and we only compete in Asia, and we won it. So, in that Football World Cup, which is your main sport, you haven't won in over 60 years. So, you know, and it's great that you've been in 2 European finals, but you've lost both of them, and one of them you lost in your own backyard to Italy, who haven't made a World Cup since before 2014. And that's going to be a single there. You don't win this battle. Look, we took cricket. Beat you. Took Commonwealth Games. The most recent one we beat you in your own backyard. You know, Rugby League, obviously we slap you. Rugby Union, we've got more World Cups than you. There's no point here. England do well for sport. They do well, but they don't win. They don't win as much. Like, for a country that doesn't give a shit about football, as in soccer, it's actually impressive that the only two teams we lost to in the FIFA World Cup was Argentina and France, who made the World Cup final. And we gave it a good crack against France. We fell apart in the second half, and we gave it a real good crack against Argentina. Now, we punch above our weight, man. I'm very proud of our country. We punch above our weight, especially with that population size and the diversity of sports. It's not like we just put it all into one sport like, say, India. Our diversity of sports is ridiculous. We only win when you want to. Well, you don't really want to win that much then, football. So that's a single there for Bethel. Come on, one more. One more, Bethel. I don't want to go there and get technical, but we got 2 world wars. We're a part of you for world wars. What are you talking about? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. You can't claim 2 world wars without your allies. What? That's ridiculous. That's so disrespectful to everyone who helped the English out over the years to say that you got 2 world wars. No, you and your allies got 2 world wars. Anyone who fought on that side claims the war. That's a ridiculous statement. I'm sure you know that was a stupid comment. It's a little bit disrespectful, to be fair, because it's like we had people die as well. Like New Zealanders had people die for the same thing that you were fighting for. That's why we have our Anzacs. So a little bit more respect in regards to that. The sport conversation is all good fun, but a little bit more respect in regards to the World War stuff, because we had plenty of men, great people die alongside you, fighting alongside you in World Wars. So if you're claiming it, we're claiming it too. That's the whole point of being allies. All right, so Bethel, come on, one run. We want to see him do it. Let's do it. And whoa, double. This is your I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're good. I will get pretty passionate about that because obviously we did have a lot of people alongside. Also, didn't the Poms say we weren't going to win the 21-21 Rugby League World Cup because it was being held in England? What happened? Again, well, yeah, you're right. They don't care about rugby league, but sure, you can argue that. Richie Ladd says, when Australians are born, they want to be rugby players. It's a small part of England that even plays rugby league, the North. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. And also, that's not necessarily true. It depends on what state you are for Australia. For England, that is absolutely correct. But it depends on what state you are for Australia, whether you want to be a rugby league player or an AFL player. And then there's rugby union, then there's cricket, and there's football, and all that type of stuff. Next ball. And it's a dot ball again. Come on, just get that one more run, Bethel. So whilst I'll grant you a point of that, which I agree with Richie Ladd, not all of it is necessarily true. Come on, we just want to see one more run here for Bethel. I'm genuine too. I genuinely want to see him get 100. I think he's earned it. Respect when due. Banter, always, but respect when due. That's why when England won at the MCG, I gave him the respect. I will say the pitch was shit, and it was a 50-50, and England came through with the 50-50, but respect is due. They still won the game with the same pitch conditions as Australia were in. So Brook on 35, and he's going to come on strike against Boland. I asked it before, I don't think I got too much of an answer though. For the English out there, give me what you think you declare at or what time you declare at. Not today, you're not declaring today, there's no way. But I'm saying like tomorrow, when would you declare to give yourself a chance, but also you don't want to give Australia a chance? Because if you declare with 200 with 2 sessions to go, Australia can still chase that down. We saw what Travis Head did in Perth. That would be an exciting finish, but geez. Geez, that'd be good. That'd be such a good way to finish up. The Ashes would really have brought this Ashes together. Right now, it's a pretty average Ashes overall, but if that was the case and we saw like Australia chasing 200 with 2 overs, scary times, England can win, Australia can win, draws possible, it would be just such an enjoyable last 2 sessions. And that's going to be a dot ball for Brooke. Yeah, rugby league is extremely limited. Extremely limited in England. But for context, only Queensland and New South Wales and ACT care about rugby league in Australia, whilst AFL is Western Australia, South Australia, Victoria, and Tasmania. And then Northern Territory is 50-50. Yeah, I do. I want an exciting game. Like, we've already won the series. I want an exciting game. I really want an exciting game. And right now, at least the question is being asked about an exciting game. We are going to get 5 days 5 days, so that's beautiful to see. And now I would need to see England put some pressure on us so that we're going to see the pressure of day 5. And then if they can put the pressure on us, there's a chance for Australia to win, a chance for England to win, a chance for a draw. Everything's there. All right, that's going to be a single here. So Bethel will come on strike. Come on, kid. Come on. Come on. Come at the man, come at the moment. You deserve it. England lead by 23 runs. Jeez, you'd be nervous, but with how deep Australia batting lineup, anything under 240 should be chased. Yeah, but you've got to look at the time frame, though. The limited time frame is the key point here. 3 for 206 is it's fine, but they only lead by 23 runs here. Again, like if this was the first innings, would be a whole different conversation. But this being the second innings and there's only a day left, that's why the conversation shifts to a lot different context and questions. It's good. Here we go. Bethel, come on. Oh, top ball. Queensland alone is 14 times bigger than England. I really hope that that's not like a suggestion of population sizes because, okay, state size, sure, but let's compare population sizes. Do you know how many people live in Queensland? Because otherwise, I wouldn't know if it was in regards to size. Like, are you using that in the same argument from what you were saying before? Because that wouldn't make sense. But if you're just saying that as like a general stat, then like Queensland's massive, yes. Geographically speaking, you're correct. But if you're using that in the previous argument, that makes no sense because population sizes are vastly in favour of England there across the entirety of the country. Another dot ball. Well, I think Australia should be able to bowl England out with 50 to 60 overs remaining. I'm just trying to figure out right now about England's declaration because I think they'll get to a point where they declare. I think this pitch is so good that it'll come down to a declaration. But you don't want to give Australia a chance, but Australia will have a chance regardless, really. You want to give yourself enough of a chance, and you also want the draw to fall back on kind of deal. A lot of interesting things here. I'm not even thinking about like what we can bowl them out for right now. I'm just considering what they declare at tomorrow because they won't declare today. It's an interesting equation right now. Come on, Jacob. Come on, son. And another dot ball. Dude, he just can't get off it and he's going to be off strike. He just can't get off it. At least he's not getting out, but he's still on the... Yeah, a lot of scenarios can happen here, Sundo, for sure. At least he's still in there, Bethel. Double the population and put everyone in Tassie. There you go. What's England's population? Is it like 70 mil? I don't know. What is England's population? Because I know obviously Australia's is about 25, 26, most of which is in Sydney and Melbourne. All right, so Mitchie Stark is bowling now. Geez, Harry Brook got close there. Just tried to lift it over the slips there. Probably not what you should be doing right now as your opposition man is currently going for 100. Brook, can you just settle down for 1 second? Just wait for him to get his hunch and then you can go for it, Brook. Because right now, I think you should be respecting your partner and not being silly. Because if you get a wicket, like there's every chance of a collapse, and you don't want that to be that pressure to be put on your partner as he's currently on his one run away from, a big time score. Regardless of big time score, but like one run away from getting 100 in Ashes, which is massive. Lead by 23. I think right this very second, there's still a good hour and 20 minutes to go here of today's play. I don't know if they're extending. Don't think they need to. If they're extending, there is still an hour and 50 minutes. If they're not extending, there's an hour and 20 minutes. We've got to get Brooke out. I'd be looking at the Bethel of 99, to be honest with you. We've got to get anyone out. So Brooke's still on strike at the moment. Stark bowling at 140s. Early 140s. Next ball from Stark. Oh my gosh. Did he... Oh, jeez. I thought there might have been something there, but no, he doesn't. He doesn't. There's so many scenarios that can happen here, man. This is Test cricket, bro. This is Test cricket. I think we get Bethel right if it gets 100. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with that. The 100 to 110 marker is usually pretty close. Usually you do see players lose that concentration because he's like laser focused right now to get that 100. And then once he gets it, it's usually a pretty good spot to knock someone over. Especially with all the hype and the celebration from getting that moment. So Stark to Brooke. Oh. He would get the ton and the bridge would come down. I'm just figuring out what... Because Stokes is injured. Like, and if he comes out, like, things can happen quickly, as the commentary's saying here. Things can change really, really quickly. Australia is still well in the advantage right now, but it really just comes down to what England choose to do. Oh, geez, that was a poor ball. So that'll be a dot ball. 3 for 206, and we're going to see Bethel come back on strike. Come on, kid. Let's do it. Let's do it. There is an hour and 50 minutes to go, so there's still an hour and 50. They are extending it by half hour. So we've got plenty of cricket to come here. The way they're batting right now, hour and 50. Geez, what could they bet? They're up by 23. Maybe they could be up by 130, 100, maybe 100 to 130. Between 100 and 130, they might lead by the end of the day. They need more. They need more. It just depends on how many wickets they have. Oz $1.48, draw 315, England 10. Oh, I told you guys at like 8, 6, 7, 8 to 1. Don't do it, Sunder. About the draw. This is good cricket. Roos, we've seen this ump doesn't really call wides a great deal. Okay, Webster into Bethel and dot ball. Come on, Bethel. This is your prime opportunity right now. A real slow spin here from by Webster. Come on, Bethel. Get the job done here. They keep showing the family of Bethel. Next ball. And, oh, he shaped to go for a single there. It's a dot ball again. I think $1.48 is getting up to good value there for Australia. I think you're throwing away money at $10 for England. Up in the air. Oh, he's done it with a 4. Is it a 6 or a 4? Well done, Bethel. Well done. That's a 4, so it wasn't a 6. But, geez, what a shot there from Bethel. Great to see his dad emotional. Awesome knock here. Awesome knock there from Jacob Bethel. We wanted to see it. It's scary, though. Whenever a shot goes up in the air, you don't know if someone's going to be out there. But just whacked towards the boundary, and he gets the 4. Got to be happy with that. All right, now let's see where they can go on to from here. Great knock. What a moment for the young lad. You know, even Australians would be super happy for that. As an Australian, I'm super happy for that. And as you can see, there's a few Aussies here who are happy for that. You're not complaining. You know, he's earned it. He's deserved it. They've needed him badly. Like, they've really needed him. And he's come through. He's come through. Next bolt. And that will be a single for Bethel. Look at Dunham for. Webb's still looking for his first maiden. I had a feeling when I saw that he hasn't pitched a maiden that Bethel was going to hit it. Well done to the lad. Well, it's because they've not got Bo Webster playing as his normal bowler. He's usually a medium pacer, you know, but he's bowling slow spin because they chose not to go with Todd Murphy. Finally, a batsman from England. And it's going to be a single there. Australia, if they had have played Todd Murphy, it would have gone day 5, but we would have been in a significantly better position. Todd Murphy not being here is what's probably going to make this a draw, because they chose not to go with a spinner at the SCG. But then again, Will Jackson's been slapped a little bit. England typically taking West Indies cricketers. Yeah, all Saffers, all Kiwis. Partnership in 96 here between these two. Two young guys. Jeez, you always get nervous though. Like, it was a great shot, but you do always get nervous as it goes up in the air. But there wouldn't have been many out in the boundary with him just chasing the single. $13,406 for Bethel. Harrison deserves credit, played his part for that Bethel. Yeah, he played his part. Yeah, he didn't turn up. Him playing his part was him not turning up for it. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Wouldn't mind if Bethel was the last batter once all 10 wickets fall. Well, no. Well, no. Well, he's got his moment now. Now, get out of here. He's had his moment. Respect it. Appreciate it. Now we can go. Now we can go. No, there comes a point where you're just like, no, if he's still there, that means he's got a big score. That'd be 200 plus if we're talking that. But this is the time of the day yesterday that Australia were taking the piss in. This is where you can get some runs here. So Brooke and Bethel need to target this period because this is exactly where Steve Smith and Bo Webster got some big runs. Makes it more interesting. No, that would give England a chance to win this. If Bethel was still batting as the 10th, as the final batter, that would still give England a chance to take this, because it means he would have gotten 100 on his own. Another 100 is what I'm referring to. Top ball. Yeah, he got his 100. Now he can take a hike. Exactly right, Sundo. There is a chance for all 3 results right now. And it all comes down to it when they're smart enough to declare. Tomorrow. But also, Australia's not that worried because they've got 10 wickets in hand. They'll be fine. I don't think England win this game. But it's all on offer. All options and all scenarios are on offer right now. Stark to Bethel. Oh, massive inside edge there. That'll be a single. Massive inside edge. Still an hour and 45 minutes to go here. Oh, they are the army, the Barmy Army, apparently, lads. They are. They are mental and apparently mad. Apparently. He's lucky with that inside edge. What? Michael Vaughan talking about this being a difficult pitch? Okay, settle down. It's an amazing innings from Bethel, and I'm really happy for him, but settle down on this being a really difficult pitch. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We've seen Joe Root get 100, Travis Head get 100, Steve Smith get 100, and now Jacob Bethel get 100. And we're talking like this is a really difficult deck. Oh my gosh, Brook doing Brook things, bro. He's lucky he's not out. Michael Vaughan needs to chill with that propaganda. It's a fantastic knock, but it's not on a difficult wicket. Like Australia have gone and got 550, lad. Harry Brook doing Harry Brook things there. And this is your future captain, apparently, because he's the standing captain when Stokes is off. Okay, next ball. Up in the air! Oh, through the slips. Oh my gosh, again, good fortune. He is an idiot. I've got to be honest with you. Harry Brook, he's an idiot, but he gets real lucky at times. He's got away with that one. He's gone for a slap up the ground, and it's ended up between the slips. Jesus, he's an idiot, dude. It goes for a 4, but the guy's an idiot. Might be Vaughan that said getting 150 batting 4th, not easy. No, he said this was a difficult pitch. So Brook on 41. Bethel and Brook right now showing very similar to what we saw from Bo Webster and Steve Smith yesterday. I'm telling you, this is a period to target runs, which is what you need right now. You need to target runs. Ball 3 and 4 with stupid shots. And that's going to be a dot ball. Oh, Bo Webster. Who is that? Oh, it's Nisa with the misfield. They'll get a single. Brook will get to 42. If Bryden Cast didn't get 100, Vaughan must be correct about the pitch. Yeah, look, Bryden Cast, greatest player of our generation. Evelyn says, how many overs could you see England bowling us out in? I don't think they're going to be able to bowl us out. I don't think it's possible. I think this is either Australia or a draw. But if England, like, I just can't see it. Like, we went through a day and a half of batting. And if we have any sniff of having to face a draw, like, I don't think it's going to happen. Realistically, I don't think it's possible in 2 sessions. I don't think it's possible, man. That's why they kind of need to do it like in the first session, but then they're giving too much of a chance to Australia. I just am struggling to see the world England still win this game without a miracle bowling attack when we know their bowling attack is not good. I feel like everyone is desperate for the pitch to be hard to bat on. Yeah, I know, they are. Everyone's talking about, like, I don't know why. You've seen 82 from Harry Brook. You've seen, 70 not out from Bo Webster. You've seen 163 from Travis Head. You've seen 160 from Joe Root. You've seen 130 odd. Oh, Webster is shouting for a potential wicket here. I think it might be a little bit too high, though. They may have a look at this. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. They're going to review this. Wow, okay. They're going to review this for Harry Brook. I didn't get a good look at it, but I thought it might have been a little bit high. This could be huge here, dude. Break this partnership up could be huge. We've got 2 reviews remaining. think this is going to be England's favour. Well, it's definitely hit the pad. Okay, go to the ball tracking. And... oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's a wicket! Out of nowhere, Bo Webster! Oh, dude, that's massive! Dude, that is huge! Yeah, Bo Webster insists they review. Shout out Bo Webster. Massive review there. Yeah, and Alex Carey as well. Alex Carey and Bo Webster. Alex Carey's been so good in this series, dude. I don't think he would have listened to Bo Webster too much, Steve, but he trusted Alex Carey here, and it's come off, and that's a wicket for Australia. They're 4 down, and it's Harry Brook. They've still got Bethel there, and now we're into an injured Stokes if he comes out. Is Stokes coming out? That's a massive wicket, dude. That changes a lot of context here. Oh, it's Will Jacks coming out. It's not Ben Stokes right now. So it's a time for a VB drinks break. I'm going to quickly run and just give my face a wash. What a moment that is, man. That is a massive moment for this game. They are effectively 4 for 36 right now. And this is Sunday. That 2-1 odds is not coming in anytime soon with that just then. But massive. So, guys, I'm going to quickly go wash my face. It's a drinks break. Thumbs up, subscribe, get in the chat, fire up. Let's go. Come on, Aussie. Come on, Aussie. That is huge, lads. That is huge. Now, Webster as well, Robbo, but yeah, Carey's been incredible, dude. But yeah, I love Carey, only one that went up for that one. Bo Webster as well. But again, I don't think that Steve Smith would have reviewed that if it was just Bo Webster. I think he's reviewed that because Carey was adamant, and that is a great call from Carey to back up his bowler there. He's up close to the stumps, and they get a huge wicket at a really important time. That is massive there. Drinks break 4 for 219. They lead by 36 runs, so effectively speaking, they are now 4 for 36. And look, this is good. This is Test cricket, lads. This is Test cricket because we've got so many options at play right now. So many options at play. Regardless, Australia are going to come into bat, whether it be for the win or for the draw. But they've got Will Jacks coming in here. Ben Stokes obviously injured, so he's not in. We thought it might have been Jamie Smith, but instead it's actually Will Jacks. Yeah, so I think Stokes is out for the match because he's got an injury to his right abductor. I don't think he's going to be batting. Bo Webster, second ball. Dot ball. Dot ball. How good. Yeah, give a nod out from ump. You can understand why, dude. It was a tight one. Like, it was a good bowl. It's a great bowl. But you can understand why the ump has called what he's called. Up in the air. Up in the air. Where is anybody? Oh! Will Jacks is caught him! Will Jacks is caught him! Will Jacks is caught him! Oh, Will Jacks is gone! Oh, the London Bridge is falling down, lads. Here's the collapse of dreams. This is what England's known for. The London Bridge is falling down. Falling down, falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. Bye-bye, Will Jacks. Drops the center of Travis head on 121. Gets out like that on a duck. Quack, quack, into check. Quack, quack, into check. Quack, 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 into check. Quack, quack, into chat. Quack, quack, into check. Quack, quack, into chat. There's a duckaruno. There is a duckaruno. And England are a world above them now, only leading by 36 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Bethel Steely and Jamie Smith will come in. Well, Bo Webster, welcome back to the Australian cricketing team. Robert says, just like that, a day's worth of effort is gone. I don't know what Will Jacks is doing, bro. Earn your right to hit. Earn your right for boundaries. Earn your right to go big. He's gone for a 6 there. Earn your right, dude. That's 2 wickets in the over from Bo Webster. Welcome back to the Australian cricket team. Suddenly, day 5 looking on the ropes. No, I think day 5 is still a guarantee, but now it doesn't. There's no declaration thought as we currently speak. That's just a lack of respect there from Will Jackson. You know, that's just stupid from Will Jackson. It's stupid. He's throwing his team absolutely into the cauldron here. Yeah, 75-run lead looks good now, Sean. Will Jackson, Cameron Green need a trip to Noosa. I was happy to see Cameron Green happy for Bo Webster there because, look, Bo Webster probably just immediately comes in for Usman Khawaja for our tests against Bangladesh. All right, here we go. Last hour and a half of play. What are England going to do now? Next ball and dot ball. So wicket, dot ball, wicket, dot ball. Trajectory-wise, this next ball should be a wicket, right? Damn, the customary collapse is on. 2 wickets, bang, bang. And dot ball. What an over here from Bo Webster. Geez, if you're an England fan, you would be spewing at the change of events in this last 10 minutes. England were looking real solid. And am I surprised that it's Harry Brook that starts to collapse? So Bo Webster, and it'll be a single spew, and it would have been a 2-wicket maiden, but it will be a single and 2 wickets from that. What a maiden! What a over from Bo Webster, dude! What an over! Damn, still no maiden for Webster, but it's hard to complain. 2 wickets like that, incredible, especially when he's not a spin bowler. He is a medium pacer who has. That's a great bowl. That's a great bowl against Brook. Fantastic bowl against Brook. And it was a great review from Alex Carey and Bo Webster. And Steve Smith trusting his wiki is what's turned this game on its head. Because I don't think Steve Smith would have reviewed that if it was only Bo Webster celebrating it. Alex Carey and Bo Webster were both adamant. It just shows how important Alex Carey has been in this series. And you know what? It was Cameron Green who made the catch. I love how he makes that catch, but he couldn't make the previous catch. I'm happy for Cameron Green there making that catch. Satish says, imagine what impact a specialist spinner would have created in this deck. Oh, I kept saying it. Todd Murphy would have been massive. Todd Murphy would have been huge. Would we have won the game by now? Not necessarily, but it would have been massive. Football, Mad says, the funny thing is when Bethel was trying to get his 100 and you was talking about betting prices and when England will declare, I was going to say by the time Cast is in, we could only be 75 in front, might be less than that. Yeah, you're right. But if you remember as well, I was talking about how Harry Brook wasn't respecting his batting partner because Bethel was on 99 and Harry Brook was going for dumb shots to go for like a boundary. And it's like, the moment's not about you right now, man. The moment is about your partner who's going to get 100. Just be patient, sit in until he gets his 100, and then go for his shots. But he just doesn't do that. And then he gets out very, very quickly right on after. Harry Brook has a lot of maturing to do, and I can't believe he's their stand-in captain when Stokes is not there. He's their captain now while Stokes is not there. You know, he's just a silly cricketer. And whilst it was a great ball from Bo Webster that got him, he is a silly, silly cricketer. And there was a lack of respect for his own team when he was doing that whilst Bethel was there, because a wicket can create the collapse and can create multiple wickets, which is what we saw. We saw another wicket of Will Jacks pretty much immediately, literally immediately, two balls after. So it's if you're an England fan, you've got to be disappointed in Harry Brook's maturity, because he is the big reason why you've gone back down into this situation. With that wicket going, again, it was a good ball, but with that wicket going, but also the way he was acting whilst his teammate was going for a debut 100. So it says $1.13 now, missed the train. Well, I said, yeah, 2-1, it's not going to be on offer anymore. Even Kuhneman would have been great. Yeah, but they would have got Top Murphy over Kuhneman. Harrison says, let's see. Are you happy right now, are you, Harrison? Dude, you missed the boat, dude. You should have been here 10 minutes ago, and you could have been chirping, and you probably would have got a couple of fishes. You probably would have riled a few people up that 10 minutes ago, because it was getting really scenarioed, lots of scenarios. Now, I'm very confident. 10 minutes ago, it was looking really good for tomorrow, where tomorrow would have 3 options at play. Draw, England win, Australia win, but still favouring Australia quite heavily, but still, it would come down to the declaration for England. Now, we're not thinking about a declaration of independence anymore. Now we're thinking, how long are England going to survive? A darker 42, and I don't know. Yeah, you've missed out on what's happened. Blame Harrison. There you go, football. There you go. She says Harry Brook, Jamie Smith are not mature cricketers. As I said before, sloggers are not entertained in the longest format. And again, Harry Brook is their stand-in captain. How? I did say $1.48 was getting values, Hunter. I did. And Harry Brook is the guy that wants to be skipper. I'm sure he'll be a great batter, but does he have the temperament for Test captain? I don't think so, yeah. Dot ball. I don't think so. He got a lot of maturing, man. He's very young. Very, very young. But I don't think that he does. He's too hasty. He's not patient. By the way, we want to see one more wicket for Starkey to get to 30. Come on. For the series. Come on. Harry Brook is too stupid to realise he's stupid, football man. Look, valid. Valid. I remember the other day when he insulted Marnus bowling, and then the next day Marnus got a wicket. Next bowl from Stark, and that's going to be a dot ball. Sean says, Stokes broken his leg or something. The captain is not going to bat. Something to do with his, wasn't oblique, abductor. No, I don't think he's going to come out. I don't think he's going to play. I've been playing for hours and we're up 38. Brilliant. Yeah, well, you were down by 170. What did Australia lead by? 170 going into this innings? Yeah, massive wicket of Joe Root. Yeah, Alex Carey, to be fair, he was more adamant than Bo Webster too. Problem is, we want to watch this tomorrow after lunch, hopefully. I think we still get there. I've got hope. But there's an hour and 25 minutes left here of the day's play. This was the period they needed to target, which is why I guess Harry Brook did think maybe like that. But it's not a difference to how he bats normally. But whoever's the next bowl, dot ball. How about Bethel? We were so happy for him, man. I was cheering him on the entire time. He was getting up to a hunch. England want Brook to be their future captain and Australia want Green to be theirs. I think both those shouts are ridiculously stupid. Well, one of them is horrifically stupid and the other one is just, I'm not even entertaining the thought. Yeah, no one was disappointed that he got his 100, Harrison. Webster 2 for 16 is touchy self stuff. It is great stuff. And especially with his not out 60. Welcome back to the Australian team, mate. And you've done that to yourself, Rubbo. That's a 4 from Jamie Smith. Bo Webster doing well, the young buck. Oh, are you talking about Bethel? I think Bo Webster's what, 28? Bo Webster age. He's 32. Sorry. Yes, he's not exactly a young buck. So you must be talking about Bethel. Next bowl. Oh my gosh, that was a bowl from Webster. Yeah, spins causing problems here for the English team. Imagine having Todd Murphy. Yeah, the economy is at roughly 5 right now. Oh my gosh, the spin is causing problems for England as we speak. Double. Yeah, that's causing them massive problems at the moment. Massive. Get him, slug. Given wickets to Webster is just as pathetic as you can see, this English side needs to improve massively. Did you see the bowl from Webster? It was good. Second bowl for the wicket was a lack of respect from Jacks, but the first bowl was really good. Poe back for Jacks. Will Jacks has been a massive deterrent to England in this test. Dropping Travis Head on 121 is unforgivable. It was okay bowling. I think he had a low economy, but he was okay, and then does that. Oh my gosh, good bowl. Neese is on. I always thought day 4 and day 5 spin well. She's still spewing. We've got no Todd Murphy. Todd Murphy would have been peak. Would have been peak. Carey's still up close to the stumps. Jeez, he's good, mate. Like, he's going to go. This is one of the most electric Ashes wicket-keeping I've seen in a very long time. He's been so good. Bethel's faced 171 balls for 106 runs. I think Stark gets at least another 2 wickets. Don't know why, but that's what I'm feeling. I just want to get 1 to get to the 30. Well, Sydney Test match pitches are very good for spinners. It's like the first time in 140 years or something that they haven't played a spinner on a SCG pitch, is what they said. Winning a World Cup on the boundary count doesn't count for me. Controversial, very controversial overall as well. I just disagree with it being on a boundary count. Why don't you just play another super over, you know? I think that's just so unfair. I don't know why you wouldn't just go and say, okay, play another super over. Just like in NBA, you know, you go into overtime and then you both score 14 points, you go into OT2. And then if you both score 8 points, you go into OT3. It's until somebody wins it. I really disagree with the fact that it's a boundary count, yeah. Who invented the game? The English invented the game, Wizard was. They invent all the games. It's just not that great. So Mark Wanisa, 2 more balls left of the over. England lead by 44. And dot ball. I believe you didn't, but you claimed it. Figures. Really? What country invented cricket? Cricket was invented in England, with its origins tracing back to medieval times in southwest England, Kent, Sussex and Surrey as a children's game, evolving into an adult sport by the 17th century before spreading globally with the British Empire. First laws of cricket were codified in 1744, establishing its foundation as a popular sport. No, it definitely was England. Oh, that's going to be a single. Now the rule has changed. ICC has changed it, unfortunately, for Kiwis. That wasn't changed at the time. Is it now to another super over? Is it now super over until it's finished? Well, it's like the AFL, in 2011, no, not 2011, 2010, Collingwood played St Kilda in a grand final, and after 2.5 hours, obviously it was a draw, and instead of there being extra time or whatnot, they had to play a whole nother game. You had to play an entire another game. So they came back a week later to play the grand final, and Collingwood absolutely whooped them. Collingwood whooped St Kilda in the second game. They made a lot of money from that because they got 2 grand finals out of it. A boundary count is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I expected Harrison to say that. So Webster again coming in. Economy of 5 right now. No, sorry, 4 economy. And that'll be a single, but he's got the 2 wickets. North of France, somewhere up there. England liked it and changed it up a little. I don't know, I just looked at Google and I thought England invented it beforehand. AFL Grand Final replays make no sense. Well, there is extra time now. They did change the rules after that. And double. "46 runs is the lead. Oh, massive inside edge. Smith will get to 7. Massive inside edge. Too bad this English team hasn't been able to power through with Bethel. No one's really been able to power through with him. Brook for a little bit, but then he's an idiot. She says, Harrison under the pump whenever I come. Shitish, bro. Ruse is right. You really got to watch your phrasing. The way you say these things in like our terminology of Australian English, American kind of stuff, maybe not American, but Australian English, that's a very sexual comment again. Harrison is under pump when I come. Brother. Yeah, you need to stick around these streams to... And I know what you're saying. I think we all understand what you're saying, but it's just the phrasing of it in the way that we speak. He doesn't do it on purpose, though, Ruse. He is Indian. He's from Jaipur. He's not doing it on purpose. Carlos is what did I come back to? Well, you came back to a shit show with the 2 wickets in the last 10, 15 minutes. But yeah, you've come back to an interesting conversation of Harrison being under the pump when Shitish comes. Yeah. We already won the series. Come on, England, you can get a little win here. Well, they're not going to win this aspects, but they can make it interesting for tomorrow if they can stick in and make a chase of 250. That'd be interesting. That'd be fun. I think we would chase it down. But if they can get a lead of like 200, which is 150 more, at least that will set us a target. But they've only got 5 wickets in hand and they don't have Ben Stokes. Well, we've got a dog pile. Shitish has got to learn somewhere. Atherton ball game. What? Atherton ball game. Mate, I'm up for a trip to Panama. That place looks beautiful. All right, next bowl here, Michael Nisa. And dot ball. Hey, you know what I realised? Jacko hasn't turned up today. We haven't seen Jacko today. He's chucking a sickie. He's chucking a sickie. England leads by 49. City 3-1 tomorrow, Harlan Haddy. Hopefully, mate. We need a win after the schmozzle of Chelsea. Come on, Nisha. Oh! Inside edge, I reckon. Inside edge. How's that on a wicket? Inside edge, bro. I think he smashed that into his pad. And yeah, he smashed that into the pad. Smashed it. Where is that little friend? I shoot her away. I think it's probably because she bet on England to win and it hasn't looked likely for him to win. Dot ball. I think if anyone scared Melanie away, it was Mark. I think it was Mark. I didn't even watch the series. I'm just happy to make fun of the English. Well, this is the right time to do it. Great time. We've been making fun of them the whole time. The best part is when they won, we could still say, well, you lost the series. Next vault. And single. Speaking of girls betting, where's Olivia? Well, Olivia is first of all a Kiwi, so she wouldn't really care too much. She's here occasionally for the cricket, but not really. She's mainly rugby league. She's rugby league. But no, she's a Kiwi, so if Australia were playing New Zealand, she'd be kicking on, but she wouldn't care too much about Australia versus England. Some of us don't have populations of over 2 billion. 2 billion Englishmen would probably accidentally take over the universe. Okay, 2 billion Australians do the same thing. Nah, 2 billion Australians would be crazy. The barbecue would be full on, man. The amount of meat at the barbecue, unbelievable. Did they just say 12 minutes after the day's play? Did they just say 12 minutes left? So they changed. So there isn't extras. Not sure why everyone makes fun of us. We are nothing but nice, friendly people. Shut up, man. Carlos, we've been making fun of ourselves. Have done that. Yeah, Harrison, I don't know what you're talking about, actually, in regards to 2 billion Englishmen probably take over the universe. Because you've got 4 times our population, you can't even take the Ashes in a 50-50 contest. You said, just found you in the Ashes. Do you stream NRL games? Bro, we stream every single NRL game, my man. We stream every single one. We're here for every rugby league game. Internationals, Origin, pre-season, NRL. We're flying, son. Flying. That's our main content. Ashes is what we do in the off-season, and cricket is what we do in the off-season. I'm going to do a bit more cricket this year. But no, we're here for every single rugby league game. Imagine how good our cricket team would be with 2 billion people. Well, not necessarily. Let's have a look at India. They got 1.3, 1.4 billion people, and we still slap them. But I like the thought, even some NRLW games. Well, I only did the NRLW Grand Final last year. You can't do the NRLW and NRL because the NRLW is on during the NRL. And that's going to be good shot. That should be 2. Damn, Asian countries with 2 billion people drawing 2 wokes, batting one-handed. Can we time that Aspects for that last comment? What do you say? Aspects is about to piss off more. It's called soccer. I call it football. I do. I call it football, but that will piss the English off. Case in point, football mad. His name is literally football. But if you do want to piss off the English, yeah, you do call it soccer. A country with 1.4 billion people just paid Cam Green $4 million to play over there. Cam Green, dude, $4.2 million. Ugh. If he had dropped that outfield catch before, I think I might have thrown up. I think I might have projectile vomited on screen. Next ball. And that will be a dot ball. The thing is, it makes sense why Aussies and Americans and whatnot say soccer rather than football, because we have our own football. Like AFL, you'd say is 40. People say rugby league is 42. But I'd say AFL is more footy than NRL, rugby league. And then with the NFL, they've got their own football. Soccer mad, who do you go for? Get into him, Aztecs. Oh, there's punch-ons in the chat. You love it. You love to see it. That's a single for Jamie Smith. To be fair to Greeny, I actually rate him as a white ball cricketer, just not a red ball guy at this point. Yeah, don't get him here. Yeah, he will be able to buy Mirror to take a long, hard look at himself after this series. So England lead by 55. They're going to need a good another 145 just to make things interesting. But I did hear just before there's 8 minutes left of the day's play, compared to what I heard about an hour ago, which said there was an hour and 50 minutes to go. I'm not going to acknowledge it. Actually, I will ask you though, Football Mad, who do you support? Geez, tomorrow's going to have a big crowd, dude, I reckon. I reckon we'll sell out. I know it's a Thursday, but I reckon we will. Top of the league. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Well, how long do you think you do bottle the top of the league is a great question. Coventry. Definitely supports Man City. He does not support Man City. He does not. No, no, no. Big Gooners fan. Big Gooners. Love the Gooners. Next ball. Top ball. Mark Wanisa. What's the Chelsea equivalent for AFL? I'll refer to Rugby League because this is a Rugby League more so channel. But I'll give you AFL and NRL. Chelsea for NRL would be... Jeez, it's a good question. Chelsea for the NRL. Because I would say like a Man City is Roosters. Chelsea would probably be maybe Manly. They've got good money. They aren't that successful right now, but they're competitive. And they have been pretty consistent over the years in winning. I'd say probably Manly maybe with Chelsea. Would any other rugby league fan here disagree with that? I would make a comparison of Chelsea to Manly. Oh, swing and a miss from Bethel. Nah, no way is Chelsea para. No way. Para is shithouse. Chelsea are at least heavily competitive. Para is shithouse. Yeah, there is a lot of Liverpool fans in Brisbane, Robbo. You don't want me to know the rent, boys? Football mad? You don't want to know what we know Chelsea for in London? Well, I know what it is. I know. That's going to be a misfield, but a single. Wizard of Oz says, don't get involved with this bullshit conversation. They're just trying to take your focus away from the cricket. Yeah, well, I don't know if there's 5 minutes to go or an hour and 5 minutes to go. The commentary's been confusing. I'd say, yeah, Tottenham would be para. He knows he definitely is a closeted bomb. No, I'm just very well versed. Again, I've watched football all my life, mate. Surely West Ham is the West Tigers. Are you just drawing that comparison based off of the word West? Also, it's not West, it's West Tigers, but I get... Is that what you're drawing the comparison from? Is that sport like Gaelic football or something? What? AFL is the Gaelic one. Chelsea in AFL. Maybe like a Hawthorn? I'd say Chelsea is probably similar to a Hawthorn. Would any AFL fan disagree? My comparison is they're both shit. Okay, well that's a very technical comparison, but... Yeah, look, I could see a world. I could see a world. West Ham and Tigers both have really good fans, despite the fact that they're both pretty shit. Yeah, I'll back it. I actually don't mind that as a comparison. Carlton. Chelsea and Carlton? Nah. Carlton hasn't won jack shit. Chelsea's at least won. Bergkamp. Roosters, could the Storm be equated to Man United? No way. Moments of unreasonable success, but widely detested by everyone else. I can see it from that perspective. Travis Head's coming for a bowl now. Can someone confirm me, is there 3 minutes to go, or is there an hour and 3 minutes to go? Is this the last over, or is there... Oh, that was a good bowl there from Travis. Half a shout. The Collingwood of the Premier League. That could be a Man City. Collingwood could be a Manchester City. It is 1 hour and 3 minutes. Because did you hear on the... I don't know if you're watching on KO, AFL Legend, but did you hear on the commentary before they mentioned that there's only 10 minutes to go, but then about 50 minutes ago they said there's an hour and 50 minutes to go? That's why I've been confused. Carlos, there's one good thing to come from this series. Bethel has surely now done enough that we don't see Pope again. I agree. But we all know Pope will come back in. Not for Bethel necessarily, but... Are you happy with Duckett's production? Yes, he got a good knock here with a 42. He should have been out 39, but he got a decent knock of 42. But have you been happy with Duckett's production through the series? I would say the Tigers are evident. Both have loyal fans as shit and have successful history that they love to remind everyone of. Tigers have a successful history? What? That's going to be a single. I guess they claim Balmain, but if they're going to claim Balmain, then they have to claim West, and then they'll get the wooden spoons with them. That's going to be 2 runs there for Bethel. They lead by 61 runs. Yeah, if they came onto my streams and tried to claim superiority with success, they would get shut down very quickly. Because if they're going to try and claim Balmain, they're getting the West Magpie spoons. Dot ball. 1 p.m. finish in Thailand is not right. No, so I'm pretty certain there's another hour of play. But again, the commentary made it confusing. Probably going to stream some BBL. Shatish, I'm going to actually... I want to ask you guys, would anyone here be interested if I did stream some IPL action? And Shatish, it's not really for you because I know that you would. But for anybody who is not Shatish and Indian... Would anyone actually stay up and... Well, not for the English, they wouldn't need to stay up, but would anyone from Australia actually stay up and watch the IPL? I would say Collingwood, maybe Man City. Maybe. Yeah, but we also love talking about 05 like it's the dog's bollocks. Yeah, you do. I'll just refer to the fact that was before the Titans existed, so that doesn't matter to me. But you can claim that. Like, of course you can. You need to claim something. I respect it. This is also like, yeah, because that's what the commentary said. And I heard Michael Vaughan before say an hour and 50 minutes, but then it got here and there was like 8 minutes is what they were talking about. And I just didn't think so. Dot ball. England, like, you've still got a chance here, man. Like, if you can get up to 200 runs, anything can still happen. I'll be awake with the kids anyway, so sure I can be Indian for a stream or two. How old are your kids? Are they like 1, 2 kind of deal? Oh, that's right. You had a baby recently, didn't you? So, not even a year old yet. Next bowl. Oh, it's a good bowl from Nisa, but it's going to end up being a single. Maybe 2. Para. Oh, no, Harrison. I'm so... Wait, you're a Tottenham fan, are you, Harrison? Oh, no. Oh, no, Harrison. No, come on. No, I don't even know who you support. I thought you said you were Chelsea before. Are you a Tottenham fan? No, Harrison. That would tell me so much. That would explain so much. You Tottenham fan. Next ball. Oh, that's dinked over the top there from Jamie Smith. That's a good 4. 7, 6, 4, 3, and 1. Yeah, wow, the Brady Bunch. Yeah, Rubbo, you're only 8 kids away from having a full rugby league team. Fair call, football man. Sean said, have you hit your head to Harrison? Football man said, Sean, the fact you have to ask that makes me think you have hit your head. Valid. Gary, I know Gary's the Tottenham fan, but Harrison just said, Para, come on you Para. They say, come on you Spurs. So I'm thinking that with Harrison saying that, Para is not Chelsea equivalent, bro. Chelsea equivalent for mine would be like a Manly. Manly. Trust me, you don't want to be Para. Para is Tottenham. 100%. Parramatta Eels is Tottenham. And Manly is a decent team. Like they won a premiership in 2011. They won a premiership in 2000. They won 40-0 in the grand final in 2008 over a cheating Melbourne Storm team, mind you, a team that got done for being over the salary cap. That's gonna be a dot ball. Manly have won a premiership in every single decade, but they haven't won a premiership this decade yet. I don't think they do it this year either. They've got a different team, but they'll be competitive. They've got an okay halfback that should get them probably better than where Cherry Evans has recently, because Cherry Evans was on the way out. I think he is a Para fan. No, Harrison someone said it was a Chelsea equivalent, and he did say something about Chelsea before. So, but no, Tottenham would be Para. Chelsea would not be Para. Manly could be an Aston Villa or Crystal Palace, but I would probably say more so Chelsea. Tell me who's a better Chelsea, because I think Man City is Roosters. But you could argue Chelsea could be Roosters too. But I would say Man City would be more so Roosters than, especially with the fact Roosters won 2 premierships in a row back in 2018, 2019. Man City, I guess, won the 4 premierships. They're both very successful. But then again, the Roosters are... No, I'd still say Man City probably closest to Roosters. Harrison, do you like just living in perpetual pain? At least you got the Champions League of Didier Drogba. Would you say Dragons are United? I get what you're trying to lean to there, but no, I would agree with I would agree with the Storm for Man United. The Storm have been more successful recently, but I would agree with them in a lot of ways. And that's going to be a single for Bethel. Had a look, just looks like Rugger to me. What does? I mean, simply for the 4P, and this paints me saying Man City would be the Panthers. Oh, that's a great point. That's a shout. That's a shout. And also, the Panthers are relative newcomers to the scene overall. I like that shout. I'd say, yeah, I'd go Chelsea Roosters, actually. And City Panthers, that's a good shout. I don't think it's about that. I think it's just about consistent success nowadays. City and Panthers are both relatively with City, that's 15 years, and very recent with the Panthers, that's 5 years. Success-wise, they've both got plenty of money. With us, we're still talking about soccer. Well, we're mixing up rugby league and football right now. There's nothing really happening in the cricket. They're just kind of plodding along England. They're just sitting in their biding their time. Just doing their thing. Who would you say the Dragons are? The Dragons. Ooh, I'd need to have a look, really. And that's going to be a wide from Travis Head. The Dragons would be like a... And another dot ball. Oh, this is a yikes one, dude. I don't know. Who would the Dragons be? Australia is racing through the overs here. It's just under an hour left of play here. 50 minutes to go. Maybe like a Leeds on a loose comparison. How can you combine league and football? You can't, but we're just trying to see the similarities between the teams to give people an understanding of what that team is like. So by drawing the comparison, it means that for people who aren't rugby league fans will now maybe tune in, and we might draw in some more rugby league fans, but Lavishane's having a bowl, but also so they can have a picture, not an understanding, but a picture for what a team is probably like by drawing comparison from the league they know. That's why we're trying to get that comparison. Who are the Titans? You can discredit everything here. Lachlan, man, why are you going to do this to me? Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? You did this to me with my team. You want me to shit on my team here. That's a dot ball. Shane's laughing because he knows he got Jamie Smith out previously. I'd say a Titans. Because the Knights right now would be like a Wolves. But where the Wolves have been actually pretty decent in recent years. Not necessarily recent, but in recent years. But not good now at all. Oh my gosh. Jamie Smith plays stupid shots against Labba, but that's going to be a single. I'd say maybe like a Burnley right now. Burnley's never really done anything. Maybe like a Burnley, but I'd be going out of the Premier League to go to Titans. And I'd do the same thing for the Knights. And yeah. Titans are United. You're timed out. No. Brother, don't ever. You're gone 5 minutes. Titans are United. You will be back in 5 minutes. You know why. I am a Titans fan. Don't ever associate my team with Manchester United. That is a disgrace. When have we been successful? How are the Titans Manchester United? Like, brother, are you serious? You gonna call my Titans Man United? Are you serious? What you doing, man? What we doing here? What we doing? No, I'd say Burnley makes more sense than West Ham. How dare you? How dare you? Alright, so Lavishane's got 2 runs through 3 balls. And that's going to be a dot ball. That's a well-earned. That's going to be a single, by the way. So it'll be England lead by 73 runs. That's a well-earned timeout aspects. Pick one for the Gunners. Arsenal. Always there, but don't quite get it. Have had success in the past. Have been real up and down over the last 30 odd years, 20 odd years. Maybe like a Rabbitohs. Maybe like a Rabbitohs in a lot of ways. That's an awkward comparison though, because I don't really see it. But maybe like Rabbitohs on that thought process. Dot ball. Maybe. Because like Rabbitohs won in 2014. Outside of that, they're only successful in the past. They're always there or thereabouts. They get close, but they don't quite get it. It's just awkward to draw the comparison of the red and green to the pure red and white for Arsenal. I'd probably say the closest thing I could see is Rabbitohs. Most successful side in the FA Cup. Get a grip. Next bolt. Yeah, but does it really mean anything unless you've lost 1-0 to Wigan in an FA Cup in the last minutes of the game? Arsenal could have been Brisbane before the Premiership last year. Arsenal probably would have been Brisbane before it. Respect your honesty. Yeah, well, this channel's a lot more honest than it used to be. Knights and Newcastle, no. No way. No need to overthink it. I'd say maybe something like Nottingham Forest used to be very successful, very quiet these days. I'd be happy with Nottingham Forest. Newcastle, no way. No way. I'd get what you're doing because it's Newcastle Knights and Newcastle, but no, I can't. That comparison, no. But Nottingham Forest, I'll agree with. What exactly does Labba bowl? Well, he bowled a wicket yesterday. How about that? A wicket on day 1. How about that? And that's going to be a single there for Bethel. It'll be on 121. Arsenal was shit around that time too. Yeah, I think Arsenal Rabbitohs. I think. It's a loose comparison, but I think. Who would be the Broncos now? Jeez, the crowd atmosphere is great right now, mind you. And that's going to be a dot ball. Who would be Liverpool? Successful, highly competitive in recent years. Jeez. All right, next bowl here from Webster. And he's going to come up the pitch for it. It's going to be a single. They lead by 77 runs. Who will be Liverpool? I don't know. Sharks would be like a Brighton. Sharks can be Leicester on the basis that they've been absolutely shithouse throughout their history, but had one good year in 2016 and won it. They both won the same year. Give Sharks Leicester. All right. Into Ben Stokes expected to bat in the second innings. Okay, so Ben Stokes will bat. He will bat at some stage, Ben Stokes, apparently. He's just not batting now. Went 30 years without a league title. Wait, who's this? 30 years without a league title? Arsenal, the English cricket team. Yeah, but Arsenal get closer at the very least than what England do. Then again, this is interesting still. This is interesting as we currently speak. Oh, my KO is freezing up right now. Let's see if I click on go live and maybe it'll fix it. 98 2005 Gunners are playing good football. It's been a while since. Yeah, that's why I was trying to find a comparison long term. Oh, Liverpool. Yeah, they went for a long time without something. But in the meantime, they still won Champions League. All right, 5 at 264. They still need a good 120 runs here, which is very doable, but they need to do 120 runs in a quick time frame. That's the difference. We're close at the moment. We are second. England cricket is second. Oh, there's a drinks break. I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom, guys. There is a drinks break. Keep chatting away in the chat. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. I think this is a drinks break. It is. It's a drinks break. I'll be back in a second. We're back. Definitely a lull period at the moment in the game. Exciting, but lull period. Still a lot of questions being asked at the drinks break. Lead by 81 runs. They need at minimum 200 to make this competitive tomorrow. And they need to do it in a quick time frame. What do you say to the Bulldogs? By the way, Jay would be spewing hearing all this football chat right now. God bless Jay. Miss him. Can't wait for his return when he comes back, but he would be spewing about all this football chat. You guys know he's always like, enough talk about football. He always hates the football chat. Or soccer chat for all the Americans and the Australians. Mighty Broncos is the equivalent of... The Broncos are the equivalent of Accrington Stanley. Fuck him. No, that's an insult to Accrington Stanley. You know what? I would say Broncos are actually Man United. But at least Broncos have won. I would say Broncos are Man United. I think they would be. I think that's a good comparison. Besides the fact that United are shit house at the moment. But I would say the Broncos overall, consistently speaking, would be Man United. I don't think that's a loose line to draw besides the premiership this year. All right, so England lead by 81 runs. Bethel on 123 from 201. Smith on 26. Oh, is this Bethel's first ever century? Oh, true. I didn't realise it was his first ever. I knew it was his first here, but I didn't know it was his first ever. And that's a single. Oh my gosh, this could be out! And just as I said that, they've been run out, and I think it's Bethel. Oh, dude, that is heartbreaking for England, dude. Oh, dude, that's so heartbreaking. Is that Jamie Smith or Bethel? Who got out? Who got run out? Oh, it is Jamie Smith. Oh, dude, a mix-up in the middle. First ball after the drinks break, and they choose to go a single. They're halfway down. Yeah, it's gonna be Jamie Smith. Perfect throw to Marnus Labuschagne. They've stumped him. Oh, dude, that is heartbreaking for England, man. Jamie Smith has been run out. Labuschagne has got him. Great throw. There's been some fantastic throws in this series. And Ben Stokes is coming out. They need him big time now. I know he's injured, but they need him desperately right now. We've still got 40 minutes left of today's play. They do lead by 81. We will be seeing tomorrow. But right now, this next 40 minutes will define how much of tomorrow we will be seeing. This is very important, this next 40 minutes with Bethel and Stokes. Stokes is not going to go for big hits, lads. He is going to try and sit in because he doesn't have the ability to go big right now with his injury. If he does, it'll be a miraculous effort. English cricketers Arsenal keep finding a way to lose. Well, it's like they weren't in a great position anyway, but at least they were keeping the question alive. Once we get through one of these guys, if they're not at like 130 or 150, I would say, if they're not at 150 once we get through one of these guys, I think it's struggle street. They need about 70 runs a partnership here. They do. They need about a 70-run partnership. And that's going to be a single from Bethel. For Mads, there's nothing makes me proud to be English more than a bad, clumsy run out. Don't worry, Cameron Green's done that throughout this series too. But, yes. What kind of name is Carl? Well, Carl's English. Look at us. Australians, we've done it. We have done it. We have officially done it. We've made the English fight themselves. Come on. That's what we're talking about. That's what we love to hear. That's exactly what we love to hear. Come on, fight each other. Ooh, we like it. Ooh, we like it. Ooh, we like it. Fight each other, son. Come on. Arsenal's like the Bulldogs, especially if they lose the premiership after choking a near unassailable lead. There's similarities. Bulldogs were very successful early doors as well. Yeah, Arsenal Bulldogs is a good line to draw. Jamie Smith getting out to Marnus both innings. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's both innings. Who threw it, by the way? I know Marnus was the one who got him at the stumps, but who threw it? Here we go. No. Next ball. Dot ball. Good bowler, Marnie. 82 runs. The odds right now would not be in England's favour. This has still been an exciting test regardless, I will say. Oh, it was Weatherald. Good throw then. Good throw by Jakey. Next bolt. Oh, that was a faster one. That'll be a single. Stokes is cooked. Doesn't look like he's having fun. No, you can tell he's injured, but he is a necessary. They need him right now. They desperately need him. Yeah, Sean is an Arsenal and Bulldogs fan. So he'd be happy with that comparison. Cal Tobin said, someone in the crowd said something to Smith on his way back to the pavilion and Jamie reacted. Anyone know what was said? No, I didn't hear anything. I was probably too busy celebrating, to be fair. But no, I'm not too sure. I haven't even heard anything about it. We'll hear all about it on the recap in the presses and stuff like that. I'm sure the media will go to town on it. So it's not like we won't know what happened, but it couldn't have been that bad, though. It would have probably just been about how Marnus has got him out both times when he, was... both wickets have come from Marnus. Maybe... I don't know what it could have been said. Like, what could have been that bad that got him to react? Like, obviously he'd be frustrated. That's such a good throw from Weatherall, by the way, especially to figure out on the spin like that to know exactly which wicket to throw that at. The Raiders. Ooh. Raiders. You can go with an Aston Villa if you really wanted to there. Maybe the closest you get. Very good, but not good enough to probably win the whole thing. Have been super successful in the past. Maybe not super successful with Raiders, but they've been successful. It's probably some kind of moral thing. Apparently someone said, you bat like Sir Oliver Pope. To be fair, Pope's actually been better batting than he, which is... Oh, here we go, lads. Stokes is gone. Bring it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Oh, boy, baby. Australia is on. Oh, boy, baby. Australia is on. Sing it with me, guys. The London Bridge is falling down. Falling down, falling down, the London Bridge is falling down. Bye bye, clown who spoke too much during his bowling. Ben Stokes is gone for one, so that brings his total across both innings from to 1. Ben Stokes in total across this test got 1 run. Segundo. There we go. I think we're back now. Robert says to say it every day, but fuck, I love this country. Mate, greatest country on earth. Maybe, possibly, the greatest country in the galactic interstellar sphere. Might be the best that ever did best. What was actually, football mad, Brighton cast in, you lead by 80 odd. Not too far off the 75 that you were predicting. In fairness to Stokes, he did say Australia isn't for weak men, and he is weak right now. Correct, but he did get out to a duck when he wasn't injured. Can we get cast out for a duck? That would be hilarious. To be fair, I wanted to see a good portion of tomorrow. But right now, we're looking like it's over in the first session tomorrow. Well, lads, a 4-1's looking pretty likely here. I said these guys need to get to a 150-run lead before another wicket, and they got an extra run. Oh my gosh, dude. Gus is getting so close to going out already. Carl, so I would say something about you should have had played a spinner, but you seem to be doing fine even without one. Mate, Marnus has got, buddy, 2 wickets in this test. Glorified spinner. See, Steve Smith catches the ball when Cameron Green doesn't get in his way. Dot ball. Well, Australia 4-1 is looking pretty likely here, barring a massive collapse from Australia. Barring a massive collapse. The pitch isn't what it was on the first 2 innings. I'll give them that. But barring a massive collapse, 4-1's looking pretty likely. I am naming the bridges in London. I've ridden my bike over. London is the last. In fantasy, was weak the first innings watching Crawling and Duck at bat. We are all very weak watching guys like that bat. Very, very weak. I want to see these guys last to the end of the day. Get us through to the end of the day without another wicket, please, England. Give us something to chase tomorrow. Come on. Come on. Jeez, what a man with the catch. Like, Steve Smith might go down as, or will go down as one of the greatest ever Australian batsmen and one of the greatest batsmen in the world. But his fielding is just exceptional, dude. He just catches for days. Most test catches taken, 214, which is 2 below Joe Root, but with like 40 less tests, by the way. That's with like 40 less tests. .44 seconds reaction time is spectacular stuff from Steve Smith. Actually, how many tests is Steve Smith behind Joe Root? It's not 40. How many tests is Steve Smith behind Joe Root for him to be only two catches behind him? Double. We are English and we are proud to not go to day 5 for a test match. That's going to be a wide from Lava. It's going to be a wide. It's crazy that he had the reaction time of less than half a second to get that. This is going to day 5. Surely, dude. Well, yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, shot over the top there. And that should be a 4. Oh, good fielding, but it still goes for a 4. Good chase from Nice, but it will be a 4. That'll be 90 runs England lead by. This is going to day 5, yes. We're not going to see Australia come out and bat for 100 runs today. There is half an hour to go of the day's play. Give us something to be excited for tomorrow, please. And that's going to be a single. So there'll be 91 runs they lead by. This has been a great match to watch, though. It has been. England have been at their own detriment in a lot of ways. That run out is just horrid to watch, dude. That's horrid to watch. After all the good work. And, like, Bethel's still in there. That's going to be a single. If someone had it, there'll be 2 runs, actually. No, just single. If someone just had have been able to stick in with Bethel, they would be red hot right now, England. You know, they'd be looking red hot, but nobody has been able to stick in with him. Jeez, what a throw from Weatherald. That was an awful pitch. What is Webster playing at? And that's going to be a boundary for Jacob Bethel. He'll be on 130. They need this. They need just to get as many runs. They cannot have another wicket without getting to 150. And again, 150 is not enough. They need to get to 200 just to make it interesting. Special day for Jacob Bethel, though. Gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. Next bolt. And dot ball. Yeah, here we go. Let's look at this run out again. Yeah, the first two steps were weird there from Bethel. Like, Bethel would have got out if he ran, though. And that's going to be a single. See, on 131. If they ran, Bethel gets out. Not running, Smith gets out. All right, Cass. Oh my gosh, there was a catch chance there. But it'll be a dot ball. 97 runs. Come on, at least get to the hunch. Oh man, that's so lucky that didn't fall to Travis Head there, sitting up close and personal, basically feeling Cass's sweat at the moment. And there'll be a single. England lead by 98. Dude, this mo feels so weird just to touch. I've never really had one. I still don't really have one. It feels so weird to touch. England lead by 98. Next bolt. Big shot. Straight to the fielder. Dot ball. 25 minutes left. 98 runs lead. Fresh beard. Well, there's no fresh beard. It's a moustache, but it's in solidarity of Travis Head. The legend that is Travis Head. I just came from work. How we going? Well, how does it look like we're going? We're doing fantastic. Australia are only down by 98 runs right now. And England have 3 wickets. And we've got a full day tomorrow. So it's looking very likely Australia get a very, very clean win tomorrow. Very, very likely. Unless a miracle ensues for the English. And they need a miracle. I need a hero. I need someone who's not gonna get run out. And I'm gonna get out, and I'm gonna get out, and Harry Brooks gonna do something stupid. I need a hero. That's the song for England. 7 for 281. They're looking at a lower score than their first innings, which is interesting. And they're currently 103 below their first innings. 103. Keep pushing here. Just punch him in the mouth. Finish it up. Finish it up. Would love Start to get at least another wicket to hit 30. I just want to see him get one more to get 30 for the series. Travis Head, back on. Come on, Heady. 5.33 economy, 0 for 16 through 3. Come on, Ed. That's going to be a stopple. We couldn't expect England to score higher in their second innings. Could have. With the way they were going, could have. I definitely could have. With the way they were going. I didn't expect it beforehand, but I wouldn't have put it out of the equation on this pitch, even though the pitch is more difficult than the first 2 innings. Oh, comes down the ground there, Carson. He's going to get a boundary. You'll get a 4. So they'll be past the 100. They'll lead by 102. I've learned more about the Poms in this test thanks to the very strange ones in chat. Who are the very strange ones in chat? I want to see you you're referring to. Who are the very strange ones? Next bowl. And that is going to be a single for Cars. Maybe 2. Just a single. So who do they come in after this? I'll update the scorecard and scroll it down and get absolute Clown Crawley off of the card. So they've got Potts and Tongue to come. Dude, this is their final stand, man. This is their final stand right now. That's crazy to think about. There's still 24 minutes left here of today. And look, they're starting to try to put some runs on, which is exactly what you would expect. This is when Steve Smith and Bo Webster crushed them yesterday. So I would fully expect them to try and get some runs right now, and they need it. 107 runs now. They still need another 93 runs to make it interesting. Paul Madden is Love Harrison. Double. Once Bethel goes, this is done. But you do just need Bethel to go. Because cast like at a max, you'd be looking at would be 30 to 40 as a huge, huge max. So once Bethel goes, it's done. But it's obviously not easy to punch through Bethel at the moment. Definitely not easy. He's been killing it. Yeah, I don't think with the score they're showing right now, beating their first inning score was out of the equation. He just knows how to pick them up, man. He should have 2 catches in this innings. If it wasn't for Green before. But no, Ruse, this is 1,000,000% going day 5. It's not physically possible for Australia to chase this down today. And we probably won't even see Australia today. I think they get through the next 20. If we got another wicket in the next 10 minutes, they might extend. If Australia will fancy themselves bowling him out today. Cal Tubman says Bethel can hold his head high and will be Stokes with his innings. I will be stoked with his innings, would probably be better. But yeah, sure. Bethel's been fantastic, dude. If he just needed one person to stick in with him. Harry Brook's an idiot, but he just needed one person to really stick through with him and get a good score. But Harry Brook is Harry Brook. And, it goes through. Good shot. That will go back for a 4. So 111 runs there for England is the lead. I'm assuming Australia is in a very comfortable position right now. Australia's in a very comfortable position right now. But if England get another 89 runs, then they'd make it interesting. Today does end in 20 minutes, but if we got another wicket, they might... Oh, no, they can't extend half because this is already being extended. I wouldn't be surprised if Stark comes on next because it's been a long time since we've seen him bowl. They can only extend at the end for a result. Yeah. Well, they could have extended if we were at that point in regards to being able to, but if there's one wicket left. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, sorry, I'm off it. Actually, no, I'm pretty certain you can, but this has already been extended because of the day 1 stuff. This has already been extended for half a. Justine Ben Stokes with 1. Yeah, he is injured, to be fair, so I won't call him a dog, but he is a dog in the way that he acted the other day, but he did get out for 1, which was quite funny. And then you've seen Jamie Smith get run out. That was too funny. All right, so England lead by 113 runs. Because it was looking a little bit antsy-pantsy at one stage where England were making things interesting. And considering that they're still potentially making things interesting, Australia still have to get this total. They will, but Australia still have to get this total. But I'm very, very confident. We'd be paying a good $5, $10 right now. So they're 4 runs away from knocking the 300 though. English. 4 runs away. KO's not coming on, so I've just got 7 right now. I have to use 7, so that means I'm a little bit behind, unfortunately. And that's going to be a single for Bethel. He'll be on 137. Praised him for the 4 he got after a silly swing as usual, and I said he's going to get the receipt for that 4 soon. And as right as I said that, he gets dismissed. It was great. Maybe not right as he said that, but very close to. "18 minutes left. Don't forget, we'll be here all day tomorrow. Well, we're not probably going to be here all day tomorrow, but there's a potential for it. But Australia have all the time in the world across a day to get to Hungy. We get another 200 and you're banging trouble. Car's gone. Carl, you know when to pick him, baby. You know when to pick him, son. Sing it with me. The London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. Bye, bye, Cassie. Oh. And another one bites the dust. And another one bites the dust. And another one bites the dust. Which is said, the waiter had to go to the kitchen to write up the receipt. Ooh. Yeah, Carl, look, timing wasn't ideal there. I'm not going to lie. Timing wasn't ideal. Poor Bethel, he's going to miss 150 because of this team. Valid, but to be fair, Bo Webster missed out on his 100 because of his team too, even though the team did pretty well anyway. Welcome to the club, Carl. Perfect timing is such fun. Great timing, Carl. That was perfect timing. That was literally as it happened. Carl, I'm having a wonderful time. I know you'd be having a great time, but again, the timing was immaculate just then. As I was reading your comment out is when the wicket came of Brighton Cars. Although Blaze is saying, just a reminder, the London Bridge is falling down. You really are Freddie Mercury now. Listen, I have the voice of a generation. I know. You know, it's impressive. It is impressive. England trail by 114. This is not going to be an interesting day tomorrow unless you can get another 86. And we've got secret CIA agent Matthew Potts from Australia in for England right now. No, Carl didn't delete his comment. Comment's still there. And it's going to be a double. Westminster down. The Abbey is gone, lads. The Abbey is gone. And Smith with another catch, by the way. Another catch for Smitty. Another catch for the Smithmeister. I can't believe that Stark hasn't gotten another wicket since his first wicket in the first over. To be fair, he hasn't bowled that much. 15 minutes of play remaining. Yep. Well, you're going to see a lot of this kid in the future, lads. Jacob Bethel, he'll be here for many Ashes to come with the way he's performed. Potts was the best player for Australia in the first innings, and that's crazy to say considering Travis Head got 163 and Steve Smith got 130 plus. But it's true, Matty Potts was our best player. End of the over. Come on, England, just survive the day, please. For the love of God, just survive the day. Just survive the day, please. Please. I'm begging. Because otherwise, it's just going to be a very quick chase in the first session tomorrow. Harrison says, well, 4-1 is poor, but 3-2 really would have been good. Considering we were never going to win in Oz. Scorching heat across the world. Drew to India. This isn't as good as I was thinking it is. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. It's okay, honey. It's okay. Unfortunately for you, Harrison, your tears are very sweet. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. We're never going to win in Australia is my favourite part of that. When the English before this series started was 5-0 England. Not just a 3-2 England win. Not a 3-1. Not a 4-1. They didn't give Australia anything. They said 5-0 in Australia. Maybe 4-0 with one draw. Yeah, you really showed us how the tides turn in regards to the conversation, eh? Once we were going to get done 5-0, now it's a lack of success to win 4-1. Yeah, it's okay, Harrison. As you said before, you are a fresh pup of 19. You'll get used to this Australian domination, don't worry. Many a lad have come, many a lad have fallen. And you, my friend, have learnt a valuable lesson, and that is Australia is your father. Just like in Star Wars, the moment of Luke is your father. This is just as important. You are finding out today. Australia is your father. Today. Not as good as they think is all I'm saying. They're coached well, I'll give them that. I would debate and say we aren't necessarily coached well, but I'd say that our team is just very good. The decision to not play a spinner, we could have already won this game. We could have already had this game won if we played a spinner. Australia just get it. England just don't get it. Harrison with another breathtaking take. That's brilliant. He could have just left you comment at 4-1 is poor. The cope after that is pointless, but you could have left it at 4-1 is poor. Cal Tobin says, just got back from doing the gardening and saw Green drop a catch, Root get out for 6 and Potts coming in at bat. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Cal. Welcome to the show, mate. Pull up a seat, join Harrison. The shit show is here. But yeah, the Green drop a catch was so ridiculous. Root get out for 6 really told you a story. And have you seen the Jamie Smith run out? You'll love that one. That'll be one that you'll savor. You'll really love that one. Check it out. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. Just give it a chance. Watch the run out. It's beautiful stuff. I look forward to Harrison's next comment. Here we go. Just too many things against us, and for Oz would have had to be a hero story. So why is it that before the series started, you lot said that we are too old, we are too slow, all of our bowlers are shit house now. You put 10 out of 11, or 9 out of 11 players, the English, voted for English players to be in the combined XI, rather than obviously, rather than have more Australians in it. They had Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope in their best XI, which is brilliant stuff. Why is it, before the series started, that you lot claimed a 5-0 was on the cards, and now you think that a 4-1 is not successful for Australia? You guys were meant to beat us 5-0. Oh, inside edge there, dot ball. It's just a real simple question, man. It's a real simple question. You had the game won at lunch on day 2 of Perth, and you lost that day. You looked really good at one stage after day 1 of Brisbane, and all the English were like, here's the turning point. You gave up 500 runs the next innings, and you lost on day 4. We then go to Adelaide, where you're chasing a total which was tough, but you made it really doable with about 120 runs to get and like 5 wickets remaining. And you lost those wickets within about 40 runs to lose by 82. The MCG you won, fair and granted. Congratulations, that was a 50-50 pitch where you guys came out victors on. You deserve it. We both played in the same field. Both played the same way. And then in this game, we saw the English claiming that 384, you included, was a miraculous score. It was a really big score. And then, as Australians, we were laughed at for saying probably 550 is what you needed, is what you probably should have been looking at, but no. That was wrong. So Australia go out and hit 550. And then England looking good to, hold out for a draw or at least make it competitive. Jacob Bethel has a massive masterclass of a knock for 141 not out. And yet they still only lead by 118 with 2 wickets remaining. So the issue is here, Harrison, and the whole summary of all this, is England cricket is shithouse. And I think that's the main point to take away from all this. Without the banter, without the sledging, I think the key point to take away from everything on a real respectful level is England cricket is shithouse. Just shithouse. Harrison says, he said 5-0. Many people were saying we look trash going to the Ashes. You are lying to yourself. You are either lying to yourself or you're just trolling. That is not what the English were saying. You are lying. That is a lie. We could have got 5-0 if the MCG decided to not shed itself. True. If it was a normal pitch, we probably do, but shoulda, coulda, woulda, didn't. Can't expect Root to go big every innings, Robbo. Robbo said Joe Root could have been the hero here, but got out for 5. You're right, Carl, but 5 in... this is the difference between him and Steve Smith. Joe Root may have more runs at the end of his career. Up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. Luckily, doesn't carry out to the man Cameron Green. This is the difference between Steve Smith and Joe Root. Steve Smith does it in the clutch. He does it when he's needed. The big moments comes to Steve and he knows how to achieve it on a consistent basis. Joe Root has never been a clutch player, in the moment player that pulls through for his team when 100% necessary. That's why we lean with Ben Stokes more so in that regards, because he's done it before. While Steve Smith does, and that's the difference right there. So whilst you can't expect him to do it every single time, 5 is unacceptable in this moment, because that has been a key telling point to England falling apart here. You understand what I mean? It's not saying that I expected him to do it every single time, but he should have been doing better here. In the moment that he was needed to try and hold out for a draw or to push on to make it interesting for Australia to score. Wow, that was close. He just didn't turn up. Even a 50, even a 40, even a 30. If he had got 30 runs, you'd be currently leading by 150 runs. You're making it a discussion point. Australia is still going to get 150 runs, but you're making it a discussion point, right? And if you get to 150, an extra 30 is 180. If you get to 170, an extra 30 is 200. It makes it a question. It makes the people think, it makes the Australians think, shit, we've got to be a little bit careful here, but we're still in the advantage. We've still got the win waiting for us right here. That's why I'm disappointed with Joe Root's innings. Yet Stokes has 1 and 2 innings. I absolutely will lay blame with Stokes too. He got 0 in the first. I will give him a leeway here for this second innings because he's injured. He was injured. He probably shouldn't have even bat, to be fair. But he still came out and then gets out for 0. Gets out for 1. Ben Stokes, at least in this match, has got some good bowling going for some wickets in the first innings. But I think it's harsh to blame him for getting out while injured. Robert says, Root's an amazing player, but he folds when he needs to stand up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Cal Tobin says, England should bring back their past top players like Onions, Treadwell, and Dalrymple. I think England need to try and recall Donald Bradman, wake him up from being passed away, get him to associate with England, And I think that's what they need right now. I'll drop 1K for Evans. For Evans. What's that, Wizard? You'll drop 1K for Evans? What do you mean? The Stokes bowl tomorrow? I doubt it, Mark. Surely not. He could barely bat. You could see him. He was injured as. Stokes has carried this team the whole series. Something's got to give at some point with him. Yeah, he has been their most key player. But he's also had his really poor moments. 119 runs England leads by. There is 3 minutes to go here. I think we'll get through the bowl and over and then we'll have one more. Stark didn't bowl again. 1-1. I don't know what you're referring to, Wizard of Oz. What do you mean? Day 5 tickets available. It's going to be interesting to see how many people turn up. I think a lot of people will still turn up now. Like, there's still a chase. So there's still probably 150 runs to chase. I reckon they can get 31 runs in the next, as long as Bethel's on strike, they can probably get 31 runs in the next 2 wickets. And there's a single, so 30 more runs. Do you disagree with my thought process there in regards to Joe Root, Carl, as an Englishman? Mark says, when all is said and done, you need to go away and have a good look at yourself, Harrison. Can't argue it. Yeah, odds, mate. Yeah, I understand odds, but what are you saying, though? Like, you're saying you'll drop... I know what evens is, and I know the odds, but what odds are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about for? What's the odds for, is what I'm saying. That's a dot ball. Cal Tobin says, when the team get back to England, sack Baz. I think that should have happened 4 tests ago. Omit Duckett, absolutely. Pope, absolutely. Jacks for life. Facts. Demote Stokes, captaincy status. Nurture Bethel and cure Brooke of his Bazball brain rot disease. I couldn't argue much with that at all. I'm actually going to make that the pinned comment, to be fair. But what I will say is, if you take Stokes off of captaincy, who are you giving captaincy to? Because Harry Brooke is your standing captain currently. Oh my gosh, Bethel should have been bowled just then from Boland. Bethel should have been bowled, but he gets through. Oh, dude, nearly an edge and nearly a bowl. I'll throw $100 on Harrison saying some outrageous shit tomorrow. Oh, if you bet on Australia win from here, I think if you bet on Australia win from here and you put a K on it, you'd probably win like $10. If Archer had a bit of harsh coaching like the Australians and showed up to bowl Rockets, would Oz have 567? Yes, because this pitch is this pitch. Yes. Oh, Archer didn't do too much this series at all. He got a few wickets in Adelaide, but look at the score in Adelaide. Archer played in Adelaide. How'd the score go? Oh, this is the final ball. Oh my gosh, did we get him? Was there a nick? Oh, I thought I heard a noise. I actually thought I heard a noise there. I would have loved to have seen Snicko on that. That's stumps, by the way, so that's the last ball of the day. I swear I heard a noise. I think that was a nick. Can we hear Snicko here? They didn't review it. You can hear a noise, man. Oh no, there wasn't enough on Snicko. What was the noise? No, the review's already gone, like, and the timer's already up. Either way, I prefer that because it means we get to see tomorrow and we get to see these guys still bat tomorrow, which means we're probably going to get 2 sessions in tomorrow, I reckon. I reckon we can get 2 sessions in tomorrow, which is good. Yeah, it was close. Did everyone else hear the noise, though? And the comments were saying it too. There was like a little noise, but luckily I didn't review it because I would have lost it, but it was very, very close. But that's the end of the day, guys. England leads by 119 runs. Still 2 wickets in hand. Bethel not out 142. Unbelievable knock. Potts not out for a duck, currently speaking. Yeah, what a day of cricket, lads. I've really thoroughly enjoyed the day, and we've talked about plenty of stuff, but we've got one final day of the Ashes tomorrow. We've been here the entire series with you, and we'll finish it all off with a bang tomorrow after a brilliant season of cricket before we do move back into the old rugby league. But alright guys, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe if you're new around here. I'll see you tomorrow for the final day of the Ashes.